The chapter begins with the fact that we are told about the system of heavenly heroes. Then the hero's counterattack system was restarted. He decided to use the connection with the system. From here begins the path of the winner. The girl, when she saw the guy, considered him a beggar and looked with contempt. A girl needs money, love is not mutual. The guy shouted that all the things in this store were packed for him. From these words, the girls nearby were just shocked. After that, he won't be able to move up. The saleswoman was shocked, as was the girl who is only looking for money. The beauty of the parallel, the queen of the school, and a couple of beauties to boot, and now everyone should see what he is like. He throws gold right and left. Girls, feelings, they're all just NPCs emptying his wallet. The legend of the hero of the capital begins with one small detail. 1-1. His name is Lin Xing. Today is exactly a month since the beginning of the relationship with his girlfriend. Lin confessed to his girlfriend that he loves her very much and asked her to wait, because soon they will go somewhere to celebrate. A blonde appeared in front of us, who wanted the sad news of Linya. She said they should break up. Lin abandoned him. He asked Chen not to leave. Then immediately a guy drove up in a smart white car, and Lin was surprised. He took off his glasses and congratulated her on her birthday, and was glad that he was almost late. She came up to him and he hugged her. Chen didn't understand why he had arrived just now. She was so afraid that Lin would grab her and tie her up. So nervous. He wanted to go to the center with her so that she could eat at a high-class restaurant, and then he would buy her a gift. He turned around and told Lin that relationships require a lot of money. He asked me to look at myself and think if he was worthy of it. They turned their backs on the protagonist and got into a wheelbarrow and drove away. Immediately, the guys started discussing Xin Lin. He thought he was the most famous fawner of their school. To prove his love for Liu Chen, he worked like mad from morning to night to spend all the money on a gift. It was funny to them. Xin Lin worked so hard, and some major took her away in one day. After all, he's rich. Lin fell to his knees. He considered himself a poor heel and did not know that his sincerity could be rejected like this. Then he got angry and wondered why he had been currying favor with her all these few years to get nothing in return again. Immediately, the hero's counterattack system was restarted and a connection with the system occurred. Lin Xing was 22 years old. His money limit of counterattack, $1 trillion, and all the characteristics were first class. He was shocked with his money limit, and also that the system appeared. Immediately, a card appeared in his hand. The system reported that there is $1 trillion here. He must spend it at will. No matter how much money he spends, 1% will be credited to his personal account. Lin was shocked when he realized that he could spend 1 trillion as he wanted. The system added that he should take note. He can spend the counterattack limit only during the counterattack. That is, next to the girl. Everything related to personal expenses is paid from a personal account. He was a little upset because he has only $138 in his account. Then you need to spend from the counterattack limit. The more he spends from there, the more money will go to his account. Then he got up from his knees and realized that the counterattack was starting now. After that, we are shown the Ida shopping district. The protagonist walked and realized that first he had to find a companion and try it out, and noticed that there were so many people in this queue at the tea shop. Then he saw quite large watermelons on the girl. It was Luo Yasi, Liu Chen's classmate. The system informed him that a high-class girl had been detected, and she began the process of counterattacking. The system added that when the degree of enthusiasm for the carrier becomes above 90%, 10% of the costs will be returned to his personal account. When the degree of enthusiasm reaches 100%, he will need to find a new goal. He approached Luo and asked if she could have a moment. At the moment, the degree of enthusiasm for Lin is minus 20%. She wondered what he had forgotten here. She thought he wanted her to help him with Liu Yichen again. She immediately added that he should not hope, and advised him to give up. She's already found herself a rich guy. The protagonist laughed and said that she was wrong. He only wanted to offer her a cup of tea. He wanted to try it out on her first. She was surprised at his words, because they don't even know each other. Besides, he has to look carefully, it's not just tea. One glass costs like his 10 servings of fast food. She asked him if he was sure he could afford it. There was a crowd of people behind Lin, and the guy shouted that if he decided to buy and leave because he detains people, and the other girl still had to send a photo to her boyfriend, so she asked not to detain them. Lin asked them to calm down and wait 1 second. He asked the employee how many glasses it would take for the whole queue. She was surprised and replied that about 180 glasses. He decided to buy all these 180 glasses. And he also said that Luo Yasi treats everyone. He took out a card to pay, and Luo said that all these portions cost several thousand. She asked Lin to think carefully and not freak out. The girl said that he charged 39,800 yuan, and he asked her to hurry up and serve tea to the guests, and not keep them waiting. There were a lot of mugs of tea in front of him. Immediately, all the people were shocked. The guys thought he was very crazy, and the girls were interested in whether Lin had a girlfriend and thought that he loved Luo Yasi. The degree of Luo's enthusiasm grew quite quickly, and she was literally in shock. The protagonist came up to her and said that there was another case with which she should help. She was surprised and asked what she should do. He asked her to help him spend his money. After that, they show us the shopping center and there was a rather expensive bag there. Chen's boyfriend said that he would like to buy her this bag, but his mom said that he was spending money too carelessly and they had already bought enough today. Immediately he wanted to eat and then discuss the rest. She took up the bag and the guy added that if she wanted a good relationship with his future mother-in-law, she had to show herself in the best light. Chen realized that then it was not worth taking the bag. She knew that without this bag, this whole set of gifts looks incomplete, but in order to enter the upper world, she must set the nets correctly and catch a big fish. Immediately, she heard someone asking Lin how he liked this bag. Luo said it was from a limited collection. It costs 380,000. She asked if he would mind if he bought it. He thought about it, and Chen asked Lin and Luo what they were doing here. She realized that he was still playing. The fact that she left him did not convince him, and he asked Luo Yasi to play along to make him angry. She asked if she hadn't clearly told him that they had broken up. Chen found him very disgusting. The protagonist asked who cares about her. He's just buying a bag for another person. Chen shouted that he just came to Hermes just to buy a bag. She asked if he could find a better excuse and called the liar unhappy. Immediately, the system reported that it had begun the process of counterattacking. Lin told Yichen that since they had already broken up, he didn't have to explain anything to her. He was going wherever he wanted. Don't point him out and asked if she thought he was the same as before. She laughed at him because several hours had passed. She did not believe that he had gotten out of poverty and become a millionaire in such a time. Her degree of passion is minus 25%. Her new boyfriend asked Lin not to lie. If it was true, he would have already bought this bag. He decided to think. He understood that he could not afford such a thing and decided to refuse. It's not enough for him to buy just one bag. He called the saleswoman to him for a second. He asked her to pack him all the things in this store. All the girls were surprised and didn't understand what was going on. He decided to buy it all. The girl said that it was 11,320,000 yuan. The guy shouted that if he bought it all, he would eat a portion of poop, and Yichen thought that Lin had gone crazy. He attached the card and the payment was successfully completed. He spent such a huge amount of money at a time. In dollars it is $1.5 million. The girls thanked him for the purchase and were happy. Lin said he didn't know Wang Xiao had such a talent for eating poop and wanted to see it. Luo was just shocked and very embarrassed. The guy was shocked that he really bought it all. Immediately, Luo's degree of infatuation grew by 20% every second, and Liu Yichen's degree of infatuation grew by 10% constantly. Luo Yasi ran up to Lin and hugged him with the words that her dear is the best. The protagonist replied that this is not something that some, depicting deep feelings, but in fact are not ready to spend a cent. Van didn't understand where he got so much money from. Yichen didn't know what to say. And Wang said he knew much more than ordinary people. Only complete fools who want to ruin their fortune will brag in this way. And he, as a real major, needs to be restrained. Immediately a certain woman appeared who recognized Wang Chen. The guy knew her and asked what he was doing here. She hit him and shouted that she gave him clothes, shoes, watches, even bought a car, and he secretly got a girlfriend from her. She thought he was a bastard whose life was worse than a dog's. He fell to the floor and immediately got on his knees. He said he was wrong, but it was all because of Yichen. He has only her in his heart, and she must believe him. Yichen was shocked by Wang Xiao's actions, and everyone around started laughing at him because not only is this guy with a dog's heart sucking up to a rich old woman. Wen said she couldn't forgive him, but she would give him a chance if he gave this girl 2 slaps in the face. Otherwise, from now on, they will part with him. Yichen was in shock, and Wang was prepared. Immediately, in an instant, he hit her in the face and she fell to the floor. He grabbed her by the chain and said that she was an egoist stealing other people's guys. All her necklaces were bought by him. She looked at La Lin and Luo. Immediately, she ran up to him and pushed her friend away. She wanted to confess her love to him, but Lin Xing turned away from her and went the other way, and she fell again. She got up and started crying, and the system reported that her degree of passion increased by 1%. He was surprised, because he was cold to her, and the degree of passion increased. At this time, Wen was dragging Wang home by the ear. Luo came up to Lin and said that she did not think that Wang Xiao would be such a person and she felt sorry for Yichen. She knew she was a bitch and hoped it would make Lin feel better. The protagonist considered it selfish and that she did not deserve sympathy. He asked her to forget about her. It's better to see if she wants anything else. She realized that Yichen was out of the game. She noticed that he was so kind to her and she didn't even know how to answer him. He invited her to get closer, and she laughed with him and asked what he was talking about. The degree of infatuation has increased by 20%. and the overall degree of Luo Yasi's infatuation is already 62%. She took his hand and said that in order not to be rude, as a sign of gratitude, she would also spend money on him. Lin was just shocked and did not understand what she meant. He decided to ask again, and the girl brought him forward. She took him to the men's clothing department and he saw a lot of different t-shirts. She wanted to personally pick out his clothes. Inside, she asked him to look at himself, because if he doesn't know how to dress properly, people will underestimate him. She told the saleswoman that she needed these few. She bought quite a lot of different and expensive things on Lin. After that, when he came out, he was wearing a beautiful raincoat and completely new clothes. All the girls, when they noticed him, thought he was very handsome. Her fascination with Lin has grown by another 10 and she didn't expect him to be so handsome. She realized that this guy is definitely a treasure. Since Liu Yichin didn't appreciate him, it's better for her. He also didn't expect to become more beautiful, and all the money he spent was sucking up. But Luo Yasi spent a whole 7,000 or 8,000 for him. After that, in the women's dormitory, Luo was returning to her room. Number 504. Yichin was sitting inside, drying her hair with a hair dryer. Luo asked in surprise about her face and asked if everything was okay. She replied that everything was fine. Thanks to Lin Xin, she saw Wang Chen's real face. Without him, she would have lived only in dreams. Luo also felt that thanks to Lin Xin, she had seen the light and now she should not meet someone like Wang Xiao. She covered her face with the bag and Yichin said that Lin had bought it for her, so she should keep it for herself. She thanked her because she was afraid that she would mind. Yichin replied, how can she be against it, because they are friends. But in fact, Yichin was thinking that she had been dating Lin Xin for 3 years, and she dared to get into their relationship. Luo thought that no one bothered her to stay with him, and not to be led by a rogue major, and now Lin is her boyfriend. At that time, Lin was in the men's dormitory. He was tired because he had been shopping all day. He thought it was worth spending again for the sake of sucking up, or maybe he could change the way. Right there he saw guys coming down the stairs and watching videos. It was Wang Jian who noticed that his clothes cost a lot. The other guys thought that Lin bought a fake to brag that he was a major. Poor, but demanding attention to himself, he has seen a lot of them. Wang put his hand on Lin's shoulder and said that he had heard about what had happened today. He thinks that he spent too much money on courting Liu Yichin because he was rejected anyway. He suggested that he just donate to streamers because they show more attention. The other guys added that no matter how much he spent on her, she would still love all of them. And even an ordinary guy can afford it. All the students are watching, and you can just leave. Lin realized that he could also donate to streamers. The protagonist thanked the headman and put his hand on his shoulder. Van was surprised because he had played a joke on him and he thanked him. He realized that henpecked people really have something wrong with their heads. The other guy said he wasn't interested. It was better to look at the streamer Chai Chai. After that, Lin lay on the bed and looked at the phone. He installed the Leopard Fang app and had to register. He decided to choose the nickname Beggar. He's watching the live broadcast for the first time. He didn't understand where the list of streamers was and why there are only ratings in which no one was online. He remembered that the guys had mentioned the name Chai Chai. The girl told the chat that she loves them, and everyone wrote various obscene comments. He found her very attractive, and I wondered, though, whether he would be able to launch a counterattack on the other side of the screen. The system informed him that his appearance must exceed 80 points, otherwise he would not be able to launch a counterattack. Streamers have filters on their faces, so it's impossible to determine their appearance before meeting offline. Lin felt that the system had thought everything through. It seems to him that Chai Chai has an appearance above 90 points, even with the filter turned off. He knew that there was no difference, because his purse of sucking up would never run out anyway. Immediately, someone Zhu Xiao gave her 5 leopards. She thanked Zhu Xiao for the gift. Everyone understood that it was not surprising that Zhu Xiao was top 1. He spent 10,000 yuan at a time. Level 24 Zhu Xiao. He wrote that the Chai Chai and Shuang Shuang competition would start soon and asked if everyone was ready. Level 15 Jian Wang replied that everyone was ready. Lin noticed him and realized that it was the headman Wang Jian and wondered how to send the gift. Zhu Xiao said that their rivals can invent as many useless tactics as they want, gain momentum, and so on. Jian shouted for everyone to be silent because Xiao is talking. Lin realized that he was his obedient dog. The protagonist wrote to the chat and asked how much money he needed to transfer to become a top 1 or to buy gifts or stickers first. Jian angrily asked who he was and how dare he open his filthy mouth while Zhu Xiao was talking. The evil Zhu Xiao asked Chai Chai to kick him out. She thought about it, because in this competition she can only win thanks to Zhu Xiao. This newcomer obviously registered recently and didn't send her any gifts. She asked the moderator to kick Lin out. Immediately an alert came to him and he realized that he had just been thrown out. He accepted it and decided to go watch Shuang, who was just fighting with Chai. She told Shuang that she didn't have a single top donator and she was worried about her. She suggested that she surrender right away, and she would come up with an easier punishment. Shuang replied that since she has the top one, she is not the coolest yet, because she also has a lot of good donators, so she should not talk and start as soon as possible. She bent down to pull up her sock. She was immediately sent a lot of different gifts. Shuang held a strange bat and was considered very gentle by many. The first stage will be completed soon and good luck was wished to everyone. Tea Time drank milk with an unusual ingredient, and the gaps were already big. And Shuang just sings. There's nothing to watch at all. Fans of two girls were texting in the chat and they were swearing among themselves. Shuang had to dance because of her opponents, and they continued to write vulgar comments. Immediately, a message appeared that the beggar had sent Shuang a golden dragon. Xiu Xiao was shocked that someone had just sent a golden dragon for 15,000. Immediately Shuang bent down and thanked the beggar for the dragon and showed him a heart. Tea Time immediately assumed that this was the beggar she had kicked. The protagonist was glad that he had finally found the most expensive gift, and did not know whether to continue giving it. He didn't think that this card could connect with streaming services. The bets are made and it's time to play the fool. He immediately started sending her golden dragons over and over again. Shuang asked him to wait, because she was so surprised that she forgot. Sending golden dragons is very expensive. Maybe he will wait until the second stage begins and then he will send. Xiu Xiao asked the beggar if he was the same newcomer who was kicked out of the Chai stream. Others wrote that he is a beginner. He did not understand the rules of the competition and now sends gifts at random. Jian Wang started laughing a lot, because he thought that Lin's eyes were swollen with anger and also that he had stolen his parents' saving. Immediately, the beggar began to send gold dragons in an incredibly huge amount. They were shocked that the golden dragons didn't stop. He threw her more than 1,000 golden dragons. Liu was glad that it had finally stopped. After all, he has been watching Chai for 1 year and sent her more than 3 million. And he threw Shuang 16 gold dragons, only 24 million. She began to thank her rich uncle for his help. She thanked him very much and danced. Immediately, everyone defected and began to defend Lin. He laughed at the fact that the opponents themselves kicked out this rich man, and now they regret it. They didn't know whether to stick to the rules, whether to wait for the next stage, what all this was about, because they were already winning anyway. Shuang asked Tea Time why she was sitting and wet her skirt. In this case, she must accept defeat and proceed to punishment. Big pendulum, tilt and flip, horse zigzag, jumping jack, she has to do it all. Tea Time started jumping and told Lin that she was wrong and that she shouldn't have kicked him out. Everyone immediately started joking about Xiu Xiao and laughing with him. She was very angry. If it wasn't for Xiu Xiao, these 16 golden dragons would be his. Everyone wanted her to do it longer, but the girl was very tired. Lin became level 27. He had 3 options. He kicks Xiu Xiao. Xiu Xiao leaves by himself. Xiu Xiao copes by himself. There are still 20 seconds left. Everyone called Lin the real emperor and considered him the richest man. A notification immediately appeared. Xiu Xiao left the broadcast. Everyone started laughing even more with him. And the competition was over. The winner was Shuang. Everyone congratulated her, and she thanked her rich uncle for helping her win. He received a lot of notifications and was surprised. Jian Wang apologized profoundly to him. He assured him that he was blind and naively mocked him. He invited him to become friends and even brothers. Shuang thanked him and gave him her number. Tea Time said she wanted to kick Xiu Xiao out, but he left on his own. She wanted him to forgive her. She wrote that Lin's data indicated that he was from Huojiang. She considered it a coincidence, because the day after tomorrow, she was just going there for a photo shoot, and they can meet and eat somewhere at the same time. She was uneasy about Shuang's victory. She did not understand the appearance, figure, in which place she is worse than Shuang, but she is afraid that he will not disdain to spend money on her if she meets him offline. He felt that this was also not bad. There was not enough work, and the compensation that he was given was not enough. The fish itself got caught in his net. He sent her a reply that he agreed. She kissed the phone and said that they would see each other the day after tomorrow, and she would wait for it. After morning came and Lin woke up was glad, because never immediately he received a new message and the protagonist took it in his hands. All the guys also woke up and the bespectacled man called Lin to have breakfast together. He told them that they could go, and the girl would bring him breakfast. They were shocked at his words. They believed that he had just woken up and was already talking nonsense. They say Liu Yichen broke up with Lin recently. He was so calm last night, he thought he was fine. But they immediately realized that nothing was wrong, because he had been running after her for 3 years. They thought they should take him to a bar. He'll get drunk, say everything, and he'll feel better. After that, they show us the entrance to the women's dormitory. There were a lot of guys standing there who all brought breakfast for the girls. Some are for Luo Yasi, and some are for Liu Yichin. The guy asked if they had seen the story of Liu Yichin. She is now free. They say that Wang Xiao abandoned her, and now she is quite vulnerable. If he gives her a nice present. He believed that Luo Yasi probably noticed him because he was always there, and sent this post. Wang Jian immediately appeared, who asked how they differ from heels. They should look at Lin Xin, because being like that is not an option. They didn't know who Lin Xing was and said they had been chasing Liu Yichin for 3 years. The guy asked if the headman didn't come here to give Luo Yasi tomorrow, too. He laughed and asked, and this is called breakfast. These are French milk sweet pasta, at 600 yuan apiece. They were surprised that it cost so much. Wang replied that the guy doesn't understand anything, because courting a girl requires money. If he spends 10 yuan a day on her for a whole year, she will simply consider him a beggar. And he spends 100 yuan a week and she will be his. Immediately they noticed the girls who were coming down and chatting about something. They considered them very beautiful and offered to take food from them. Van said he bought her real milk pasta. Yichin thanked the guys for the food, but she had already ordered a delivery. Luo also thanked Wang for the food. After the guys were surprised that he really gave her, but still it's the headman, and he was proud of himself. After that, he noticed Lin with his friends who were just walking. Wang greeted Lin and asked if he had just arrived. He thought that he also brought tomorrow for Liu Yichin, even though she abandoned him yesterday. Lin's friend got angry because of Wang. The headman added that since he had been running after her so hard for 3 years, it shouldn't be a problem for him. The guy said that Chen Chen had already ordered the delivery. Wang laughed at him and offered to come early tomorrow. Immediately Luo went down to Lin and asked if he had had breakfast yet. He replied in denial and asked if she had offered him to eat today. Friends were shocked that the girl herself brought Lin breakfast and just rubbed their eyes. Wang and the other guys were in incredible shock and didn't know what to say. Yichin got angry because of Luo Yasi. A courier immediately came up and brought her the food she had ordered. Luo gave Lin milk pasta to try, because it's a dish from France. Her degree of enthusiasm increased by 7%. Lin was surprised, because she just prepared his breakfast. And now the enthusiasm has grown. Immediately, Yichin appeared, who told Lin that she had bought natural food for 368 yuan for him. She admitted that she behaved badly yesterday, but now she will take care of him. She leaned against him and added that she knows that all these 3 years he has done too much for her. I bought her a lot of food. She assured me that she was really touched. She was just charmed and deceived by another person and asked him to forgive her. The protagonist realized that it was just a performance. For these 3 years he was completely disappointed in her, and now she calms him down like this. But as soon as he starts sucking up to her again, she will shun him. He is no longer the same as he was before and is not attached to her. He threw her away and asked why she was snuggling like that, because there were a lot of her other fans next to her. She thought that, as always, he did not mind that she had a lot of fans, and even took care of her image. Her degree of infatuation increased by 50%, and Luo was glad that Lin pushed her away. Before this trick would have worked flawlessly, but now it does not give results. Her degree of infatuation increased by 10%. They knew that he loved the two of them. Lin didn't understand why their degree of infatuation was constantly growing. He just didn't understand it. The guys were crying and didn't understand what was going on. Luo and Yichin are fighting for Lin Xin, although they are best friends. These two asked Lin to eat their food and handed it to him. Immediately he sat down on a bench and Yichin handed him a dumpling to eat it. She asked him to open his mouth. Wang started screaming and thought it was impossible. How Luo and Yichin could fight for a man, and even for Lin Xin. The protagonist showed him the middle finger and said that yesterday this finger pressed the screen more than 16 times, and the nail broke. It's good that there are those who will take care of him. Immediately, the girls got even closer to him and wanted to cheer him up so that his finger wouldn't hurt. Immediately, Luo handed him a cookie and said it was delicious. Wang was very angry, and the guys were shocked that Liu and Luo were sharing breakfast with Lin. Especially Luo, she wore such a short skirt, and also sat in front of Lin at such an angle. His eyes literally ate his body, and his mouth ate pasta. They envied him. Luo asked him how he was and the protagonist replied that it was fine. But he didn't like red. Luo was surprised, because they are actually pink. She asked if he didn't like them, and Yichin asked Lin to eat tomorrow and not look at them. She approached him and said that she would change it later. Immediately, everyone was very confused, and Wang bled from his mouth. They immediately called an ambulance and the doctors took him away. While Lin was eating food from the girls, this picture lit up on the blackboard. It said that the beauty of the university and her friend were eating breakfast together with Lin Xin, and people did not understand how this was possible. The news immediately appeared that at yesterday's competition, the streamer received gifts worth 24 million yuan. One guy suspected that it could be Lin Xing. Immediately, Lin's friends said that he was in the news. They wanted to interview him. He was surprised and said it couldn't be. He decided to run away, and the girl started calling him. Yuo said that Lin Major, who likes to be in the shadows, he does not want to show himself in public. It's all Yichin with her gossip, and she upset him. Yichin replied that if Wang Zhang hadn't vomited blood because of her, then who would have made such a fuss? He got up from the corner and hoped that these journalists would not pursue him. Immediately he received a message and T sent a photo. She said that Ong was flying to Huojian at 7 p.m. and she asked him to meet her. He was glad that there was another tool for spending money. He will be waiting to meet her. After they show us the airport terminal, Lin was standing there, who noticed that the girl told him that she had already sat down, but he did not see her. He hoped that she did not turn on the filter on the stream, and in life she would turn out to be an old woman whom he would not recognize. Immediately he noticed how some guy grabbed Tea Time by the hand and asked where she was going. He had a car and he offered to take her. The girl answered him that it was not worth it, but the guy did not understand why excessive politeness. Lin realized that it was a tea time. The protagonist stood in front of her and told the guy that he needed to check his eyes. Did he really not see her facial expressions? The guy shouted, "Who is he?" because he gave gifts for the tea time. The girl asked if he was this rich uncle, because his clothes are the same as described in VX. Lin agreed with her and the guy was surprised that he was rich. He asked for forgiveness because he realized that they were busy. She was glad that he came on time. That guy said he was her fan and if Lin hadn't come up, this stranger would have kidnapped her. He gave her a gift for several hundred yuan, and also bought a broken wheelbarrow, thinking that she would go with him. She took his arm and added that she always thought that the rich uncle was a 40-year-old successful businessman. She did not think that he was so young and handsome. Lin asked to call him by name. He also did not think that she would be more beautiful than on the stream. She noticed that Lin knew what to say to the girl. Immediately, the system launched a counterattack. Her degree of passion was already 30%. Immediately, Zhao Zong called her. She asked where he was from. She introduced Lin Zhao. He sent her a lot of gifts on streams. He explained that he had come to meet her. She would never ask him for a ride herself. Immediately he asked who it was next to her. Tea Time said that this is the same donator under the nickname Beggar. Zhao understood who it was. He did not expect that the sensational rich man was so young. If he had known earlier that a rich uncle had come for tea, he would not have disgraced himself with his car for 5 million. He asked what the rich man rides and Lin replied that he drives a small scooter, from which Tea Time was surprised. Zhao offered them a ride and Lin agreed and asked to pick up his bike. After that, they were driving in an expensive car, and Lin's bike was on top, and everyone around was surprised. Already at the wheel, Zhao thought, Lin looks no more than 20, and he wears clothes for several tens of yuan. He was surprised that he was a rich man who sent more than 2,000 gifts. He noticed that such modesty really surprised him. Chachai definitely wouldn't mind riding a scooter, but she has so much luggage with her, so it's more convenient to go by his car. Lin noticed that his words were very wise, and also that the night views of Huojian were very good. Tea Time didn't know if Lin was really the rich man. After they arrived and she came in first and greeted everyone. All the men were glad that the hero of the occasion had finally arrived. Another noticed that the girl was even more beautiful than when he saw her last. Tea Time introduced Lin to everyone, because he is the same type who forced Zhu Xiao to leave. Everyone was glad to see him and was surprised that he was so young. Lin understood everything. All these apologies and invitations to the bar, in fact, a way to gather all the best donators from the Leopard Fang together. It's a big daddy's dinner for the Tea Time. As a famous streamer from Leopard Fang, she is obviously very smart. After that, everyone was sitting at the table, and the man asked to tell Zhao how Lin came to meet Tea on a scooter. Immediately everyone started laughing and thought it was just a joke. They did not understand how the one who sent 2,000 gifts did not have money for a car. Another man noticed that if a rich man had enough money for 2,000 gifts, then his income clearly amounts to at least 10 billion. He knows quite a few people in Huojiang, but there is no Lin surname in the lists of the richest people in Huojiang. Immediately, everyone started laughing at him and believing that he had deceived the tea party, and Zhao considered him a pretender who also forced him to drive his scooter. Immediately, her degree of enthusiasm dropped to -10%. She looked at his phone on the way. He is exactly the same beggar. She thought he was still taking revenge on her, because rich people really are all liars and perverts. She doesn't care who he is. The main thing is that the beggar is rich. The main thing is that he has money to donate to her. She thanked everyone for being worried about her, but asked if the Lin family was not one of the 3 richest families in the capital. She asked him if he was from the Lin family. The protagonist realized that she was trying to help him and at the same time find out who he really was. Lin replied that he did not know the Lin family, but they clearly had less money than him. The man laughed and thought that he decided to pretend that he was struck by lightning. He decided to guess. He didn't buy those 2,000 gifts, for sure Shuang Shuang bought them herself, and then he failed with Shuang Shuang, decided to deceive the tea party. Zhao agreed with him. and then use this excuse to deceive tea time and spend the night with her. Another man noted that since Lin says he has more money than the Lin family, then he decided to ask what he usually drives, and assumed that he had hidden a couple of cars. Lin hugged tea time and replied that he didn't have a single car. He asked the girl what kind of car she liked and he would buy her right now. Immediately, everyone became angry because he put his hand on the teapot. They considered him a show-off in all his glory and the fact that they brought him to the surface. Her passion was already minus 15% and she thanked him and said that she liked the Ferrari 460. If he gives it to her, she will also give him something. He was surprised with her because she is joyful on the outside, but disappointed on the inside. This performance will drive him crazy. He agreed and went. Half an hour later, they were all standing outside. The guys thought that this Lin probably chickened out, and just another freak. They offered her to go to karaoke and she agreed. She realized that this Lin Xing was indeed a deceiver, and she was full of hope. Immediately there was a strong flash that blinded everyone. Zhao didn't surprised. Lin apologized to the men for blocking their cars for several thousand yuan. He thought that Nuzong was such an enthusiast. He said he wanted to buy a car, and he rolled everything at once so that he could choose. The man agreed with him, because their car service is distinguished by courtesy and efficiency. In addition, Lin Xiao's identity was confirmed by a black diamond card. The man was shocked and shouted that for a black diamond card, the owner's fortune should be at least 1 billion. He just didn't believe in it and believed that these cars were also for show. But the other replied that he knew Nuzong, so he could admire him for only one reason: this Lin Xing is really rich. Tea time approached the protagonist and he noted that she was just in time. That Ferrari 460 she was talking about is worth 15 million yuan. Too cheap, he couldn't give it to her. She was surprised by his words and he added that if she likes 460, then she will like LF. So he decided to take the initiative and bought LF. Song said that he charged 32 million yuan and Lin paid with his card. Shaichai was surprised that he really bought a Ferrari LF for more than 30 million yuan. All the men were also shocked, because more than 30 million and he paid everything in full. In 2 days he spent more than 50 million and this is only his pocket money. His wealth is too great. They reflected that they had recently mocked him. Another man asked Qizong to speak for himself. If he does not know, then there is nothing to pretend and incite others. He scared them all. Tea time was inspecting the car, and the man noticed that he bought it for the girl and offered to buy another one. Lin replied with a denial, because this is the most expensive car in his fleet, and he is going to buy more expensive. He asked his forgiveness for letting him down. Tea time thanked Lin, because she had always dreamed of riding a Ferrari LF. Lin replied that everything was fine, because Yengo had so much money that he needed to spend it somewhere. Her enthusiasm immediately became 50%. Because he did not take advantage of the situation and did not demand anything from her in return, even succumb to her. All the men began to apologize. They acted like blind people, dared to doubt his power. He also heard that Lin would like to buy a more expensive car. His humble servant has just the largest fleet in Huojiang. There are cars an order of magnitude better than Nuzong's, although he is not sure if they deserve his attention. But if he comes to see, then he will give him a big discount as an apology. Immediately, Tea time ran up to Lin and said she wanted to try out the car, and offered to keep him company. The protagonist asked if she could go by herself. She whispered in his ear that she had decided everything. She should be grateful for expensive gifts, but his gift was too big, and she could not fully thank Lin. So she decided to provide an installment plan. She will make the first payment in a place where they will be alone. Lin immediately realized that she earns so much on streams. She had aroused his curiosity. Immediately they got into the car and drove off together. After that, she gave him a marker and asked Lin to leave a signature on her leg. He pulled back his skirt a little and was very surprised. There was an inscription. Tea time begged for forgiveness. This is one of her thanks. Every time she thanks him, he can leave a note. She asked if Lin was happy. The protagonist, confused, replied that it was suitable. After that, they show us the Carlton bar. Shaichai started the broadcast from her phone and said that she was in Huojiang. Unexpectedly for her, Boch bought her a car without further ado and she was very touched. Commentators were surprised and did not even know exactly how much this car costs. At this time, Lin was talking to a man. He explained that there is a rich people's club in Huojiang. It includes the richest people. They really hope to get to know him. Lin agreed with him and agreed that he should add it. The man thanked him and considered him very respectful. Immediately he got a phone call. He was informed that he had just received a message. The 11th grade students from their school organized a reunion tomorrow. It will take place just in Huojiang, and since he is studying there, he can come. The guy replied that he would come. He had nothing to do anyway. Lai added that they say that Xie Yixuan, the beauty from the literary class, will also come. Although she is Lin's classmate, they have never communicated. All he knows about her is that she is very rich. The protagonist definitely decided to come to the meeting. After Lin arrived on his moped at the 5-star Meriden bar, he looks very rich. Immediately he was met by Lao Lai and Xiao Jan. Lin asked them where the parking lot was, but he did not know because the guy came on foot. Immediately, black smoke came out of the motorcycle, and Lin was surprised because it broke down on its own. Immediately, he remembered how Zhao picked up the motorcycle and put it on his car. He noticed that the rich man was also a student and so modest. He will be waiting for the next chance to cooperate with him. And also, as a tea time explained that she needed to go to a photo shoot. She will come for him when there is time. He got angry and thought that Xiao Zong had broken the motorcycle yesterday, and was already thinking about him reimbursing him for the money. His friend did not know who this Xiao Zong was and considered him a simple worker. Immediately, a guy drove up to them in a smart black car who greeted his classmates. It was Fin Bilying. Taking off his glasses, he asked that the car broke down. Lin was taken away, which was yesterday, and he covered his face and said that he was to blame. There are no scooter parking spaces at Meriden Bar. It's just that when he was choosing a place to meet, he didn't expect someone to come here on a scooter. Next time he will definitely take it into account. The staff greeted Mr. Feng, and he threw them a key. The guy noticed that it probably costs several million to park a car for such a time here. The girl told Xiao Zhang that Lion owns Meriden. The guy was shocked. He knew that Lion was rich, but he didn't know that he was so rich. The construction of Meriden cost more than 300 million. He is not only rich, but also noble, worried about Lin Xing. No one can compare with him. Lin noted that the employee can go, and he will find where to park. He just went with the motorcycle. And Luo called Lin and asked where he was. She suggested that he go out and eat together today. He replied that he wouldn't come out today. He was at a reunion right now. He has a little more than 2,000 on his hands and he just wants to eat for free. The girl noted that tomorrow it is possible, but in 2 days she will not be able to. He thought that she would get sick and asked her not to forget to drink warm water. Her enthusiasm increased by 2% and she was very happy. Liu Yassi's degree of infatuation increased by 2% and reached 91%. The first level of counterattack will pass. 11,359,800 yuan was spent on Liu Yassi. 10% refund 1,135,980 yuan has already been transferred to his personal account. Immediately he thought that who was there saying that it was useless to remind about warm water. It gave him a result. But he still spent very little, only 11,300,000. We need to spend more on counterattacks. He opened his personal data and received a reward. An increase in all characteristics by 1 level. Reward, you can get 1 skill. Power has been upgraded to level 2. Agility, stamina and intelligence have increased to level 2. He felt a rush of warmth. Now he decided to choose a skill and take something amazing. He has 3 skills available to him. He was asked to choose before the time expired. He has 8 hours to do it. Class A skill, respect for cultural heritage. Class C skill, 5 electro whips. Class D skill, rap. Lin was surprised with these skills and considered them useless. To begin with, he decided to go to a meeting. He also thought that it was time for him to buy a car, but he could not spend the counterattack budget on himself. Then he entered the building and all the classmates were sitting at the table. Lin asked, and Xie Yixuan hasn't come yet. Immediately, Fen asked, what does it matter to him? Xie Yixuan is a student of the literary class and she has a difficult family. Lin was surprised that Xie Yixuan's family is very rich. The guy wasn't surprised that Lin didn't know. She has an intelligent family and very strict rules, so she doesn't talk about it. The girls noticed that they had also recently learned that her family had opened a city museum. Therefore, Lin and Yixuan are on completely different levels. The girl didn't know whether to tell her that only Mr. Lion had enough money to take care of her. Another girl noted that she also thinks so. Immediately, the door began to open and a beautiful girl immediately appeared, who apologized for being late because she was stuck in traffic. Lin saw Xie Yixuan and was shocked that she was so beautiful even without makeup. The system rated her appearance by 94 points. He was glad that the system scores were so high. Ban told her to sit next to him and immediately there were girls who thought she was very beautiful, and Ban got angry and wanted them to leave. Lin greeted her and said that there was an empty seat here. When she sat down next to him, she noticed that she hadn't seen him for a long time. He already thought that she had forgotten his name, and Xie Yixuan noted that she remembered the names of everyone in her class. Immediately, her counterattack began. Her degree of enthusiasm is 0% and Lin was delighted that it had opened successfully. Immediately, all the guys were outraged that Lin dared to sit next to the queen of the school. They were shocked that Xie Yixuan was sitting next to Lin Xin. Even Ban got very angry and wanted to curse Lin and didn't understand how he dared. Immediately, he called him and said that he had heard that Lin had been dating a college girl for 3 years now, and asked why he had not brought her here so that they would all get to know her. The protagonist replied that she broke up the day before yesterday. Bai was shocked that they broke up after he ran after her for 3 years. He thought that Lin was only saying that because he needed Xie Yixuan. The blonde noted that only fools can be deceived by such a lie. She thought it was ugly. She thought he was an honest man, but she didn't even think that after college he would become a scumbag. Lin replied to everyone that he was telling the truth. Here, the degree of Xie Yixuan's enthusiasm dropped to -1%. Lin was in shock and did not know what to say. And Ban began to smile maliciously, because he was glad that everyone attacked Lin. He immediately said that he had heard that Xie Yixuan was interested in art and artifacts. He had recently bought a late Maria from Da Vinci from a collector in Shanghai and invited her to take a look. And she turned around and looked at the painting. She got up and walked over to the painting. And Ban, passing by Lin, whispered softly so that he knew his place. He put his hand down and warned that if he tried to suck up to Xie Yixuan again, he would make it so that he would not be able to find a job in Huojian after graduation. He approached Xie Yixuan and said that she had no idea how much he liked this picture. In a few days, an auction will be held in the city, where another of his paintings will be sold, The Blessing of Angels. Xie Yixuan noted that she did not know that he was interested in Renaissance artists. She wanted to take a closer look and asked permission from Ban. Of course, he allowed her and thought it worked. It took him a lot of time and effort to study her hobbies, although there is nothing interesting about it. Lin immediately stood up and said that he was also very interested in Da Vinci's paintings. He asked if they could look at the painting together. He chose the skill artifact evaluation. Ban replied that of course he could and considered that he was a fool who would disgrace himself. Xie Yixuan was surprised that Lin also likes Da Vinci. The protagonist took up the painting, and Ban wanted him to share his opinion. He is interested in what he thinks about this painting. He activated the ability and realized that it was a fake. In his later works, Da Vinci preferred the technique of fine repainting. A small amount of pigment and a large amount of castor oil were used to make the paint. Each stroke has a translucent effect. The colors in this painting are opaque due to too much pigment. In addition, Da Vinci liked to shade the corners of the eyes and mouth of the figures in order to achieve a limitless, gentle, and soft effect. And the narrowing method is a bit harsh. He told Feng Bian, unfortunately, this Maria is a fake, and he bought it. He was just in shock and did not believe him. Ban replied that probably a layman would believe his words, but he is not like that. And he immediately sees that he has picked up some semi-poor expert skills on the internet. The girl supported Ban and told Lin not to pretend. Because he does not have professional assessment skills, even Lin's friend advised him to stop. Immediately, Yixuan stood next to Lin and asked for a moment. Because she had studied Da Vinci's paintings and Lin Xing was right. This is really a high-quality imitation. Everyone was immediately shocked and screamed in surprise. Then she looked at Lin and asked where he got such expert knowledge from. The protagonist replied that since childhood he had studied a lot to evaluate cultural relics and objects of art, as he was very offended that foreign countries had deprived his country of so many cultural values. His goal is to redeem all the artifacts and return them to the country. Immediately Ban started laughing and said that he almost believed him. He did not believe that Lin would be able to redeem all the artifacts and return them. Lin replied that as long as he had a certain amount of money, there was nothing he couldn't buy. Immediately, everyone started laughing at him right to tears and thought he was just a liar. Xie Yixuan noted that as a child she had the same unrealistic dreams, and her degree of passion increased to 5%. Immediately, everyone stopped laughing with him. Lin noted that the statement about the dream is too far away. It's just a goal that he will definitely achieve. Xie Yixuan sat down next to Lin again and Ban got very angry. He was just furious. He didn't understand how Lin dared to show off in front of him and try to steal Xie Yixuan from him. He wanted to show the poor man his rightful place. After that, we are shown a Tuscan salad, Brussels chocolate souffle, Canadian calf's shin with seasonal vegetables, fried over low heat, Andean venison with salad and spices. All the guys were shocked, because the food smelled delicious. The guy didn't know why their dishes were different and that they had never eaten such a great meal before. Ban replied that the chef decides what to serve. It's just that his chef used to work in a 3-star Michelin restaurant, and therefore he's a bit of a character, so it all depends on his mood when cooking. Alas, Lin Xin was not very lucky. It was a steamed bun and a bunch of vegetables. The guy also thought that maybe this is molecular cuisine. All these Michelin chefs on the internet like to cook this. For example, strawberry longan, the protagonist of this, and expected that these are ordinary steamed buns and zucchini. He knew that Fen Bilyang would come up with something like this. Ban asked Lin what it was. How does he like steamed buns from a Michelin chef? If he doesn't like it, he will order the chef to remove the dish and cook a new one. But the dishes from the chef are very high quality. It takes 1 minute 2 hours to prepare them. The girl next to the bathhouse said that to try the Michelin chef's dishes, it's definitely worth waiting 2 hours. He told her that if she didn't wait, she wouldn't be able to go to karaoke on an empty stomach. She was surprised that they would have karaoke next and thought it was wonderful. Immediately, he noticed that Lin was communicating with Xie Yixuan and was greatly surprised. The protagonist noted the pattern on the sides of the nose of the golden mask serves both for aesthetics and to eliminate wrinkle. The wisdom of the ancients never ceases to amaze him. Her degree of passion has increased by another 2%, and she said that it seems to her that his experience is almost as good as that of her teacher. Next time, he could join them and they would evaluate some artifacts together. Ban was in shock and screamed. Immediately, Lin received a message that Mr. Zhao Zong invited him to join the Princely Millions group. He remembered that last night, Zhao Zong had invited him to join Huo Jian's group of rich people. He went in there and there were about 23 people there. He thought about sending a welcome gift. He decided that since he could not spend money on a man, he would find a girl. Immediately he noticed the girl and found her cute. He sent her 18,880,000 yen smiling yenbu. He also wrote that WX couldn't send a big red envelope, so he just transferred the money to her for tea. Immediately, everyone started thanking him. Everyone couldn't believe that such a huge sum for him was just a tip. Immediately, the high-ranking prince considered Lin very generous and asked where he was now and if he wanted to go to Meriden. He wrote that he was already there. Immediately, everyone wanted to come there and meet him in person. It turned out that the high-ranking prince is the Ban. He wrote that he was the young owner of Meriden, Fen Billion. He will pay for everything he spends today at his bar and he can buy whatever he wants. Lin thought it was an incredible coincidence and said that it was not worth spending so much on it. Ban wrote that this is not even discussed. He noted that he is a hospitable person, that's all. Then he smiled maliciously, because he thought that Lin Xing was now the end, because he knows many influential rich people and has now made even more connections. When they come he just needs to complain about it. He imagined that he wanted a drink and the man asked why Mr. Feng was in a bad mood and he replied that just one brainless fool was bothering him. Immediately, the others stood up and did not understand who this scoundrel was who dared to offend Feng. The man wanted to do everything so that Lin would not stay in Huojiang, and this way, he will be able to meet the new rich man, humiliate Lin Xin and show off his rich friends in front of Xie Yixuan. 3 birds with 1 stone. He wanted to go to the karaoke room on the top floor. He arranged a meeting with some of the rich people of this city so that they could chat with people of the upper class. The girl did not know that Lion had such connections. After they show us the Golden Splendor Hall, after Lion met his rich partners and congratulated them on the first meeting, they noticed that Fen was so young and he asked how they were doing. His classmates were shocked that Lion had brought them to meet the rich and famous. From now on, he will spend more time with Liang. Lion introduced Mr. Shu to Xie Yixuan, the daughter of the Xie family, and Shu is the main owner of real estate in Huojiang. Shu noted that he knew her father. She greeted him and was embarrassed. Shu heard that Xie Yixuan is very beautiful, and it really is. Immediately, a waiter came up to the bathhouse and said that his classmate wanted to order a bottle of Aurora Russo sherry wine. He's not sure if he should open the bottle for Lin. Immediately, Bai came over and asked Lin if he really wanted to order a bottle of Aurora Russo sherry wine. The blonde thought that Lin Xing had gone crazy because this wine costs thousands of dollars. Bai treated them to dinner and karaoke for the sake of their old classmates. She didn't know if Lin was going to order such an expensive wine at his expense. The protagonist's friend tried to protect him and said that Lin probably doesn't know how expensive it is. The protagonist responded to everyone's anger that he wanted to order this particular wine. He also noted that there is nothing terrible in the price, because one of his rich acquaintances will pay for it. Ban was surprised by his words and asked if he had such a friend and decided to open the bottle anyway. This was his chance. Immediately the bottle was opened, and everyone was shocked and did not know if Lin really had such connections and wondered how much this wine costs. Ban shouted to Lin Xin that Aurora Couscous Sherry Caramel costs 250,000. It's already open, so it's too late to regret it. If his tycoon friend can't pay, then he will have to repay by mining coal. His uncle is the owner of a coal company, so he will definitely be able to find a place for him. Lin replied that he really did not understand why. He thought that the longer the name, the more expensive the price. Bai replied that the protagonist would be more attentive when his pens get dirty, and then he will think more before buying something. Immediately he noticed that everyone was almost there. He also did not understand. The rich man said that he was already in Meriden, but for some reason he was still not here. Immediately, the guy noted that Mr. Rich said in the group that he was already in the Golden Splendor Hall. Chan was surprised that he was already here and the door opened immediately. It was Zhao Zong and he realized that everyone was already here, and he was the last. Bayan noted that Zhao was already here too, so only Mr. Rich remained. He wanted to say hello to him, but Zhao walked past him. He immediately went up to Lin to shake his hand. He even wanted to hug him. It turns out that he arrived a long time ago and had to wait for him. He admitted that it was his fault and for that he would drink 3 glasses for him. Immediately, everyone realized that Lin was a rich man. They were literally shocked that Zhao Zong called Lin Mr. Rich. Xie Yixuan also didn't understand what was going on here. Bayan just didn't believe it and shouted. The protagonist smiled and replied that as much as possible, it's really him. All the rich immediately came up to him and noted that he was so young. The girl considered him talented, so also beautiful. The guy will even offer Lin to meet his sister so that she becomes his girlfriend. All the classmates were shocked that Lin was so rich. A bunch of tycoons have kissed his ass and they even respect him more than they Bayan. Immediately, Bayan himself felt that this was impossible. He did not know what Lin Xing was up to, but he was sure that he had fooled everyone for sure. He knows his parents, they only work part-time, and he's just a poor dog. He can't possibly be Mr. Rich. Zhao shouted for Ban to shut his mouth and noted that he was the worst of all in their group, the most uneducated and incapable. He spends nothing but hundreds of thousands of dollars a month that his parents give him. He has never made a successful investment. He lost money on stocks without earning a penny. It's a shame for their group. Zhao didn't understand how he dared to only scold Mr. Lin. He wanted to kick him out of the princely millions. Immediately, Bayan began to panic and did not want to be kicked out. The protagonist noted that everything was fine. Besides, Mr. Ban said that he would pay all his expenses today. He told the bartender to serve the most expensive drinks to everyone in the room. Let them drink and order as much as they want. Immediately, everyone started thanking Lin and considered him simply the best. And Bayan was shocked by what was happening and even cried on the floor. After that, when everyone left the establishments, they thanked Lin Xing. They wanted to meet him again someday. There was a car parked there and Xia Yixuan was already waiting for a personal driver who greeted him. She said goodbye to everyone and said she was going home. The guys were surprised that Rolls-Royce came for her. They also noticed that she was so rich, but so restrained. If he were in her place, he would be flaunting his wealth. Lin knew that she was a real lady who had been part of high society since childhood. She was not at all surprised by his status as a rich man, and even the degree of passion did not increase. Such a girl will be difficult to counterattack. She is the perfect object for spending his money, and laughed. Immediately, Zhao approached the protagonist and said that Lin had said that he did not like cars worth $40 million. He found a car worth $80 million. There are only 10 such cars in the world. They are not even in China. Lin liked the car and decided to buy it. That's what Zhao expected from Lin. He knows how to make quick decisions. He'll do it. He'll be here in a few days. The guys noticed that Qisong was so smart, immediately started a big deal with Mr. Rich. Then Lin looked at his balance and he had 1,138,370 in total. He realized that it was better to spend a lot of money before the next counterattack. After that, evening came and the protagonist, who was walking down the street, saw Liu Yichen, who was sitting on the ground and seemed to be crying. When she noticed Lin, she was glad that he had finally returned. She said that his father had a heart attack and he is now in the hospital. He needs 800,000 for the operation. But her family can't afford that much money at once. She asked him to lend her money. He told her that she thinks that after those 3 years he knows her so poorly. She used the excuse about a sick family 5 times. She probably wants to borrow 800,000 from him to buy another designer thing, and immediately shouted that he would not give her a penny. She was shocked at his words. She was shocked that he had spent more than $10 million on Luo Yasin, but did not want to give her 800,000. The protagonist replied that she could not tell him how and on whom to spend his own money. She asked if he was that heartless. They broke up less than a week ago. Lin replied that thanks to this, he finally had a good life. He has a date tomorrow night, so he doesn't want to spoil his mood by talking to her and saying goodbye. She started crying and saying that he couldn't do that to her, and her degree of infatuation dropped to -20%. Lin thought that after that situation with Wang Xiao, she would change, but he was wrong. Even so, he's still not going to spend any more money on her. After that, the morning came and the students appeared on the streets of the city. Tea Time sent him the location and asked him to come there for dinner. He was surprised that she was going to treat him. He understood that he needed to spend more money on a counterattack. Immediately, Tea Time went on the air, and also someone named Leopard Fang's assistant said that he could make an exclusive gift for them to order. Lin thought about it and was glad. Immediately, there was a notification that the Donut King had returned. The beggar watches her broadcast. Chai was doing a warm-up and was glad that Lin came to the broadcast. She could have danced for him and said that he could choose any dance and she would dance. Lin gave her a gift from the God of Luck. This is an individual gift for a person with the nickname Beggar. The cost of the gift of the God of Luck is $880,000 apiece. Immediately, she thanked Lin for such a gift. Lin began to give her even more gifts of the God of Luck and reached 341 pieces. In total, it was 300 million Chinese yuan. Her degree of passion has increased by 20%. She told him that she would do whatever he wanted, but Lin immediately left the air, and Tea Time was very surprised and confused. Lin was glad that he spent 300 million, which means the return will be 30 million, and therefore felt great. At this time, Tea Time was thinking. He recently gave her a supercar, and now he has thrown her 300 million. She understands that then he just proved to other bigwigs how rich he is, but this time she didn't ask for anything, and he doesn't need to prove anything. She didn't understand why he gave her so much money and at the same time didn't want something in return. She thought he had fallen in love with her. Immediately, she hid herself to come to her senses. She knew that men were unreliable and she reminded herself that he was just her wallet and therefore it was impossible to fall in love with him. But immediately, she looked at Lin Xing's photo and was confused. At that time, he was already near the school and wanted to call. Immediately he heard a noise. Someone shouted that he recognized the girl in this mask. It was Iken, from whom the guys tore off the mask and surrounded her. The guy asked where she decided to go. Lin noticed a blonde who was very nervous, but he just turned away and walked on. She realized that he would no longer come to her aid. Ichen said she didn't have any money right now and needed 3 days. The guy replied that he wouldn't buy it anymore. The girl added that she was going to take out a loan. The guy noticed that she said yesterday that her boyfriend should lend her money, but where is he? The girl sadly replied that she had broken his heart. He started laughing at her and realized that she couldn't give them the money back. If he does not lend her money, then he is still that scoundrel and clearly a weakling. He asked her what she was going to do, if she would call him and tell him to come. She didn't know what to say. Immediately they grabbed her hands and the guy said he wasn't going to waste his time. She didn't understand where he was taking her and the guy replied that he was taking her to where he could pay her off. They dragged her into the car and closed her mouth at the same time. She asked the running guy to help her. The guy immediately said that they had already kidnapped a lot of people and no one had been able to fight them back yet. She didn't blame Lin Xing because it was all her fault. If she wasn't so selfish, she wouldn't be in this situation. She is very sorry that she offended Lin then and apologized to him. Immediately the car closed and the guy told the driver to leave. Immediately, a fist flew into his face. The car door opened and Lin ordered them to get out of the car. The girl was delighted, and her degree of passion increased by 40%. The guys got angry and immediately rushed at him with the words that he clearly wanted to die. Lin beat them with money and they were in shock, and the protagonist held money in his hands, which just scattered in the wind. He told them to take 800,000 and get out. They started collecting money in a bag and asked if he was her boyfriend. Lin replied that no, and that they should already take their money and leave. The guy from the car replied so that Lin would not think that everything was over just because he returned the money. He will have to pay for the fight he gave them, and they threw Yichen out of the car. They immediately rushed forward, and the blonde told Lin that she was really sorry. The protagonist replied that she was really sorry and she thought she was wrong, then asked her to do him a favor, not to bother him anymore. Her degree of infatuation has increased by 10% again. She knew she didn't deserve him, but she was going to make up for what she had done to him over the past 3 years with her actions. After that, Lin drove a car and was driven by a driver. He watched a stream where Tea Time thanked him for the gift. The driver realized that his passenger also likes live broadcasts and asked which platform he was watching on. Lin replied that on the Medusa he just looks and sometimes donates. The man added that he usually watches Leopard Fang, but he is broke, and also remembered that one mysterious rich man recently threw off 300 million streamers. The protagonist noted that he also saw it. The news was immediately relayed that the mysterious rich man had taken a new step. A beggar has just sent 100 million to another streamer on the Medusa platform. The man realized that the rich man had entered the jellyfish. Lin wanted to see how much he had left. The man was surprised that he watched the broadcast and had entered the jellyfish. Lin wanted to see how much he had left. The man was surprised that he watched the broadcast and immediately left after a few minutes. He thought he was logging in daily to earn a few free gifts, which he could then throw off to streamers. He considered Lin an ordinary loser who performs tasks for gifts, but he's not stupid enough to spend money watching a stream. And even more so, he never gave gifts. The man decided to tell Lin that although it was none of his business, it was better to just watch the live broadcast for fun and not flirt with live broadcasts. Otherwise he would become poor. Immediately a new message came out that the rich man sent another 100 million to streamers, from which the man was shocked. Lin said that it was for her new hairstyle, so that she would remain beautiful. He was shocked by his words, and the message appeared again that the rich man had sent 100 million. He was just shocked that he couldn't drive properly, and Lin made a remark to him. Afterwards, when they arrived and Lin got out of the car, the driver simply did not believe that this guy was the rich man. Lin knew that making appointments all the time was too troublesome. In any case, money cannot be spent on a counterattack. It is worth scattering the bait everywhere, and then he will get a big catch. Easy and simple. He was glad that he spent another 300 million. Looking at the road, he realized that he needed to go there. Namdong Village is located next to Yanjin University campus, where many students rent housing, and since the shops here are designed mainly for students, the prices are very affordable. It's like Luo Yasin invited him to have dinner here. Immediately, the door opened in front of him and Lin was glad that he was finally here. The protagonist was a little embarrassed and Luo grabbed him by the hand and dragged him along with the words that he should come in. Lin was surprised at how beautiful her house was. Luo asked if he liked it here, but the protagonist was only thinking about her and therefore confused. After they sat down at the table and Luo said that she had prepared everything herself and wanted him to try it. Immediately he felt a great taste. He did not know that she could cook. This pork stew is just great. Luo was glad that Lin liked it very much. She has been renting this apartment for a long time, but stays here only on Saturday and Sunday when there are no classes. He's the first guy to come here and the first guy to eat her cooking. Lin replied that it was a great honor for him and laughed. Immediately he noticed lilacs on the balcony. Luo replied that since he liked the smell of lilac, she decided to buy one. She found out about it from Liu Yichin. Lin was very surprised because he thought that something was wrong with Luo Yasin today. He thought she was selfish and that she should try to get him to buy her something. He couldn't believe that she was so gentle and modest. She even cooked him dinner and bought him a favorite flower. Immediately he asked if she was okay and if she had a fever and tried her forehead with his hand. Luo replied that she was not a very confident person. Her parents divorced when she was very young, so she grew up thinking that the world and people were changing so fast that she couldn't keep up with them. Only money can give her an elementary sense of security, but she never thought that she would be able to feel in him the security that she had always dreamed of. She leaned against Lin, and he was surprised that she felt safe next to him. Luo explained that he had been chasing Yichin for 3 years, thereby proving that he was a very loyal person, and he also spent a lot of money on her without asking for anything in return. He's completely different from the guys who run after her. Although she was in love several times, she always tried to protect herself. She wanted to kiss Lin and they touched each other, but he immediately remembered. Luo Yasin has a 91% degree of infatuation, which means that she is now in love with him. No wonder she became a completely different person. He only thought that he would be able to return the money after the counterattack, and forgot about it. He dodged and Luo almost fell. He realized that if she wanted to give herself to him, then he would not refuse because he was a man and was not afraid to take advantage of it. Immediately he touched her watermelons and she got very excited. He apologized to her and thought it was too much. Luo replied that everything was fine and he could do whatever he wanted. They clashed in passionate kisses. She noted that the clothes were a little disturbing and he understood her. Immediately, someone started shouting for Nana not to leave him. Lin recognized that voice. It was Zhu Tong. The guy begged Nana not to leave because he was wrong, but the girl did not listen to him. He looked out the window and realized that it was really Zhu. Immediately she hit him and asked why he was yelling so loudly, and how he was not ashamed. She told him to shout louder so that everyone would know about it. Immediately people gathered around them and noted that the slap was very powerful. The guy sat down on the floor and was looking for his glasses. Lin was right next to him, who handed him the glasses and asked what was going on here. He was surprised that his friend was in front of him. Zhu said that he and Nana were dating and then noticed Luo Yasin, who had just arrived at Lin, and he was very surprised. The protagonist explained that she just invited him to dinner and asked him to continue. The guy replied that they were supposed to go to the cinema with her today. He picked her up and she said that after the movie they would go to Chanel to buy a set of wrinkles. When he found out that he was worth more than 8,000, he said that he had no money now. He didn't expect her to get angry and not want to go to the movies with him. Before that, everything was always fine with them, but she doesn't know why she suddenly got so angry. Luo asked in surprise about the guy and noted that she had heard that Nana had recently had a rich boyfriend. They were surprised and Zhu did not believe that she could betray him. Luo replied that he may or may not believe, but news from her girlfriends is never false. Zhu continued to insist on his own and simply did not believe it. Lin decided to do so. Zhu will call Nana and tell her that he will buy her cosmetics, and Luo will ask his girlfriends if they have seen this guy. He wanted to see Nana's true identity. After that, we are shown a Banya who was a little thoughtful and sad. Immediately a girl approached him, who asked what was wrong with him. He didn't know what to say, because his life would never be the same. He was almost kicked out, but fortunately Sin helped him and he was able to stay in the group. But now no one pays attention to him when he writes in a group. If this continues, it will all come down to the fact that he fell into the depths of hell. Immediately he received a message on his phone, and when he read it, he was just in shock. He started jumping and laughing because he thought that there was a chance that would change his life. It turns out that Lin wrote to the princely millions, who asked who owns the shopping center. He would like to borrow one for tomorrow to support one of his friends. Emperor Shu replied that he had opened 5 large shopping malls and he could choose one. Smiling Yeonbu said that her family also has a trading center and it is very good. Just an airplane salesman said that he was just an airplane salesman. But his family also has a shopping center, so he cannot hesitate to borrow it if he wants. Ban told Lin that his family owns a silver moon near Yanjing University, so he can occupy it at any time. Lin replied that the silver moon would come and it was close enough. He apologized to everyone for the trouble. Ban thanked him, and everyone became envious that he chose help from Ban. The very next day, Ban was sitting in the car and told the girl that he would now pick up Lin Xin to discuss the plan for today. He'll show him around. The girl was surprised that he would personally meet with the same rich man. He understood that the most important thing was that he would bring her there with him to make it clear to Lin Xin that Ban would never dare to even think about Si Yixuan in any sense. After they arrived, he knew that Lin should already be here. The girl realized that this was the legendary rich man and wanted to look at him sooner, but Ban noted that here he was. Lin was sitting at the table in ordinary clothes and eating food. The girl was surprised that this was the same rich man, and Ban considered him handsome. Although the environment is so-so, but he stands out like a firefly in the dark. Immediately Ban approached him and noted that Lin has more than 10 million. And he himself has breakfast in such an inconspicuous place. Lin replied that it was cheap and delicious here and that's why he recommends it. He wanted to go to the Silver Moon as soon as possible. And he would tell the details in the car and Ban agreed. After that, they show us a huge shopping center. According to Lin Xin's plan, Hiju would ask Nana to wait at the gate. And then Luo Yaxing would arrange for the same guy to come here and then he would wait to see if they were really meeting in secret from him or not. Then Nana saw a certain man. Immediately they kissed and Zhu realized that it turned out to be true. He got angry and went to them saying that Nana had cheated on him, and even with such an old man. The man realized with a grin that this was the poor guy Nana was talking about. Zhu told him to fuck off, because this is between him and Nana. The man laughed and asked what would he tell him to fuck off. But right now, he's the one who should fuck off. He called security and a huge man approached, who asked how he could help. Zhu replied that there was a man who was making a scene and preventing him from shopping. The guard stood in front of him and politely told Zhuo to leave. The guy replied that he was not making a scene, just this man with his girlfriend. Nana asked him not to say that, because Chu is her boyfriend, and he laughed. Zhu didn't understand why she was doing this to him. He didn't believe that 6 months of their relationship with him was nothing compared to an old man who appeared out of nowhere. Nana asked. Seeing this guard, he still didn't understand. Shu is a VIP client of this trading cent and a millionaire, so this attitude is towards him. She's not going to suffer any more being his girlfriend. Everyone should think about their future and they should understand this. Shu told Zhu not to think about dating at his age. First he needs to earn money. And when he is 40, he will find himself a 20-year-old girl. Zhu just didn't believe it and panicked a lot. Ban immediately appeared, who arrived in his car. Shu said that the guy in the sports car is called Fen Ban. He is the youngest son of the owner of the Meriden Bar, as well as the owner of the Silver Moon. Shu has collaborated with him many times. The girl thought Shu was very cool. Nana noticed that Ban was coming to them and wanted to say hello to Chu. Immediately, he hugged Zhu and called him master. Ban asked if he was here to check the operation of the shopping center. He hoped that he would reconsider his investment. They have 2 more shopping malls that need to be developed. He knows how much he is looking forward to working with him. From these words, Chu was simply shocked. Shu and Nana simply did not believe that Zhu Tong was investing money. Immediately, a beautiful girl appeared who noticed that Zhu was making people wait for so long again. She leaned against him and said that he promised to buy her a new bag from Bali. Bali has just released a new spring collection. She asked Zhu to buy her. Nana didn't understand how Zhu could be so rich, because he couldn't even buy her cosmetics for a few thousand. The girl replied, but is she worth it for him to buy her something? The girl got angry and Zhu noticed Lin Xing. He realized that Lin Xing had brought these people to help him. Zhu said that he was supposed to check the operation of the mall, but this person's face would prevent him from checking. Apparently, he said he was some kind of VIP millionaire or something. Ban started shouting that this brainless VIP of his shopping center, it humiliates the dignity of his entire shopping center. He ordered the guards to call the manager. He has to take the VIP from this man and he will fine him 2 million for breach of contract. And then he has to leave. The guard agreed with him. The man was shocked and immediately ran up to them that Nana had fallen. Chu understood that he had offended Ban because of this girl, and would lose his business selling construction materials. He told Zhu and Ban that it was just a misunderstanding. He really didn't know and apologized to Zhu. He asked to treat him like an old fart and have mercy on him. Zhu started laughing and said he thought he could smell something unpleasant and it seemed to stink from him. Ban ordered the manager to memorize the faces of these 2 and put them on the Silver Moon blacklist forever. Nana started crying and asked Zhu not to do it. Zhu advised him to look at himself, because if he falls at that age, he will not be able to get up. Nana didn't know what to do. Shu shouted that his company for the production of building materials is known throughout Huojiang and nothing will change from one bat. He has many other connections and they wanted to go. Immediately, a lot of expensive cars drove up to them. It was all rich people who came straight there. Shu was shocked, because these are some of the richest people in Huojiang and he did not understand why they were all here. Immediately, they all approached Zhu. One guy even noticed that Ban was crossing all boundaries because he was able to get Shu as an advantage. The other guy wanted to somehow also get him in help. Ban said that it is always a great honor for him to help with money. The main reason for today's incident was that guy. They all looked at Chu angrily and he was shocked. He realized that it was over and it was the end of his career. After that, Ju thanked Lin. The protagonist replied that he should not thank him, because as his friend he was obliged to help him. He asked where he got so many rich acquaintances from. The protagonist excused himself by saying that they were just at the beck and call of the Banya. The scope of their activities is very wide, including group performances and others. Ju said it was time for him to go to school, and in the evening he would bring fried rice from the cafeteria. Lin agreed with him and asked him not to add duck necks there. The girl thought that this rich man was really so restrained and unpredictable. The guy didn't know what Lin was up to this time. The other replied that it didn't matter. If Lin is doing this, then there is a good reason for it. The girl was also surprised with Lin's oddities. After that, the protagonist thanked everyone for coming, and he offered them that he would treat them all with hot and spicy food. Immediately, everyone agreed with him in unison. Ban put his hand on Lin's shoulder and laughed, finding Lin very funny. He wanted to go to his bar, which is located on the 7th floor of the mall. The guy noted that since Lin wanted to treat them, he should pay for all of them. Lin had never been to such a prestigious bar and hoped it wasn't so expensive. After that, when they were already sitting in the bar, the guy noticed that Lin had thrown off 100 million to 3 streamers yesterday. In just one day, the number of beautiful girls registered on all platforms has doubled. Another guy noted that compared to Lin, he feels like a poor man. The man noted that he suspects that Lin Xing is the son of one of the most inconspicuous tycoons in the capital. The girl noted that she would always be for him. The guy asked Yang why she is silent and continues to drink alcohol. He would like to help her, but the project she proposed is too expensive. He thought it was really crazy. Even the largest Chinese technology leader, Quk, could not do this, and asked if her small team, created less than a year ago, could solve it. He did not understand why she was so determined to open her own business and thought that it was still worth listening to her father or following Lin, and she would receive money at least every day. And then she could just lie in comfort, travel and buy all sorts of expensive bags. Immediately she put down the glass and said that the word surrender is not in her dictionary. But they, her old friends, are completely afraid of her father and will not lend her money, so she wanted to turn to Mr. Lin Xin. The guy noted that Yang's character is so heavy. If Lin had known about her outrageous behavior, he would not have invested money in her. The other man knew she was doomed to fail. The girl told Lin that she owns a nightclub Big Hot. There is an excellent program every evening, especially in the VIP section. It's cool there and she invites him to go there sometime. The guy noted that the nightclubs are too noisy, and his private holiday on the yacht is very comfortable, and suggested to her that he send a car for him tomorrow. Bong asked if he was interested in California poker. He runs a couple of exciting games. They were all poking their glasses around Lin. The protagonist said that it all sounds good, but he prefers to spend money rather than play. He thought they were being a little mean to him. Yang immediately approached him, who realized that he likes to spend money and it's good for her. She put her hand on his chest and asked if he could invest in her. They realized that Yang was at it again. Ban noticed that Lin had already given her more than 10 million and asked where she had spent it. The guy asked not to listen to her because she is up to something outrageous. Anyone who gets involved in this will lose everything. Yang immediately hit him and told him to shut up. Lin noted that she was the treasurer of the group and asked what he needed to spend the money on. Immediately, the system launched a counterattack. Her degree of enthusiasm was already 10%, and Lin realized that he should not miss the chance to get a girl and earn money. Yang replied that she was engaged in the creation of industrial chips. Bong immediately ran up to Lin and said it was outrageous and stupid. It's just her stupid dream. Yang replied that there is nothing stupid about this, and from the point of view of academic theory it is quite possible. Her company has been working on this project for more than a year and only a few minor technical problems remain to be solved. The guy accused her that she had already spent billions and had not completed any technology. Immediately, the girl could not stand it anymore and hit him again. She leaned against Lin and asked him what he thought about investing in her project. Yang had already realized that Lin would laugh at this, just like everyone else. The protagonist replied that industrial chips are great. The US is ahead of their country in technology. If this chip can be developed, then their country will have more opportunities. He agreed to invest in this project. Everyone was surprised by his words. Even Yang was surprised that he agreed. She asked if he wasn't going to investigate her company, and he should know the probability of success of this venture as well as its cost. There is a high probability that nothing will work out. Lin replied that no research was needed. First, the money will be transferred to her, and then she will be able to send him a contract. He wanted to transfer 500 million to her, and when they run out, Yang should ask him for additional money. He asked her not to worry. Even if it doesn't work out, it's okay. After all, they support entrepreneurship. He doesn't know why, but it seems to him that she is a reliable person. At least of all the people here, she is the only one who seriously talks to him about her ideas. The girl was surprised and confused by his words. 500 million came into her account. She realized that Lin really believes that she can do it. Her degree of passion has increased by 20%. Everyone was shocked by this, and the guy noted that Lin is a real rich man who had the courage to invest in everything he wants. This is 500 million and they will now be wasted. Ban thought that Lin had fallen in love with Yang and bought her smile for these millions. Immediately, the protagonist remembered that he had one important thing to do and decided to finish it next time and said goodbye to Yang. They said goodbye to him in response, and Yang blushed very much from him. Immediately, a waiter approached them, who said that their bill was $330,000. The guy asked who was paying for all this, because Lin had already left. They almost started fighting over who would pay, because for Lin it's too small a sum and he just forgot about these little things. But Lin knew that it was too expensive and he couldn't afford it and he didn't really want to treat them. After that, they show us a big house and how Yang was doing sports. She was on the phone. Xia Yixuan noted that Yang just said it and received the investment. Yang still couldn't believe it. She thought he was really different. Xia Yixuan congratulated her anyway, because now she has solved the biggest financial problem on her business path. Yang was glad. We are shown how she tried to prove to her father that her idea is good. He has not yet listened to her, but he has already refused her. Her father said he didn't need her to start a business. The Sheehan family is so big, and she can take over the family's business. He also wanted to block her card so that she wouldn't make such a mistake. She also turned to her uncle, but he told her that her father had already told them what the money was for. He advised her to listen to her parents, because she is a girl and she needs to get married as soon as possible. Yangbu definitely wanted to do it. Xia Yixuan believed in her. Yang noticed that she was only talking about herself and asked what happened at the reunion she went to. Xia Yixuan replied that it was supposed to be a normal party, but she was surprised by one of her classmates. His knowledge in the field of valuing relics is not inferior to the knowledge of her master. Yang was surprised that Xia Yixuan was interested in the guy. She thought he looked like a real nerd. Xia Yixuan asked if she wasn't also interested in one guy, the one who trusts her unconditionally and throws his money to the wind for her. Yang shouted, and Tak also told her that she was interested in him. At that moment, her mother came into Xia Yixuan's room and said that it was time for her to go. She wanted to remind her once again that Mr. Cao represents the Cao family, who will become auctioneers of their museum in the future, so she has to get close to him. Xia Yixuan was sad about it, but she agreed. After Lin came to the dorm and walking into his room saw Wu Zhai, he immediately asked what was wrong with him. The guy replied that he had a fever and he asked him to replace him for that day, and for that he would pay $150. Lin replied that everything was fine and asked if his photo was here. He asked to confide in his father, but Wu Zhai jokingly remarked that he was his dad. Wu Zhai works at the museum on the night shift. Zhu Tong and Jiang Ho could not replace him because they are afraid of the dark. Wu Zhai won't be able to go to work, so Lin should help him. When leaving, Lin said that he was going to work, and he could stay here. After that, we are shown the Yanjing Museum. Lin was sitting on his phone and realized that there was no one in the museum today. He decided to spend some money on streamers right now. While Lin was donating to the streamers, a smart white car drove up. Immediately a man and his secretary came out. Immediately, Cao greeted the guy and clarified that the Xia family was already waiting upstairs, and he asked him to enter when they passed Lin. Cao greeted him loudly, which surprised the guy in front of him. He noted that they hired a blind man to work in the museum. He didn't even deign to stand up and greet him. Lin stood up and apologized to him. The man also apologized and noted that he was a college student and a temporary employee. The girl noted that his face shows that the only thing he is capable of is working as a security guard. Cao felt that his apology seemed somehow insincere, and he asked if he hadn't been taught to bow 90 degrees at school. Lin replied that they are taught not to look only at the appearance of a person. The man shouted at Lin to shut up. Cao was angry that he was lecturing him now. He considered Lin a beggar, so he can't say such things to him. He didn't want to see him anymore. The man tried to explain that they still have a shortage of staff and they still need people. Cao became even more angry and ordered everyone to be silent, because even Mr. Xia has to listen to him. He asked who he thought he was and ordered Lin to be removed from here immediately. The man realized that he was right and asked him to go up. Lin wondered if he was going to ruin Wu Zhai's side job. He heard about Director Xia and assumed that this museum belongs to the Xia Yixuan family. He wanted to talk to her. After the Xia family greeted Cao, Yixuan was there. Cao and Xia's father shook hands and said hello. The father clarified that he was glad that Cao wanted to contribute to the preservation of history. The Xia family admires him. He asked Xia Yixuan to show the Cao Museum. He also clarified to her that Cao's investments are very important. This time they are counting on her. Yixuan asked Cao to follow her and she would show him the treasures of their museum, and he was happy. She showed him the only surviving painting with the calligraphy of the god of poetry, and it is the only one of its kind. In 200 words, the poems tell about the sadness of parting with a friend. If you look closely at this picture, you can even feel the emotions of the poet in the brushstrokes when he wrote this poem. Immediately, Cao put his hand on her shoulder, and she did not understand what he was doing. Immediately, she pushed his hand away and asked what he was doing. Cao replied that she was just beautiful and he couldn't resist. Yixuan noted that she sees that he has no interest in these artifacts, and asked why he invests in the museum. Cao laughed and replied that he was just spending money on whatever he wanted. He doesn't need interest. Yixuan said that if he knew a little bit about it, he would understand that these artifacts are not worth their money. She didn't understand why her father had agreed to invest on his part in the first place. Cao laughed again and asked if she was living in a fairy tale. But then again, she has a quality that no other woman has and he likes it. He decided to show her what the real world is. He told his father that he was not enthusiastic about this museum of theirs, but he would buy it for $600 million with the condition that Yixuan would marry him. The father noted that this was too much. Xia Yixuan replied that no way. There's no way she's going to marry him. She wanted her mother and father to call security and kick her out. But Xiao Mao thought about it. Because it's $600 million, he decided to tell his daughter the truth to him. After 2 years of losses in a row, the Yangzheng Museum can no longer work. It is on the verge of bankruptcy. Mr. Cao is not here to invest, but to buy it. She was shocked by this, and Cao added that he knows that they have been looking for an investor for a long time and he is his last hope. He asked them not to worry. He assured them that their daughter would have a better life if she married him. Xia Yixuan ran up to her mother and asked if she wanted to sell to this man. Her mother apologized to her because she is useless here, but she leaves the decision in her hands. The father noted that he also did not want to marry her off in this way, but if they did not sell the Cao Museum, they would go bankrupt. Most of these artifacts are bought up by dealers and collectors at low prices or end up on the black market. They are very grateful to her for always being there for them. She remembered when she was still a little girl and looked at various artifacts with her father. Xia Yixuan said that these artifacts were beautiful. The father replied that his baby Yixuan was so good that she appreciated them at such a young age. The blood, sweat, and soul of the masters are embedded in each artifact. Although cultural relics are divided into 3, 6, and 9 classes, they must be priceless. She saw the craftsmen who made them. She saw rich people discussing artifacts. One man said that last month he bought an impressionist painting and sold it for $600,000. Another replied that last year he bought a jade ring on the black market for several tens of thousands, and this year it was sold for millions. She knew that these rich people don't appreciate artifacts. They only talk about how to make money from them. All the guys also ran after Xia Yixuan. One offered her Chanel perfume, which costs $5,000. He thinks only they match her temperament. Another guy offered her a ride in a $2 million sports car. They all thought that if they had money, they could all get everything. But there are many things in this world that money can't buy. She always thought so, and yet all this, so fragile in the face of reality. Cao asked Xia Yixuan not to worry, because he would treat her well after the wedding. If she gives him a son, she will buy him another museum, for the sake of everything in the pavilion. She agreed, because she understands everything. The father thanked his daughter and realized that she had grown up so much. He wanted to sign the contract right now. Then they came to the negotiating table. The man said that this agreement comes into force from the moment it is signed by both parties and cannot be changed. My father thought that Cao was very generous. They had no problems with the contract. Xia Yixuan will be very happy to marry him. Her mother gave her a pen to sign the contract as soon as possible. Cao was already licking his lips and was in anticipation. She wanted to sign already and was holding a pen. Immediately, she started crying and her hands were shaking. Lin abruptly appeared on the scene, who had heard that someone was buying a museum.
Immediately, the senior assistant appeared and greeted everyone. The protagonist told the waitress to call the captain, and she agreed. Jing said that the captain is still missing, but a senior assistant can manage transactions instead. He thinks his name is Xiao Zhang. They wanted to drive this poor man to despair, and tonight he could have a good time with her. Lin thought it was a great offer. The girl said that if he buys this yacht, then they will all kneel before him. Jing added that if he buys this yacht, then this young waitress will be his. He realized that he was probably in business negotiations with a client right now. Apparently he didn't have time to answer the phone. One man asked if he was completely pissed off that he was calling the captain of the yacht. Another said he was surprised for just 3 seconds. Immediately it turned out that the number he had dialed was temporarily unavailable. Jing and the girls were shocked by his words. Lin asked that those who have money have the right to have fun. He decided to call the yacht's captain. The girl understood that the main mission had not yet been completed. If it is revealed now, all efforts will be in vain. Even though he has some skills, he still can't handle so many people. They wanted to show them that the rules of the game are for the rich and surrounded Lin and Shun, who was standing behind him. The protagonist told Wei that it was his time to come down from the stage. He felt Jing said that whoever he was, he should get down on his knees and ask for forgiveness, and he would break his legs and throw him overboard. And the waitress also has to kneel, only for another, and laughed. After all, if she's on this yacht, she shouldn't pretend to be innocent. He told her to be a good girl and apologized to Mr. Jean. The bald guy noted that to attend this party you need to pay $100,000 for one person, and Lin says that he was invited by the captain of the ship. He did not believe in all this and thought it was just a joke. The man noted that Lin is a poor guy who got on board, either a waiter or a stowaway. Lin grabbed the candy and said he didn't have any invitation. He was invited by the captain, and they can just ask the captain. The girl immediately intervened and said that he was dressed as a waiter and was now telling them that he was a guest here. After all, they had been here many times at parties, but she had never seen him. And today he decided to play the hero, saving a lady in trouble. She was wondering where his invitation was. The guy replied that he was not a waiter, because the captain invited him for entertainment. King was shocked that some insignificant waiter dared to be impertinent to him. Lin immediately intervened, who apologized to him, but there are no special services offered here. By the way, he's breaking the law now. She understood that if she hadn't been undercover today, she would have beaten him up. He wanted her to serve him, and very well. He threw her money and said that the last few days had been too stormy. Today he wanted something more pleasant and innocent. He thought he was a temptation in such a uniform. He ordered her to take the money and go to him. Immediately, he took away the knife and threw Wei away from him, and he flew straight to the people. The guys were happy, because this is the same old Jing who knows how to have fun. The girl replied that she works on this boat as a maintenance staff, and at the same time she does not know what he wants. Today Mr. Jing wants something special. She wanted Shun to provide him with special services. Mr. Jing is very influential, he definitely won't hurt them. Shun asked if he wanted champagne. The man was sitting surrounded by girls and called her to him. There were also a lot of guards around him. The guy realized that she had changed jobs and noted that the waiter was a good job, much better than the previous one. She welcomed him to this party and asked him to enjoy it. She hoped he wouldn't ruin anything again. Immediately, someone called the waitress. Lin asked if these drinks were free, because he wanted to have a little drink. Immediately he recognized Shin, and she was surprised that he was here. She knew that this operation had to go perfectly. What happened last night shouldn't happen again when that jerk almost declassified her. Lin felt the pleasant atmosphere and noted that there are a lot of girls in bikinis. Someone asked Shin how the situation was and whether she managed to make a deal. The girl replied that she had the target in her sights and was ready to act at any time. When he went inside, he saw a lot of girls who were seducing guys. It was Lin Xing, and the guy told him to have fun while he went to another boat and solved some business. Lin agreed with him and wished him good luck. He grabbed a knife and shouted that if he died, he would take it with him. He rushed straight at the protagonist. Next day, someone was sailing on a huge yacht. She said that the suspect was dealt with and it was necessary to pick him up, and also told the fourth group to prepare for arrest. She was told in response that everything would be done. Immediately, she kicked him in the face. She didn't understand where this idiot came from, and he almost foiled her plan by playing the hero. The guy was in pain and he reached out to Shin Aodong. Lin said when he left that she might be beautiful, but she shouldn't be in such a business. He asked me to listen to his advice and find a real job. The girl was shocked by his words. Lin was surprised that the counterattack had already begun, and noted that this girl looked pretty innocent. He was sorry that she was a girl of easy virtue. Her name is Shin Aodong and her age is 24. The girl asked if she understood that his actions were dangerous. Immediately, the system noticed that the valuable girl was open and she launched a counterattack. The girl sat down and checked that they had all lost consciousness. They also plopped down on the ground and lost consciousness. Wei fell to his knees and thought that it was over. He had lost everything, and it was all because of Lin Xian. Immediately, Lin took him and the other guy and hit them with their heads. 2 guys fell to the floor, and the fat man was in shock. Lin just stepped back and the guys hit each other. The girl asked him to be careful. They got angry at his words and wanted to beat him because he thinks too much about himself. Immediately, the guys surrounded him and asked how he could protect her alone. They believed that Lin was trying to become a hero, and he had clearly reviewed the TV dramas and laughed. Lin replied that they should get out because he did not want to resort to physical force. Everyone was surprised at his words, as was the girl herself. Lin Xing immediately showed up, who said that she clearly didn't want it, and asked if they wanted to force her to do it. The girl replied that they would not succeed. She's not that kind of person, and they're committing a crime. The fat guy ordered her to shut up, because she had already aroused the guys. Now they need to help them. The girl asked them to let her go. The guy liked her audacity. Then he pulled her to him, because he couldn't stand it anymore and he really wants this girl. They started throwing all sorts of things at him. They shouted that they had always suspected him, that he was still that scoundrel, and he was right. He framed one guy too, but he had no proof, so he was silent for a long time, feeling humiliated. They wanted to smash his face and have him expelled from the university. They longed for him to serve time in prison, while others wanted to slap him in the face, and only then would they calm down. The guy noted that she had such white skin. The girl said that they could look, but not touch. The unknown guys surrounded the girl and said that they would touch her, because she is a corrupt woman. Lin Xing drew attention to this picture. They all went with him, and Lin noted that after strengthening all his skills, it's not so easy to get drunk from this. There's someone here to shout so that no one touches her, because you can't do that. He wanted to go to the toilet and his friends sent him. After that, Lin's friends and he had fun and drank drinks. Zhong felt that the drinks at the party were not very good, and therefore it's better to go and have a beer. Zhang Hao replied that it was true. He wanted to drink to the fact that today, he became the president of the student council, and of course at his expense. Lin noted that he had already said this 100 times. The protagonist agreed with him and said that he would come. He hasn't been in a good mood lately, but at least have fun on the yacht. The guy was glad that the rich man would appear to him. The guy asked Lin Xing if he remembered a party on a private yacht that he highly recommended to him. It will take place tomorrow evening on the river. There is a very special program, and invited him to join them. Man wrote that he had the best relationship with Mr. Rich and wanted everyone to be jealous. Yong replied that she actually has a good relationship with him too. Lin was a little upset. He picked up the phone and was informed that he had just seen Ban bragging that he had done something for him in the group of princely millions, and it seems that Yongbu was involved in this. He didn't understand why Lin wouldn't just ask for help from him. Immediately his phone rang. Everyone realized that he was such a monstrous person and were outraged. The guys were outraged that he dared to deceive them. He wanted to teach her a lesson. He put Yi Chen on Xiaoyu's legs and spanked her. If it wasn't for her unconscious state, he would have punished her even more. Yes, so that she could no longer do such a thing. He realized that this crazy girl had slipped it to him, and his passive skill was still recovering, and she was able to take advantage of it. He did not understand what had happened and saw a flask with an aphrodisiac. After Lin woke up, and Yi Chen was already lying on the floor. And they did all this in the school toilet. They started doing adult stuff. It was his animal instinct, and she realized what she had done to him. He thought that Lin Xing hadn't woken up yet. Then he turned her around and exhaled, and Yi Chen asked him to wait. Immediately, the protagonist got up and Yi Chen was very surprised. Even if Lin Xian is expelled, no one will be able to figure out who is really behind this case. He is so perfect that the student council and everyone at this school will never think that he is guilty of anything. She wanted to kiss him and said she couldn't live without him anymore. Chen wanted Xiaoyu to open her eyes and look carefully. Lin Xing is hers now. She will never get it, and it's stupid to dream about Lin Xing, it's just an illusion. She hugged him and was very embarrassed. She sat right on top of him and wanted Lin to be hers alone. She picked up Lin and tore her dress with the words, "He's bothering her." Lin fell on Xiaoyu and Yi Chen appeared, who laughed. Lin felt that he felt something. He tried to wake Xiaoyu up, and realized how strong the sleeping pills were. Immediately above him, someone sawed a certain solution. She thought Lin Xing was wonderful, especially when he hit her at the end. She was very pleased. She wanted to finish what she started someday and laughed sweetly. Ichen realized that Luo wanted to dedicate herself to Lin Xian, but it was too late. A man will always belong to his first girlfriend. After that, he came to the girl who was still sleeping. She took her clothes and went out of the room. Ichen asked why Luo was shaking and asked her to get dressed so she wouldn't catch a cold. Luo was surprised when she saw the palm print. The slap mark is so big that she definitely couldn't leave it to herself, so it was done by a guy. She didn't believe it could be. Ichen noted that she is not so strong. Usually she can't even open the bottle cap, and showed her thigh. Didn't believe it, that he had done this to her, and thought that she had torn her own dress. She replied that it was all because of Lin Xian. He looked like an ordinary and polite guy, and turned out to be so rude, but it is his rudeness that makes her feel happier than ever before. Luo asked what was wrong with her, because she looks like someone attacked her, and she should be able to defend herself. She was very tired and sat down on a chair. Immediately, Ichen came into the room. All this is due to the fact that she was interrupted that day and she needs another chance. Zhang Hao said that the party was going on, and Lin, leaving the stage, knew that when it was over, it was worth seeing how Xiaoyu was. Lin wanted them to look at the screen and understand everything himself. 40 minutes ago, Wei put Xiaoyu on the sofa. He laughed, because he thought that this girl absolutely did not suspect anything when she drank a drink with sleeping pills. Luo was lying on the bed and did not understand where Lin Xing had gone and why he was not responding to her messages. She wants to invite him to dinner at her rented apartment the day after tomorrow and do something. After that, they show us the women's dormitory. At this time, he had already climbed out of the window and was riding a boat. He was glad that he managed to escape from this chaos. If the police caught him gambling, that would be the end. She wondered where Lin had gone, and the guys realized that this waitress was actually an agent. Lin helped her catch the criminal and his money should be returned. The man reported that Hao Biao and several of his subordinates had been arrested, and the operation could be completed. Shen was glad that it was over. The police immediately appeared and told everyone to stop. They're going to arrest a gang of smugglers. Immediately everyone came up to him and got acquainted, and the girls wanted to become his daughter-in-law. She even noted that she knows more than 48 poses in adult business. The guy confirmed their words. This is the person he was talking about. He invited him to have fun here tonight. Immediately, everyone realized that Lin was the famous rich man and were shocked, and Shin transmitted information that the most important goal was already under control, and they should immediately move forward. Immediately he went up to him and began to examine him. He hoped that everything was fine in him. Lin said everything was fine. The guy asked if he had been hit by a bullet and if he had been hit with a knife. Ichen noticed that only such a wonderful person as Lin Xing is worthy of being her boyfriend. The head of the yacht immediately appeared and asked what was going on here. The bald man said that Han Biao had just gambled with Lin using fake cards and even shot, and said that he was still a bad guy, and her degree of infatuation was 15%. Lin told her that when he was checking the table, he secretly broke the sensor and it was just a game of luck, and he just shoved these 2 cards into his hands when he hit him. Shen laughed. The girl whispered that she didn't think he would have been suitable for such a cheap deception and asked how he won it all. And only Khan cheated here and kicked Khan. Everyone was shocked that Boss Khan was a fraud. Lin stood up and asked if he had forgotten something. He is the owner of this yacht and the guards will listen to him. Immediately, the guards grabbed Jing and he did not understand what was happening. Jing shouted for the guards to arrest this man. First he cheated and then he hurt another person altogether. Right after that, he punched Han Biao 3 times in the stomach. That's the speed. Shen also didn't understand and only noticed that he threw the chips out of his right hand by hitting the barrel of the gun. And everyone was surprised again that Lin had turned down such a chance. For the sake of his friend. The girls were in love with him. And the guy assured that if someone speaks badly, he will immediately start fighting. Even Luo said that Lin was handsome. Immediately an explosion sounded and Khan was already lying on the floor and spitting blood. No one understood what had happened. Shen asked him not to provoke him because he would kill him. He came close and pointed the gun. Lin said that he was very interested in something, which is faster than a bullet from his gun or his hand. He also pulled out a gun and said that according to his rules, card fraud means the loss of one finger and the confiscation of all the money won. If he did not agree, he would get a bullet in the forehead. Immediately, Hao drove a knife into the table. The guy said that cheating is wrong even if it's his yacht. There are rules at the gaming table. Fraud is a serious matter at the gambling table. The girl thought that Lin was very rich, but at the same time he was playing dirty. Shin said they didn't resort to fraud. If they don't believe it, they can check the recordings from the video cameras. Khan shouted that this girl had just forged the cards. He's been playing cards for years. Her traps won't fool him. She seems to be really good at it. Lin asked what was wrong. He won so many times and everything was fine, and then they lost once and immediately went berserk. He believed that he no longer wanted to play. Han was furious and insulted Lin. He believed he was bullying him. All the guys were surprised that Lin won and at the same time all their money. Now Boss Han is like a bamboo basket, scooping up water, but all in vain. He told the director that the position of president of the student council should be occupied by someone who has competence and outstanding abilities. Zhang Hao headed the organizational department of the student council, but was expelled by the former president. Zhang Hao has experience and abilities, and, in his opinion, he is ideally suited for the position of president of the council. Being the president of the student council is not an easy job. He wouldn't do it. After a moment, it turned out that Han lost and Lin won. He ordered her to deal the cards because he believes that he will be so lucky. She only noticed that the censor was not responding and reported it to Khan. Lin asked what happened. He asked her not to hurry up, because he is looking forward to the opportunity to return to the game. Khan was in turmoil. The girl started handing out cards. She noticed that something had happened. The Khan agreed with him and decided to play a big $10 billion game with him. Even those watching the game were thinking, because tens of millions is very little for such a game. The bald man noted that Lin put several billion on each hand. Compared to him, Mr. Han is really stingy. Boss Han has won so much money, but he is such a weakling that he only bets tens of $1 million at a time, and asked if Lin was afraid of losing. He decided to continue. He felt sorry that the game was becoming less interesting. Lin thanked them all for everything, because if Zhang Hao had not informed him and Mr. Ban about the conspiracy, the consequences would have been disastrous. He realized that everything was fine. He said that Lin could examine her anywhere. He thanked her. He wanted to check the table anyway, and checking her clothes can wait. Then he put his hand on the table and used the system. People were surprised and a little upset because it looks like Lin started to worry and now he has lost all the money, which is understandable because he spent almost 2 billion. The girl, Han replied that there was no problem. He decided to conduct a check. It was necessary for Mr. Lin to make sure that his losses were honest. When he came, he said that he had suspicions that something was wrong with the playing cards. He wanted to request a check. He hugged her and said it's easy when you know how it works. He decided to go and teach them a lesson. Shin said that's why she says he has no chance of winning. Lin understood what she was talking about. In fact, gambling harms people. Cards with microchips are used on the gaming table, and sensors are installed under the table. Even before the cards come out of the mixer, the sensors already know their number and order. Which card will be dealt to which player, the dealer knows everything in advance. The dealer transmits hints via wireless headphones and Han already knows whether to double the bet or give up. Any attempt to cheat, change cards, or use fake cards will be immediately detected by sensors. Electronic cards and sensors are legal and are used to prevent players from cheating. The only way to cheat is the tips that the dealer passes to Khan, and they are hard to catch on this. Lin asked why it was impossible to win and asked if Han could change his cards. Just like in the movies, just a little magic tricks and got the right cards. He even thought about reporting illegal gambling and getting a reward. Shin asked Lin not to let the films deceive him. This is the most primitive method of fraud. Shin said she wasn't thrilled about it anyway, and to let him know, it's impossible to win. She can't control her emotions and she was almost exposed. Everyone was shocked that he could become president on the recommendation of the director. Lin is cool because he turned everything around in one move. For the first time in his entire life, he is pressed against the wall by a beautiful girl. a good feeling. He said it was okay. He wouldn't blame her if she lost, and she shouldn't worry so much. He'd better go easy on her before he scares her off. In the end, she will not understand that his loss of money is earnings. She asked if he really thinks that doubling the bet every time will help to get back what was lost earlier. Her degree of infatuation dropped to -3. She asked him to stop, because there is no room for luck on the gambling table. She pressed him against the wall and asked if he was crazy, because money should not be spent this way. They considered her very proactive and that there would be no more gambling. Han asked if Lin wanted to continue, the protagonist wanted to continue, and immediately Shin dragged him back. Khan laughed and said that he had a good man and that he had courage. He noticed that this rich fool was getting excited. After winning this $2 billion, his illegal businesses will soon recover. Boss Han was winning all the time. He lost more than $1 billion and $700 million. Everyone was shocked by his words that he was playing with such a big bet. They didn't know if there was a limit to his money. Lin decided to bet $200 million on the next game. In the next hand, he will bet $2 billion. The face value of the chips is so small and asked her to let him exchange them for $20 billion. She replied that there were no problems, asked him not to be disappointed. He is sure that Lin will win next time. The girl reported that Boss Han had won, and Lin with a cute face said he was sorry. Han told Lin that he stood up for justice and helped remove people endangering their university, and he invited him to become the president of the student council. Lin decided to bet more and noted that it was his turn now. After Han noticed that luck was on Lin's side and suggested that he raise the bet, the girl started handing out cards and both were happy. She was informed that as a waitress who had just received a yacht as a gift from a billionaire, she, of course, could not refuse his request. People thought that Lin was now in a full grave, because as a waitress she could compare with Han's skill. She understood that in order not to reveal her identity, she would have to help him with the game. People understood that even though Lin was insanely rich, but at the gaming table, even with a lot of money, they would still all fall into the pocket of Boss Han. After that, they were sitting at the table and Khan said that Baccarat was too complicated. And if you consider that Mr. Lin does not know how to play it, they will not play normally. He wanted to play the simplest blackjack and Lin agreed with him. The protagonist thought that if she played for his money and if she lost $20 billion, he would get $2 billion back. This is much more profitable than sending gifts to streamers. Shin shouted that he was crazy because any game with him is doomed to lose. Lin wanted to spend all the money because they would return to him and then he would be able to live comfortably, not denying himself anything. Lin noticed that he hasn't been very lucky at cards lately, so Shin will play for him. If he loses, he will pay, and if he wins, all the winnings will be hers. He asked her not to refuse. I asked Han to wait, because he thought it would be nice to have some fun. Shun was shocked by his actions. Han and Jing were glad that he had fallen into a trap. He realized that this was exactly what he needed, and Shun was surprised at his words. Shin asked him not to succumb to their provocations. They say that Khan knows how to cheat at the gaming table. Even if he has 10 or 20 billion, he will not have time to realize how he will lose everything. Lin thought about losing 20 billion. The guy turned to the director and said that the student council needed to elect a new president as soon as possible. The rector thought about it. He told Jing said that some people have a lot of money, but they are afraid of losing. Even if they lose $200, they won't be able to sleep peacefully and invited Khan to play with him. Lin looked at him with calm eyes. Lin replied that he certainly had the money. Then Han approached him and asked, "And what then?" There was not enough courage. Khan simply did not believe that a man who spends hundreds of millions of dollars has never gambled. And he calculated that Lin had nothing left except those $800 million. The girl replied that Khan is really rude. Even if he no longer has money, he is still a big sponsor on this yacht. Khan noted that the atmosphere was so pleasant today and asked if he would like to play a few games. Lin replied that he could not gamble, and it was not entirely legal. He is involved in smuggling illegal goods from Myanmar and Laos, and has also organized 2 underground casinos. Over the past months, they have destroyed several of his shelters. He's the target of today's operation. He introduced himself to him and said that his name was Han Biao, but everyone who knows him is called Boss Han, and asked what his name was. Lin introduced himself to him, and the girl was shocked, because she knew that this was the same Han Biao, the head of the Black Tiger Gang. Han told Lin that he was still a daredevil, sincere, and so she wanted to take care of him. He decided to show it like a forging brought to the threshold. He told his boss Han that he had lost control of himself, but if he hit him in the face, it would also be an insult to him. If Boss Han agrees to deal with this for him, then he will give him the business in Myanmar. Han thought he was after Wei's clothes were already torn. People knew that Wei was clearly not worthy of being the president of the student council. It's not over yet. He also dared to put a sleeping pill on the girl, and therefore they wanted to send him to prison. Bald Man noted that he has not tolerated it for a long time. Shin also didn't understand who it was. Immediately a huge guy appeared who noted that Jean was mistaken, because this guy is not so simple. Everyone surrounded Lin and laughed with Jean, who tried to insult him. Lin noted that Jing had said that if he bought this yacht, then this waitress would be his. The girl replied that she was not only his, but they were all his. The girl asked what his name was because he was so young, handsome, and rich. She wanted to get to know him better. Immediately, now the assistant told Shin that she is now the owner of the yacht. There are 100 crew members on their ship. They are ready to provide them with services and full dedication. Immediately, everyone greeted Mrs. Shin. Everyone was shocked that he really bought and immediately for the full amount. They didn't understand who he was. They realized that he was a big shot who had been invited by the captain. He noted that this yacht is his gift for Shin Aodong. He immediately paid and spent 800 million. He also noticed that he still didn't know her name. The girl said her name was Shin Aodong. The guy explained that he pays and she signs, he gives the yacht to her. Everyone was shocked by his words. The protagonist wanted Shin to sign her name. Immediately, they began to beat Wei and tear his clothes. They wanted to strip him naked, because he likes to pretend so much, and he shouted at them to stop. Lin decided not to sign the document. Immediately everyone started laughing at him, and wanted to throw him off the ship. Everyone wanted him to sign, and they assured him that if he had $800 million on his card, he would jump into the sea and swim back. And the girl, they already wanted to process everything and do everything. The man said that Lin needed to use the card and sign the documents. If he can't afford this purchase, he should buy a ship. The assistant captain said that since he insists on buying, he said that the initial cost of this yacht is $700 million, to which an additional $100 million must be added for accelerated processing. A total of $800 million. All the necessary documents are here. He just needs to sign and transfer the money. Her degree of passion increased by 5% and she was surprised. Lin turned around and asked her not to worry. Shin asked him what he was doing and asked him to stop. She couldn't let him get in trouble because of her. She would have to cancel today's mission. Everyone was surprised because it is a black card of the bank dragon, but it is a little different and looked rich. The girl thought she looked pretty convincing, but thought she was fake. The protagonist handed out a gold card and said that less chatter was needed and he should name the price. He didn't know if Lin would be able to buy it. Jing said that this guy wants to buy their yacht. This is a big deal and the assistant should greet him. The man replied that Jing was probably joking because the cost of this yacht is too high and even he considers it expensive. To the floor and everyone surrounded him. The guys didn't understand what was going on. How is it that the president and teacher son are bad? They thought they were deceived. Luo was standing outside the men's dorm staring at her phone. She didn't know why Lin wasn't answering her texts and phone calls and thought he might be asleep. She thought that her friend Louis Chen was not lying, and if it was true, then she needed to act quickly. A rich, muscular man like Lin Xing, who doesn't even have a girlfriend yet, should be the object of adoration of many women. The girl decided that she would never give up and was inspired. At this time, the guys were watching Luo. They did not understand why this girl was dressed so openly and waiting for someone. Another guy thought she had a fight with her boyfriend. After that, the morning came and the students took to the streets again. Lin was walking down the street and eating a sandwich. Gambling and fighting had tired him out overnight. He wanted to get to bed as soon as possible. Then he noticed Luo Yasin, who was standing against the wall and seemed to have dozed off. The protagonist heard the guys discussing her. They found out that it was Luo Yasin. Another guy added that he saw her waiting for someone here last night, and it looks like she waited all night. Immediately, the girl rushed into the arms of the surprised protagonist and called his name. She was glad that Lin Xing had finally returned. There were tears of happiness in her eyes. Surprised, the protagonist asked if she had been waiting for him here all night. Luo Yasin replied that everything was fine, because he was busy, so she was ready to wait. She wants him to know that she understands everything. The protagonist was surprised again and asked what exactly she understood. The girl put her head on the guy's chest and added that he is so talented, and she realizes how big the difference between them is. She is sure that many girls better than her are trying to win him. Therefore, she is ready to be the most understanding. She was so tired that she was already beginning to lose consciousness. The protagonist embarrassedly picked up the girl so that she did not fall. He picked her up and asked if she was okay. He decided to carry her so she could rest. After that, the girl was lying on the bed. She thanked the protagonist for taking her home. Lin asked if she was awake already and covered her with a blanket. The girl began to undress and noted that Lin was very kind to her and at the same time took his hand, from which the protagonist literally lost the power of speech, seeing an incredible beauty in front of him. She reached out to him and noticed that he must have been very busy last night and tired, so she asked him to let her give him a massage. The protagonist was confused and realized that she had been waiting for him all night and even offered a massage. This girl is really amazing. Then he smiled and thought that if the fish was on the hook, it would be stupid not to hook it. He asked if she could massage. The protagonist lay down on the bed, and the girl was already sitting on him. She replied that of course and asked him to relax and enjoy the process. She was kneading his back and Lin felt incredible pleasure. She added that there were even nicer things and stamped her feet on his back. The protagonist rejoiced. He noticed that this place is far from the university. He decided that in a couple of days he could buy her an apartment closer to the university. He will take advantage of this and earn. The girl was very happy. She knew that he was very kind to her and confessed that she loved him, while kissing his head. Her degree of infatuation had increased by 4% and now her degree of infatuation with Luo was 95%. The girl lying on the guy said she would give him a massage every day and the protagonist thought it was a good idea. After that, it was over and the protagonist fell asleep on her bed. Luo wrote to Ichen and asked what she should do, because Lin Xing had just said that he would buy her an apartment. He just spent over 10 million on a bag for him, and now he wants to buy an apartment. She thinks it's a little too much. She didn't know if she should really accept this gift or not. She was bullying her friend. Ichen was shocked that Lin Xing was going to buy her an apartment and felt that she didn't deserve it. She was very angry and wrote that if he proposed to her, she should agree. Anyway, Lin Xian has so much money that there is nowhere to spend it. She thought he was just having fun feeding pets or helping the poor. Well, she doesn't bother much about his pocket expenses. Luo decided to accept. She's only been with Lin Xian for a few days, and he's already spent so much money on her that she's even embarrassed. She also noticed that she had not heard of Lin Xing spending money on her. As her friend, she shouldn't hide such information from her. Luo got angry and called her names. The blonde replied that money is just pieces of paper. They mean nothing to her. More importantly, she has a mutual understanding and connection with Lin Xian on both physical and spiritual levels. She believed that Luo simply did not understand their relationship. It made Luo laugh. After Lin Xing buys her a new apartment, she will take a selfie with him on the big sofa in the living room and send it to her, and Ichen will continue to die of envy. After noon came, they show us Luo's apartment. The protagonist woke up and leaving the room said that massage in the morning. A good night's sleep. Then his phone started vibrating. Taking it, he did not understand where so many messages came from. Luo wrote to him and asked where the protagonist was, because she wanted to tell him something. Ichen wrote that her back still hurts, but she still feels great. She was wondering when they could have dinner together and sent him an erotic photo. There were also messages for today. Smiling Yongbiu wrote that she had found a professional team. The development of chips became more stable. If there is time, she would like to meet him. Xia Yishuan today. She helped the master put the museum's collection in order and discovered something mysterious. Chai wrote to Lin that she had finished filming and was going to leave back. She would like to see him before she leaves. The protagonist was just in shock, because there are so many messages, and he just didn't respond for one day. Scratching his head, he recalled that it used to happen that he sent messages to girls, and they did not answer him. Now it's the other way around. He was thinking that it must be a real headache to handle so many girls. He didn't know where to get so much time to talk to them all or meet. The car salesman immediately wrote to him. He said that the car he had ordered had arrived and asked where to deliver it. Lin thought that he had so much happened recently that he had forgotten about it, but he had not yet written enough money for the car. He replied in a message that he would pick up the car himself. He had nothing to do this afternoon, so he decided to just go there and see if the car was as beautiful as in the picture. After that, they show us the Huajiang car dealership. There were a lot of expensive cars inside, and there was a gorgeous girl standing next to each one, who attracted customers to her. The girls advertised cars in full and showed everything to customers. Lin appeared, who thought that there were cool cars here. He also realized that the guy was not a blunder when he said he would come to pick up his car. He put it at a trade show. He noticed that there are so many luxury cars here that he doesn't even know half of the brands. On the other hand, this is his first trip to a car dealership. He also noticed that there are many rich foreigners here, both girls and men. Then the girl went ahead with the words that Boss Steven had come. We are shown Steven himself, the boss. Behind him was the beautiful Che Mongyun and Sui Kuan. The girls immediately reported to the boss that they had good sales today. Sui asked Yun if she wanted to drink. He offered to bring her water, but the girl replied that she did not want to drink. The guy asked if she was hungry, but the girl replied with a denial. A guy came up to the boss and asked if he wanted something to drink. The boss thanked him and refused. The protagonist said he was thirsty. He received a glass of water and was glad. He did not expect that there was food and drink in the car dealership. He noticed that there was also free ice cream, which was distributed by the girls. He saw this in a store for 30 yuan. Lin approached them and asked if he could have ice cream. The girl thought that this guy was a real beggar. The other one apologized and replied that they had run out of ice cream. The protagonist was a little upset and felt that he should have come here earlier. A blonde man immediately approached and asked if they still had ice cream. The girls replied that they had and warned that the spoon was on the lid, so he should be more careful. The protagonist was outraged when he heard this. The girls approached the workers and asked them to give them ice cream. They replied that it was over. They felt sorry and they left, and the workers smiled maliciously. Immediately, Lin stood in front of them and told them to wait. They told him and these three girls that there was no ice cream, and they immediately gave it to the foreigner who had just arrived. He thought they were nationalists. The girls noted that this is true, because other foreigners have ice cream. They didn't understand what was going on here. The girl replied that, unfortunately, the amount of ice cream per day is limited. It is only available for special guests. Lin thought she was talking about special guests who are not Chinese. The girl got angry. The protagonist added that they have a lot of ice cream and they should give it to them. The girl replied that they didn't have any more and that was the last one. The guy did not believe them and told the girl to open the box so that they would be convinced of her words. Boss Steven didn't understand who was making noise at his exhibition site. Sui replied that they were just a couple of violent Chinese. He decided to take care of it himself. He asked if she was worried about his brother's business and asked her not to worry, because he was here. The girl was sick of this Sui Kuan. If he wasn't in a business relationship with her brother, she wouldn't want to contact him at all. Sui approached the protagonist and the girls and asked what was going on here. The girls recognized Suya's manager. Lin realized that he was responsible for all this here. He wanted to inform him that these two girls only give ice cream to foreigners, but they refuse their fellow citizens. Sui asked, and what's the big deal, because foreigners are rich, but the guy in front of him is not. A loser like him, who comes to the dealership just to eat and drink, has the audacity to create trouble here. The protagonist replied that, to his chagrin, he came here to pick up his car. Immediately everyone started laughing and the guy asked what was funny. Sui noted that he does not even take care of himself and expects to buy a car for 60,000 yuan. He shouldn't be talking nonsense. Huojian's car dealership doesn't sell cars for less than 1 million. Immediately behind the protagonist, a crowd of people gathered who did not understand what was going on here. The guy explained that this guy seems to him to be one of those who come here for food and drinks and make scenes. The guy thought it was a disgrace and therefore he should be kicked out. Sui was surprised that he still hadn't left and felt that his arrogance really knows no bounds. The protagonist took out the card he found. He received it from Che Siuen this morning. He picked up the card and everyone was surprised, because it was a Fire Diamond VIP card. To get it, you need to spend more than $10 million at the exhibition and have assets of at least $1 billion. The protagonist holding the card asked when they calmed down, they would listen to him. The girls immediately bowed their heads and asked for forgiveness. They did not know that he was rich. The protagonist said that they are not forgiven. They should apologize not only to him, but to all the Chinese at this exhibition. This situation arose because of their commitment to Western values. His finances and buying a car have nothing to do with it. The girls shouted that ice cream is just a trifle. They asked if they thought they only cared about ice cream. They were worried about respecting their country and not judging people by the cover regardless of race. Immediately, everyone began to rejoice and say that they had said a good quote and that it was necessary to fight for equality. The protagonist noticed that the girl said well and he likes her. Sui was very angry. Che Mengnian immediately ran up to the protagonist and called Lin. The surprised guy asked her who she was. The girl asked why he didn't tell her that he was coming, because he was an important guest. When they cut the tape, it should be in position C. She forgot to introduce herself and told me what her name was. She is Mr. Che's sister. She had heard a lot about him from her brother and had always admired him. The protagonist greeted her. They didn't know that Che had such a wonderful sister. Sui was shocked that Yoon was hugging Lin. He didn't understand who this guy was and why he suddenly appeared and took Yoon away from him. Immediately, Yoon said that these two were from their company. She doesn't need to explain to him how to solve this problem. Sui didn't even know it was such a big problem. He had to make sure that their sales did not fall. Sui said that these two people are temporary workers, and their act causes him deep excitement and indignation. Steven's car sales company should fire these two immediately to express its position. People thought that they were questionable personalities and that it would be better this way. The girl replied that they were not to blame, and Sui ordered them to shut up. Yoon noted that it's just a dismissal and it's too easy. The girl asked what else they wanted. She asked Lin if she should ask the guards to beat them up. The protagonist replied that she should not bother. Yoon said they were lucky. Lin Xing is generous and therefore she will omit them. The girls bowed and thanked them. They immediately started running away and one girl fell to the floor, and all the guys were laughing. The guy saw for the first time that Miss Che was so free to communicate with a man. Another was surprised that their Che could be gentle with someone. Sui was very angry that Lin humiliated him in public, and now he is trying to steal his Yoon. The guy asked if Lin was really rich. The blonde found out that this is the one who generously distributed millions on the platform for live broadcast. Another noted that he had heard a lot about him and that he was from a car sales company on the riverbank. Sui apologized to Steven. He thought that everything should have been solved easily, but who would have thought that this was the mysterious rich man who had made a lot of noise lately? This guy is quite wealthy, he's arrogant, and he likes to make a fuss. Sui added that this was a deliberate attempt to influence their sales and pointed the finger at Lin. Steven decided to take care of him. Immediately, the man stood behind the protagonist, which surprised everyone. He introduced himself to him. According to rumors, he has a lot of money and he throws money around like ordinary paper, but it seems to him that there is some kind of catch here. He can smell the fraud of the Ponzi scheme. Lin asked what kind of scheme this was. Yoon replied that the Ponzi scheme was invented by a foreign fraudster. In fact, this is a scheme to deceive people in order to force them to invest money. Lin asked if the foreigners had invented it. Steven added that the main feature of the Ponzi scheme is that scammers attract a lot of attention. They are deliberately trying to make themselves known in high society by throwing money around. Their goal is to deceive as many rich people as possible and get investments from them. and it's like what he does all the time. Immediately people noticed that it was true. Many people turned to him with a request for investment. The guys thought it was terrible because he almost fell for it. Turns out that this rich man is a liar. Yoon asked Steven what evidence he had, and if not, he should not accuse Lin Xian of fraud. Steven asked if there was any evidence that he wasn't a liar. The protagonist turned around and said that he was already tired of listening to all this. He decided to go drink something strong to refresh himself. Steven was very angry at his insolence. He pointed his finger at the girls and asked if he had hired these girls, because they behave as if they were dancing to his tune. Steven decided to call security if they didn't tell him everything as it is. Immediately, the protagonist decided to intervene. He congratulated him for making him angry. He is ready to argue with him. Yoon noticed that he couldn't cope with Lin Xian and went to bully the girls. Steven noted that he had not already noted and added that it was easy for him. Lin had to prove that he had more money than him and then he would believe him, but if he lost, he would be declared a liar in Hujiang. The guy noted that Steven's company is among the top 5 car dealerships in the city. They came here to promote a new car model. The blonde man did not believe that the fake rich man would be wealthier than Mr. Steven. Lin laughed and asked if he wanted to play some more. Then if he loses, he will make an announcement in the city that he, Steven, is a leech on the body of the Chinese people. He asked if he dared to play. Steven was angry and indignant. He told him not to talk nonsense because he was going to kill him now. He pointed to a man from the street and said he would give him a $10 million luxury car for free. He was surprised and asked if it was true. Steven asked if he was really ready to fight him. Yoon noted that this is not fair because he owns a company, and these are his cars. Steven held out his hands and said that all these cars were purchased by him for his money. He asked if they had any questions or if they thought he didn't have the money to buy. The protagonist stroked Mong Yoon and said that everything was fine. He noted that the exhibition stand with this sports car for $20 million looks great. These 3 girls have 1 car each to comfort them and support them after false accusations. The purchase is completed. The amount is $60 million. Immediately, all the people were very surprised that he paid such a sum without delay. They did not understand how it was possible to question the assets of Mr. Rich. Immediately, the girls thanked Lin. They knew it was a wonderful gift and they didn't even know how to thank him. He asked them not to take it to heart, because this is a competition and you can't lose to a foreigner. Yoon thought Lin was too cool and she always knew he was amazing. Steven considered him a spender and wanted to see how much more he could buy. He added another car worth $10 million for this passerby. They were buying different cars and the bids were getting higher and higher. It got to the point that they were buying cars for $32 million. Sway immediately noted that Steven had run out of cars worth more than $10 million. With the exception of the first 2, which were given to trusted persons. They really gave the rest of the cars to passersby. They lost $10 million. Steven did not understand how this was possible, because he always buys a car 2 or 3 times more expensive than he paid for another one, and with full payment. He thought he had all the money in the world. Lin called Steven Mr. Loser and asked why he stopped. He assumed that there were no more cars or the money on the card had run out. Steven was embarrassed and even started sweating. Steven replied that all the previous gifts were nothing. He admits that he really has a lot of money that he got by fraud, and he throws it around so generously. But he's going to give the Lamborghini Aventador LP74, a limited edition world version. Worth $40 million, it can't be bought for any money. And I asked him how he would react to it. The protagonist thought about it and turned around. Steven asked what had happened and if he was thinking of leaving. If he can't get a car of the same class, then he has already lost. Yoon told her brother not to go that far because Lin had just spent more than him and he had the nerve to change the rules. Steven replied that everything would be fine if he paid the same as him. He doesn't care that he likes to pay more. Immediately, people changed their minds and wanted the authorities to check him for fraud. They believed that Lin had lost, and there was no point in competing. The protagonist approached the incredible car and noted that it was a limited edition. The girl realized that it was a Rolls-Royce concept car. Steven noted that this is only for the exhibition and not for sale. The guy also noted that Lin hit his head. He thanked him for the opportunity to see how the expression "hungry dog jumps over the wall" from Chinese culture looks in practice. Stephen was laughing and crying with happiness. He thought that the clowning was over, and it was time for him to admit himself a liar. Mr. Che immediately appeared, who shook everyone awake. He asked Lin why he didn't say he was coming, because he would have come for him. He ran up to him and shook his hand and added that this was the car he had ordered. Without his permission, he put it on public display to attract buyers and hoped that he would not mind. He asked if he wanted to do a test drive right now. Stephen was just in shock like all the other people. They just didn't believe it was Lin's car. Lin replied that it was not worth it because he trusted him and decided to pay with a card, while he decided to give this car to Che Mong-yoon, from which the girl was very surprised. Stephen was shocked that Lin had spent over 80 million so easily. All the people were shocked. They thought that Stephen was nothing in front of him. 80 million, this price is twice as expensive as the price of Stephen's limited edition car. What's even more shocking is that he gives this car to a girl. Chu asked if Lin was serious in his decision, if he really wanted to give the car to his sister. Yoon kissed the protagonist, which surprised him. The girl looked at him and replied that he was very nice and kind. The protagonist and Yoon approached Stephen and he offered him to play again, but Stephen bowed his head and replied that he had lost. Lin realized that since he had lost, he had to do what they had just argued about. Stephen panicked and realized that he was wrong. This person is really rich, not a financial pyramid schemer. He just spent so much that now he almost became poor. He understood that there was an unimaginable power behind Lin. He was very scared. A lot of people stood around them. Stephen admitted that he was wrong about Lin's identity. The protagonist told him to get to the point. Stephen added that he is a dirty capitalist. He came here to make money from the people of China because he saw that they have good money. He called himself a scoundrel. Immediately, everyone started getting angry and shouting that they would no longer use the products of this company and that they would return the purchases back. The protagonist was pleased with his confession and told him to fuck off, and he agreed. Immediately, all the people started running after Stephen to punish him. The guy shouted for him to return the car to him. He wants Stephen to compensate him for moral damage. Immediately, someone hit Suya and told them not to let him go just like that, because this manager is also his servant and thinks the same. Stephen was shouting at people to get away from him. After that, everyone surrounded Lin and Yoon. The guy thanked Lin for showing him the true face of foreigners. The girls were also interested in whether he had a girlfriend and love. Another guy mentioned that Lin is just a handsome guy and he helped them. Immediately the protagonist got a call and he started a conversation. Yoon turned around and was very confused. She thought Lin Xing was very charming and handsome, even though she was dating him for the first time, but she really fell in love with him. Turning around, Yoon told Lin that she wanted to ask him out. She was very embarrassed and blushed a lot. Immediately she discovered that Lin had disappeared somewhere, and therefore was very surprised. The guy explained that Lin answered the phone call and ran somewhere, while pointing his finger in the direction. Yoon got angry and started hitting her brother. She was angry that she missed such a great opportunity, so she is furious. Stephen didn't understand why his sister was hitting him. After that, we are shown the protagonist, who was standing alone on the street. Yongbu, who was sitting on the car, immediately appeared. She called Lin and he noticed her. The guy noted that he had not seen her for several days, but she became even more beautiful. Yunbu was a little embarrassed and said it was true. She thought it was strange because she usually feels disgusted when other men praise her, but she is a little happy when Lin always praises her. Her passion has grown by another 2%. The protagonist replied that he was really sorry, but the school requires them to do an internship in their senior year. He is forced to bother him so that she can help him find company. The girl told him that this was not a problem, because everyone else thinks that he is so rich that he does not need an internship to get a loan. But she can understand him. He, like her, does not want to take over the family business. He wants to start a new business and then go on an internship. The protagonist agreed with her in surprise. The main thing for him is that he finishes it and the school counts this internship. After that, they were sitting in the car and heading somewhere. Yunbu said that she would arrange for him to be a director with a monthly salary of $600,000 and 5 assistants. Lin replied with a denial because he wants to stay in the shadows. He will be suitable for the role of an ordinary employee with a monthly salary of $5,000. The girl agreed with him. After that, they show us a huge building where the company was located. Inside, 3 girls were discussing the fact that a new colleague from the president himself would come to them today. They thought that they needed to meet him well in order to have a pleasant relationship. The other hoped that he would be beautiful. After that, the head of the SCU group is shown to us. She noted that the supervisor will arrive soon and everyone should return to their seats. She thought they were ugly monsters who were eager to get promoted. A man appeared with whom 2 new colleagues came. He told them to introduce themselves. We are shown a blonde man who introduced himself to everyone. His name is Sui Wenmong. After that, the protagonist introduced himself and added that he was a senior student at Yenjiang University. Yuwu immediately noted that one was a poor college student. The other was wearing a Rolex watch. It was obvious to her that this Sui one was arranged by the CEO. The man was thinking that his son should not worry, because the quota for a full-time job this month will be his. He was sorry that this company could not allow relatives to work in the same department, so they had to pretend to be strangers. After that, the protagonist was already sitting at the table. Yuwu put a bunch of folders on his desk and told him that it was his job today. He was surprised, but agreed. Then he noticed that Yuwu had put only 1 folder with her, and that was his whole job for today. At the same time, she smiled sweetly at him and was rude to Lin. Immediately, the protagonist asked the girl why his work was several times more than that of this Sui one. The girl looked at him sternly and replied that she was the head of the group here, and as a member of the team he should do her job. She asked if he had any more questions, and she asked if he questioned her decision. The protagonist agreed with her. He thought it wasn't easy to work part-time. On the first day, he was already loaded with work. The girl turned around and thought that she didn't even want to look at him. She thought of herself as a white moonlight that he would never get. Yuwu approached Sui One and sweetly said that if he didn't understand something, he should ask her. Immediately, the guy replied that he didn't quite understand. The girl leaned against him and touched her melons. Sui immediately noted that this girl is very hot and beautiful. After the time passed, Lin approached Yuwu and said that he had finished his work. After checking everything, the girl was shocked that his report completion rate was too high. She didn't know if he was really that good. Immediately she suspected something and looked at the guy. She brought the folders to Sui One and said that she had filled out this report for him and he should take it to the supervisor so that he would sign it. Sui thanked her. The protagonist was surprised. Approaching Suyu, she said that these guys support and help her. Lin was indignant and asked the group leader what all this meant. Why did she give him all his reports because he would get a grade for his reports? Juwu replied that he was a college student who hadn't graduated yet, so he should practice more. There are many people who don't even have such an opportunity. Lin noticed that she was quite well versed in this processor terminology. He asked if she was afraid that the president would find out about it. The girl sent him and asked if he thought he could meet with the CEO. Lin started to leave and noted that he hoped she would stay like this for some time. After Yuwu and Sui Wenyu went outside, Sui told the girl that he was counting on her. His translation will be provided in this way. The girl noted that he was too polite to her and asked him to call her just Yuva. Immediately Sui invited the girl to go to dinner with him. She agreed. Sui decided to go pick up his car, and she should wait for him here. At this time, Lin came out of the building and walked towards them. The girl thought she had caught this guy. Lin noticed that Yuwu was standing next to his motorcycle, so he thought he was out of luck. Approaching her, he asked her to step aside. She understood everything, only that he shouted at her in front of so many people in the company to save face. Now he came here to talk to her when there was no one around. The girl added that he does not even pay attention to his appearance. The toad wants to eat swan meat. She thought it was a shame. She admits that he's capable in some ways, but he's just a poor student who hasn't even finished school yet. She added that there are no advantages in this world without money and education. Lin was confused and said that she had misunderstood something. She thought he wanted to become her assistant and serve her, but she refused him. He again asked her to move away because she was blocking his way to the motorcycle. The girl was very surprised. Sway immediately drove up to them, who asked Lin if he had arrived on this wreck. She told Lin that Sway was going to take her to dinner and she could give him a ride. It would be a rare opportunity for him to take a ride in a luxury car. Sway said that since Yuwoo promised, he would give her a ride. The protagonist got on his motorcycle, which surprised the girl. He drove straight and Yuwoo fell as she leaned on the motorcycle. Yuwoo plopped down right on the ground. Immediately Sway ran up to her and asked if she was okay. The girl got angry and called him names. The guy asked to forget about it, because he thought that Lin was just jealous of her for him, but assured that he would never forgive him. She considered Lin a nonentity and wanted to destroy her. Her fund totaled 120,000. She wanted to force him to leave this company. The protagonist wanted these two to run around for 2 more days, because the higher and more proud they are of themselves, the more painful it will be for them when they fall. The next day, they show us the company again. Lin and Sway were sitting inside. Juvu approached the protagonist and told him to go and buy a cup of coffee for all his colleagues in the department and should buy it now. The protagonist was surprised and did not understand why he should buy it. The girl replied that there is a rule for beginners to buy coffee for their colleagues. Lin asked why Sway wouldn't buy coffee. The girl replied that Lin was buying it today, and he would buy it tomorrow, and added if he had any other questions. Sway noted that college students really don't know anything about the world. They only know about books. The team leader is giving him a chance now. Sway felt that Lin simply did not want to be on good terms with his colleagues. Immediately, other people looked at them. The protagonist noted that the two of them are pretty cute. Sway approached him and said that Lin Xing was not too presumptuous in his presence. He warned that there was someone in the company above him whom he knew. After he finishes his internship, he only needs to say whether he will stay in this company or leave it. The protagonist picked his nose and asked, "So what?" By the end of his internship, he had enough credits to graduate. He didn't even think about who would want to stay and work here. Sway said that if Lin becomes his younger brother, then he will find a way for the protagonist to stay here. Yuwoo noted that Sway is very kind to him, so why doesn't he thank him? Lin replied that it was Sway who should thank him. Lin is his younger brother, but he understood that Sway would lose his life. That's why he talked him out of it. Sway got angry and asked again what he had said. Lin replied that he was just a poor college student. Where did he get so much money to buy coffee for everyone? But after he receives his salary, he will definitely buy coffee for everyone. So for now, he will let them take advantage of this opportunity first. Wayman is so rich, not to mention the department. Even Sway and Yuwoo can buy coffee for colleagues of the whole company. Sway noted that there are only 1,000 people in this company and therefore he can afford it, because he is not such a poor student as Lin. The protagonist said he wanted mocha and thanked Suya. He got angry and didn't know what to say. Immediately, Yuwoo began to thank Sway one, because only a brave man like him can make friends, unlike some people who are poor and don't understand workplace etiquette. Immediately, everyone supported Suya and were happy to have free coffee. Sway thanked all of them, because it is a great honor for him to treat all of them to coffee. The protagonist added that in the future he will allow him to pack all the coffee. Suya's father appeared, and they exchanged glances. Sway thought about this guy humiliating him. The father understood what he wanted to say to him and said that he would take care of him. They smiled maliciously at each other. He immediately told everyone to listen to him because there was a big project. He has just received a project worth $80 million, but the client wants to receive a plan in 3 days, and the one whose plan the client accepts will receive a bonus of $800,000. Time is short and the task is difficult. Everyone should be divided into how many groups so that they develop plans at the same time. They should be careful when choosing their team members and be sure to choose those who know how to work together. Everyone agreed with him. Sway and Yuwoo formed Group A, others Group B, C. Immediately, they laughed at Lin because no one wants to join a group with him. Lin replied that it was good and asked what was wrong with that. The protagonist got to work. Sway realized that Lin still wanted to feign arrogance. He was wondering how long he would be able to laugh and feign arrogance. After some time passed, Lin decided to have a snack while Sway and Yuwoo worked. After that, he got up and started walking around and looking at the room while everyone was working hard. 3 days later, the business plan was completed. The third level of the intelligence attribute is more than enough to easily make a plan. The girl did not understand. Lin, for these 3 days he did not work overtime, and in an hour he has a meeting, but now he sings and laughs. Sui also noted that it was just a panic. He thought that the line was so worn out, so there is nothing strange about it. Lin decided to go to the toilet, and Yuwu decided to look at his plan briefly. When she opened it, she was just in shock. Sui asked what happened. The girl replied that his plan was straight professional. The positioning of the product is very precise, and the entry angle is also very outstanding. Lin Xing's plan is better than the plans of their 3 groups that they made in 3 days. She didn't understand if this plan could really be made by one person in 3 days. Sui was surprised and thought that he had paid someone for the work. The girl replied that it didn't matter now, because the meeting would start soon. She understood that she should not be allowed to show this plan at the meeting. Lin Xing appeared and asked Yuvi what was the matter. The girl replied that the meeting would start soon, and he was the only one in the entire department who was free. He should go to the conference room and prepare everything there. He had to agree, and the girl laughed and said that they wholeheartedly accept the plan. After that, they all sat in the hall. Suyu presented his plan to everyone. He was talking about all sorts of things that you obviously don't want to hear about. In the end, Sui noted that this model can help him promote new consumption scenarios, develop new consumption hotspots, and manage the improvement of adjacent territories.
The protagonist realized that they were trying to distract attention from the theft of the plan. He noted that they were doing well. The man thought that he had secretly taken off his watch when Sui was talking to Yuwu, and then he let Sui pretend that he was going to Lin Xian's workplace to conduct a search. The man noted that the proof was in plain sight, so he did not understand how he could deny it. The man added that he is a good person, and if he gets down on his knees and begs him, he will not call the police, but still dismissal is inevitable. Immediately, all the people around attacked Lin and shouted at him. One guy replied that the head should not be merciful. He should definitely call the police. Another replied that it was terrible that he had such a person as his colleague. The girl was afraid that something else might be lost because of Lin. The protagonist immediately looked at them sternly. The man shouted that he had stolen, and now he is trying to escape. He pumped the guards to grab him. Immediately, 2 guards agreed with him and tried to grab the protagonist. Immediately, someone told them to stop, which surprised the guards. The presidential secretary immediately appeared. Everyone stood in line as she walked. The man immediately ran up and asked her why she had come here. President Yongbyu herself appeared immediately. The man asked why the president did not inform him in advance that they would come here so that he could arrange with someone to deliver them. The secretary replied that the president could come whenever he wanted. The man agreed with him. Immediately, the man ordered one guy to bring a chair, and the other to bring something to drink. Zhang immediately came out and greeted her. He is from the Maoxing Real Estate Development Company. It's a great honor for him to meet Yunbu. The secretary apologized and said that the president had some important things she needed to do right now. After the guy brought a chair and the man said that the tea was ready and she could sit down. He also just agreed with Mr. Zhang on a major project worth $8 million. He was just about to tell her right now. Yunbu told the protagonist to sit on a chair and drink the tea she gave him, which he did. All 4 of them were just in shock that they had already wilted a lot. The protagonist noted that the tea was too hot for him. The president apologized and decided to blow it for him. Immediately she decided to cool the tea, and at the same time was embarrassed. Sui, Daiji and Yuwu were just in shock. They just didn't believe what their eyes saw. Other colleagues were also very surprised. The guy did not believe that this was not a dream. Yongbyu asked if the temperature was normal now. Lin replied that she was just right and thanked her. The president said that while he drinks this tea, she will do everything. Then she looked at the secretary and seemed to say something to her. The secretary asked Sui Daji if he knew what mistake he had made. He didn't know what to answer. Then after thinking about it, He asked if Lin Xing was the same person who was rumored to be arranged by the president. Immediately, the guy approached the secretary and said that he had found it. This was the first draft of the plan he had just found at Lin Xian's workplace. The secretary dropped the plan for Daji to take a look at it. He fell to his knees and looking at the plan realized that Lin Xian had actually made him and that he had offended him. The president noted that she indulges subordinates and enters into conflicts with them in order to steal the results of the work of others. He uses his strength to support his subordinate Yuva. But the promotion of an uneducated SEU to the position of group leader affects the efficiency of the department. All the Troys were just shocked by her words. The correspondent added that he violated the rules of their company. He secretly brought his son Sui Wenmin to the department assigned to him. He did a lot behind the company's back. The whole department was just in shock. The guy didn't know if Sui Daji really did it. The president added that now they have offended Mr. Lin Xing and his luck has come to an end. Immediately, he realized who Lin was. The president replied that Mr. Lin, the one who invested $500 million in the president's company, and is now the largest shareholder. This is Lin Xing. The rich man was known to everyone by the name of Mr. Qian, so no one recognized him as Lin Xing. Everyone was in shock, and did not understand how this was possible. The secretary said that Sui Daji, Yuwu and Wenmang, the three of them were dismissed on the spot. Immediately, the man began to cry and screamed. Sui Wenmang got very angry and thought that it was all because of Yuwu. The girl started crying from shock. He started insulting her, because he thought she was having an affair with her father, and she was still spreading her legs for him. She didn't understand what nonsense she was talking about. She is the one who suffers the most. She thought that the president arranged it, but it turns out that Sui is just the son of a bad manager, and he pretended to be a rich guy. Immediately, the three of them began to fight, even though he did not understand how she dared to seduce his son. Immediately he noticed that his son had hit him. Wenmang shouted that mom was working so hard at home, and he was actually playing with his subordinate woman in the company. And she has to go to hell. Yuwu didn't understand how Daji dared to hit her. She wanted to tell his wife about his cheating with her. The secretary noted that it was too noisy here and that the guards should wash the floor for them. They immediately started shouting for them to stop. The girl approached Lin and asked for forgiveness for her behavior and ignorance. It's all Sui Daji's fault for deceiving them. The guy noted that he was always unhappy with Yuwu, but he thanks Lin for helping him. Another girl said that she had always supported Lin. Yongbiyu asked if he was happy with the result. The protagonist replied that this was good, but in the future her company should be careful when hiring new people and carefully check their character. Yunbu noted that she wanted the protagonist to be in charge here, but he refused. She is sorry that he was treated unfairly. The protagonist laughed and replied that he likes to stay in the shadows. This picture was watched by Daiji and his son, who were dragged out of the company and cried. After that, the two of them went to the office. Yunbu asked if he remembered what she said about finding a professional team. Their research has made great progress. She wanted to show him this and he agreed. The girl did not understand whether they were asleep or not. Their president, who has always been cold to everyone, still has such a sweet side. The protagonist noted that she has a very luxurious office. Yongbu replied that she had not been here for a long time because she spends most of her time in technology companies. This is their latest achievement. The protagonist approached her and looked at the monitor and noted that he could not understand it, but he was in shock. If it comes to programming data and code, he does not understand what is here. In any case, the protagonist praised her for her excellent work. He decided to invest another 500 million in it. The girl was surprised. He immediately transferred more money to her and her enthusiasm increased by 10%. Her legs began to tremble. She thanked Lin and assured him that she would do everything possible not to let him down. Immediately, a loud sound thundered. She fell off her chair and the protagonist asked if Yunbu was okay. The girl replied that she seemed to be stuck in this chair. Immediately he remembered how the blonde had said that she was going to do laundry today. She climbed inside the washing machine and realized something terrible. She shouted to her stepbrother that she was stuck. The protagonist did not understand why such strange images appeared in his head when he saw Youngbu. This was the first time he had seen anything like this. He didn't know what he should do. The girl also noted that she could not move and asked Lin Xing to help. The protagonist decided to pull her towards him, but the girl screamed that she was in pain. He apologized to her, and the secretary heard strange sounds and was surprised. She started knocking and asked if everything was okay inside and if she needed any help. Yeonbiyu replied that everything was fine. Yeonbiyu asked the protagonist what she should do now. If she sees him in this position, she will lose all her image, which she worked so hard to create. Lin noted that being president is not easy. He decided to take her to the sofa and change her position, and she can remove the chair. Yeonbu apologized to him for bothering her. He started lifting her up. After a moment, Lin held her in his arms. He asked her if she was in pain. The girl replied that everything was fine. He laid her on the bed. The protagonist asked her to lift her waist a little and he would try his best. He asked her to be patient. The girl replied that it was better than getting stuck. The secretary heard something. She did not understand how a smart, strong, valiant president, with whom jokes are bad, can be a person who is being joked about. Immediately she thought she had thought wrong. After a moment, Lin pulled out a chair. Looking at her, he blushed a little and asked Yeonbiyu if everything was fine with her. The girl thanked him for his help. The girl got up and the protagonist noticed that her dress was torn. Yeonbu noted that she has a dressing room in her office and she will go change. Then they went into the dressing room. The protagonist was surprised that the office as such a luxurious dressing room. Poverty limits his imagination. Then the protagonist saw a skirt that seemed very cute to him. Yeonbu said that she would change clothes soon and he should wait for her outside, with which the protagonist agreed. Then he saw the silhouette of a naked Yeonbiyu. She seemed very beautiful to him, which made him blush very much. The protagonist thought of that as a gentleman when he is faced with such a situation. Of course he has to watch this scene. Yeonbu asked if he was here. The guy got scared and shouted that he wasn't looking and it wasn't him at all. She wants to officially thank him. She admitted that in fact her family disapproved when she started her own business, and thought that her technology company would fail. Only he trusted her unconditionally, not only investing $1 billion, but also setting no limits. He lets her do what she wants. She swore to him that she would never let his investment lose money. Lin also hoped that she would lose money, because if she started to make a profit, then she would no longer ask for money from him. When she loses money, he has a reason to spend it and laughed. The protagonist told her that everything was fine, he didn't care about the money. If she needed more, she should just tell him. She was surprised at his words. She understands what Lin Xing means. Do not save money, invest more resources in research and development of industrial chips. She wanted their country to get rid of the pressure of other countries. She always thought about money. She thought Lin Xing was really amazing. Her infatuation had increased by 20%, and now her infatuation with Lin Xin was 52%. The protagonist was surprised that suddenly the number of passion points increased. He noticed that he was really romantic. The girl finally finished changing clothes and invited Lin Xing to go out for dinner. She looked absolutely amazing. He was surprised that she came out in this beautiful skirt. Yeonbiyu looked at him and smiled. After they left the office, Yeonbiyu told the secretary to go to the Julongshan Hotel and she agreed with this. All the guys were just in shock. One guy noted that Lin and Yeonbu went into the office and stayed there for a long time, after which she came out in different clothes. Another noted that it was the first time he saw the president in such a beautiful dress. They just didn't believe it. All the guys fell on the floor. Yeonbiyu told Lin that she would take him with her to show him her proud achievements when they finished dinner. The protagonist agreed with her, because he would have to dig a little deeper. After that they sat in a restaurant. The girl said she saw his plan and it was amazing. She couldn't believe it was his first time doing such a job. The protagonist replied that fortunately, for him, This project is relatively simple. Her passion has grown by another 15%. Now her infatuation with Lin Xin was 77%. After that, we are shown Xia Yishuan, who was at the hot springs and talked to Yongbu on the phone. Her friend reported that she really didn't think he was so good at his job, and he was so calm and graceful. Xia Yishuan realized that the arrogant president had really fallen in love. She didn't know what to say. Immediately, she asked if Yishuan was going to Japan tomorrow. And also why she doesn't go to bed early, because there's nothing wrong, that she's happy to go with her classmate, that she can't sleep. Yishuan asked her not to talk nonsense, because they are just classmates, that's all. Yunbu asked if her relationship with a classmate helped her that much. He must not forget that she was going to sell herself to others. Yishuan got a little angry and said that she didn't want to talk to her anymore and that she was going to bed. Yunbu laughed and wished her good night. After Yishuan came out of the bath, she was thinking about going to Japan with Lin Xing tomorrow, and it would be like a date. After we are shown Gum, he was informed that the funds had been prepared. The man asked how much money. The guy asked him not to worry, because this is more than enough to buy everything he wants at the Ipentang auction next week. Kamita asked what about this arrogant Chinese. The guy replied that Chao Jun said that this person had already booked a plane ticket. Kamita hoped that this Lin would appear. Kamita told the guards that if he dared to insult Kamita, they should first humiliate him at the auction, and then he should stay here forever. After 10 days later, we are shown the plane in which Lin and Yishuan flew. The girl looked into her phone and saw the news that 2 days later the Ippudo auction officially opened, the largest auction held every 4 years in Japan. This auction is also popular among collectors from all over the world. Lin said that he almost missed his flight because he bought a ticket too late, but he was lucky he got a seat in economy class. He asked Yishuan what was going on. The girl replied that she was very excited, but on the other hand she was also very nervous. She is excited because she can see many valuable cultural relics. The thing is, she's nervous. She had heard that Chao Yun worked for Kamita, a famous Japanese chaebol. He definitely didn't have good intentions when he provoked him. If Lin wins the auction, then she suspects that he will harm him. Lin replied that everything was fine, regardless of whether he made a bet with him or not. He would buy back these cultural relics from China. After that, they show us a boy who was shouting and playing with something. Running past Yishuan, he paid attention to her. He sat on the chair behind her and pushed her back, from which the girl was surprised. He kicked her back. Yishuan turned around and told the boy not to kick the back of the chair. The boy told her that she looked just incredible and should show him her melons. She was surprised and did not understand what nonsense he was talking. The boy got very angry, hit her hand, causing her to drop her phone. He told her to forget if she didn't want to show. Yishuan and Lin were very surprised. The protagonist got angry and wanted to teach him a lesson, but Yishuan stopped him and asked him to forget about it, because children are not very reasonable. Lin noted that Yishuan is too kind, and if she does not teach the naughty child a lesson, he will definitely become even scarier in the future, the girl thought, and did not know what to say. After a while, the boy took his toy and started running and screaming again. The boy hooked his clone from Star Wars on the girl's dress. He ran on and the dress stretched, which surprised her. Immediately, the boy fell to the floor and tore off a piece of the dress. The girl was embarrassed, and she felt sorry for her skirt. The protagonist got up again and got angry at the boy. The boy got up and started screaming that he was in a lot of pain. Immediately the child's mother appeared, who did not understand what had happened and who had offended him. The mother asked who was hurting her child. The boy hugged his mother and pointed his finger at Yishuan. The protagonist told the aunt that her child is not obedient. Yishuan added that they misunderstood everything. Her child was running down the aisle of the plane, and he hooked her skirt with a toy. She shouted, "What's wrong with a child running?" She asked if they didn't run too and called them fools. The girl replied that there was nothing wrong with a child running around, but it was an airplane. She has to teach her child not to run on the plane. The aunt asked what was wrong with what if it was an airplane. She asked if it was her plane. She noticed that Ishwan told her to teach the child not to run, but whether she could. She was wondering if this girl had given birth. She called her a slutty girl who is in open clothes, exposing her arms and legs. The child also repeated after the mother and called her a girl who sells herself for money. Ishwan was simply shocked by their words. She asked what was wrong if she wore these clothes. It's her freedom to choose what she wears and what she doesn't. She considered that this is how she teaches her child. The aunt was shocked and replied that her baby was much smarter than this fallen girl. The boy agreed with his mother and added that he had just seen this prostitute's pink panties. The aunt immediately closed his eyes and told him not to look. The boy added that nowadays all sorts of bastards like to make holes in their pants and slits on their skirts. He thought they were wearing their clothes wrong. The mother got angry and said that they were shameless women, affected the mental health of her child. Ishwan was just in shock and didn't know what to say. Lin immediately intervened and said that he was wondering why this boy was so angry, but it turned out that he, like his mother, were both wild animals. The naughty child ran away on the plane, and the mother made a lot of noise on the plane. He believed that the face of the Chinese people was completely humiliated by them on an international flight. The mother started screaming violently because the two of them were bullying them. She wanted to ask the flight attendant to throw them out of the plane. Lin asked again and replied that of course it was necessary to call her so that he would list the crimes of this little brat to the stewardess. He maliciously used the toy to tear the girl's skirt, as a result of which he lost his balance and fell, and also began to lie. He also used obscene language to harass women. He assumes that they will call him to scold, and even return the money. The boy was very scared. He snuggled up to his mother and told her to scold the guy. Lin asked if she was okay. Ishwan couldn't believe that he could talk to her like that and thought it was amazing. Lin replied that she was a hooligan, and if she didn't give up, she wouldn't be able to do anything. Her passion has grown by 5%. Immediately, the aunt started shouting at everyone that they were all poor, which was the only way they could fly in economy class. She believed that they would never have money and would sit in a first-class chair for the rest of their lives. Immediately people began to be indignant. The girl asked if this aunt was worried that she was traveling in economy class. The guy also asked what's wrong with that. The man also added that if she earned a couple of dollars with her mouth does not make her better than them all. Immediately, the aunt yelled at the guy and asked what this had to do with her. She thought that all the poor are standing up for each other. She thought they were all wrong. Lin also asked the stewardess to take this aunt back to her noble place in the first class, because there is a lot of noise because of her. At this time, the blonde flight attendant was drinking a hazelnut-flavored latte from K-Bashing. She thought it was delicious. She noticed that it was really noisy here. She was already thinking about what she would do in the summer, and about all sorts of other things. Another stewardess immediately came up and asked Xiaoying if she was wearing too much makeup. The same thought that she should put on a little makeup. Xiaoying stood up and asked Chun where she was taking these snacks. Chun told her to step aside, because she had just given him water and now it was her turn. Xiaoying replied that they were all on their own, and there were no rules. Xiaofang immediately appeared, who asked them not to make noise, because they can be heard even in the first class. Xiaoying was surprised when she saw Xiaofang. She asked if she was flying business class and why she came here. Xiaofang laughed and thought that their target was also Mr. Fei. Mr. Fei is a well-known second-generation rich man in Yanjiang City, and he also sells airplanes. He is still a good friend of the president of Spring Airline, and the girls wanted to seduce him. Fei wrote a message that he had heard that the rich man Lin had flown to Japan and he would like to meet him. They pulled back the sign and saw that the captain had left the co-pilot in the cockpit and had come to flatter Mr. Fei. Lin was still asking the flight attendants to sort out this aunt from first class. Chun told Xiaoying to go and sort this out quickly. Xiaoying asked what the economy class had to do with her. Xiaofeng replied that there were first-class passengers there, so she should go. She felt sad and the blonde went to the call. Immediately she smiled sweetly at everyone and asked what she could help them with. Ishwan said that this aunt got angry badly and came here to make a scandal and influence their vacation. Lin noted that she is a fast learner, and she is a worthy best student, and praised for her work. The aunt shouted that she was the wife of the chairman of Yenjiang Good Luck Group and asked if she believed her or some mongrel and pointed her finger at the girl. The blonde thought there was some kind of misunderstanding. Logically speaking, this woman booked a first-class ticket just to enjoy the tranquility and comfort of first class. He also told her that it was a little unreasonable for her to come in economy class to create problems. The girl laughed with him, and he was a little surprised. Lin asked her if she was saying that all first-class passengers are of high quality and will not cause trouble, and they are economy class passengers who create problems. Xiaoying cheated and replied that she didn't say that. In her head, she thought he was right. The aunt began to laugh at him and noted that this was their difference, between people of the upper class and people of the lower class. She asked if he still wanted to send her away. The aunt added that with her connections, it would not be difficult to blacklist him on Summer Airlines. The boy started laughing and clapping his hands, and also called Lin Xing a dog. The aunt added that he should never think about flying on airplanes again. The protagonist, picking his nose, asked if it was true and added that he did not believe it. The aunt started screaming at him to just wait, and she would see how long he would laugh. Mr. Fei appeared immediately. He asked what was going on, why everyone was shouting, and where the flight attendants were. Immediately, the blonde approached him and said that she was sorry, but a guest in economy class was causing trouble. She was already dealing with it. She's really sorry that they disrupted their aviation experience. Immediately, the aunt noted that Lin is a dead man, because this is Mr. Fei, a famous rich man in the second generation in the city of Yanjiang. Their family sells airplanes. They all know the directors of Spring Airlines. She often flies to discuss her affairs. She wanted Fei to add him to the blacklist right now. The aunt approached Fei and said that she was the wife of Chairman Xiong of the board of Good Luck Group, whom he met at a cocktail party last week, and held out her hand to him. Looking at Lin and Yishuan said that these two were the ones who caused trouble. She tried to dissuade them, but these low-level people just don't want to listen to him at all. Immediately, Fei stood in front of Lin and was shocked. He recognized Lin and was glad that he finally got to know him personally and shook his hand. The protagonist was a little surprised. Fei said he was just an airplane salesman in the Prince's Daughter group. The protagonist was surprised when he saw him and said that he remembered him. Fei began to rejoice that Lin Xing remembered him. Right there, the blonde, the aunt and her son were just shocked that they opened their mouths wide. He was all in shock. The blonde was surprised that Mr. Fei literally turned into a sycophant in front of this kid. The boy also asked his mother why this worthless man adjoins this dog. The mother hit her son and told him to shut his damn mouth. This Mr. Fei is not someone their family can offend. Immediately Fei called the stewardess, and she immediately ran to him and asked how she could help. He told her to transfer Lin and his lady to first class and withdraw money from his Premier Gold card. She listened to him kindly. All three were again very surprised that they had already begun to depict the famous painting, Scream. Lin thanked Mr. Fei for everything, in particular for his kindness, but he did not want to see this aunt's face in first class, and she greatly affects his mood, so he prefers to fly in economy class. Fei asked him not to worry, because the boss of Spring Airline is an old friend of his, and will tell him to blacklist this aunt. He will make sure that he never sees her on this airline again. My aunt tried to explain and assured me that it was all just a misunderstanding. She fell to the floor and noticed that she suddenly felt dizzy, and her heart ached. She asked Lin if he wouldn't feel sorry for them, mother and son. The protagonist replied that she could pretend as much as she wanted, because her child treated her friend like that, he would not forgive her so easily. The mother tried to explain that her son is still just a child and he still does not understand much. She shouted with her son that rich people bully weak mother and son. Already Fei got angry and told her to stop. She is the only one on the plane who makes a scene and violates public order. An indignant Lin was also standing next to him. He added that as soon as the plane lands, penalties will be imposed on them by the security service. The aunt tried to object to him, but could not. Immediately, everyone started clapping for justice. They also searched for a photo posted by this stewardess on the Dahongshu platform, and she really called people stupid. They all wanted to film it to show the others. The passengers were wondering if she would be able to stay in this company. The blonde fell to the floor and realized that her career was over. After they all arrived and I show us the Japanese airport, the security service dragged away the mother and son, who were shouting and swearing violently, and these three were watching the whole picture. Faye asked Lin if he had come to Japan to discuss business matters. The protagonist replied to him that he had come to the one-pond auction, which will take place in 2 days. He plans to buy back all the cultural relics from China. Faye thought that Lin was such a righteous man and that he was the pride of China. He even felt ashamed to compare him with himself. Immediately, Faye warned Lin that he should be careful with Kento gum. He is a well-known chaebol in Japan. He especially likes cultural relics, especially from China. At every auction, if he likes something, no one can take it away from him. This man is crafty and cunning, and he will definitely take revenge. First, he uses his financial resources to crush his opponents, and then brutally humiliate them. In the coming days, his opponents will be accidentally and seriously injured. Although there is no proof, legend has it that the ninjas and samurai hired by him did it. Faye understood that Lin would definitely encounter this gum at the auction. Ishwan felt that it was not surprising that Chao Jun used provocation to lure him here. It turns out that his goal is to get him into trouble with gum. She thought Chao Jun was very bad and that it was better for them to go back. The protagonist replied that if he left, the cultural relics of China would fall into the hands of that bastard Kamita, and therefore he would not allow this to happen. He can also earn a lot of gold on the counterattack at the auction. It's a win-win for him. Faye thought that Lin was well done and determined. Yikes. Yuen was also happy and her enthusiasm increased by 15%. Afterward, we are shown that among the crowd of people, a mysterious girl in a mask and pink hair was following Lin and Ishwan. She realized that this was her goal. Afterward, we are shown how earlier Kamita said that Ishwan and a rich Chinese man would show up at the airport and asked if she knew what she needed to do. She bent her knee in front of him. He added that Iris Saito is his best subordinate, and she is a dark shinobi. The girl noted that she would make this ignorant Chinese fully understand what a Japanese chaebol is, and what a Kamita family is. She asked the owner not to worry, because she would not kill him, she would warn him a little, because he had to get to the auction alive. She wanted him to kneel down and bow to him personally. She reported that the person who was walking near Ishwan was her target. This is the rich Chinese. The protagonist said that he was a little thirsty, so he was going to buy water and asked if she needed it. Ishwan replied in denial and added that she would be waiting for him at the car. The girl felt a great opportunity to be alone with him. She wanted to put poison in him from the ring. This specially prepared poison can cause weakness, vomiting and diarrhea in the victim. It takes a whole day to feel relieved. Approaching him, she thought that this was a welcome gift from her master to him. Immediately, he began to scream in surprise, because he did not understand what kind of water it was, which cost 80 yuan. In China, this joke costs only 2 yuan. He thought that Japan had gone crazy and they were forced to sell water for a lot of money. There is only such water in the whole vending machine. From his screams, Shinobi was a little surprised and did not even let poison into him. Immediately, the protagonist noticed a drinking boiler from which you can drink. He approached him and started drinking, from which the girl was just in shock. Lin felt that this water was very tasty, even though it was from the tap, but it was free. The girl was very surprised and did not understand whether it was really the rich man who bought the museum for $1 billion. She decided to check the information again. Lin approached Ishwan and said he was back. A ninja was watching them. The girl said she missed Mr. Faye's car first. She wants to explore Japan in more detail before she goes on a date with him. In fact, she just wants to be alone with him for a while. The protagonist agreed and decided to take a taxi. The protagonist asked the driver how much the trip to this address would cost and showed him the phone. The man greeted him and replied that the starting price was 152 Chinese dollars. The protagonist was surprised that it was so expensive. Lin said that he saw a bus to the airport, and it cost only 30 yuan. He offered her a ride on the bus and Yixuan of course agreed with him. The protagonist noted that they are not in a hurry anyway, so they will be able to explore the neighborhood along the way. Hearing all this, the ninja girl did not understand whether he was incredibly rich. After that they arrived at the hotel. The girl told the protagonist that his coupon gives him a discount of 10 yuan. Lin was happy and said he had another one and gave it to them. Shinobi was sitting next to me on a chair. The protagonist noted that he did not use the coupon in vain, because that way he saved another 30 yuan. Shinobi felt that he was poor, stingy, profiting from small things. She thought that this man definitely didn't look like a billionaire at all. He looked more like Yixuan's assistant. She wondered where her target was then, this rich Chinese. Taking off her mask, she wanted to ask Yixuan's assistant. After we are shown how the protagonist was sitting on the couch and playing a game on the phone. Immediately, someone knocked on the door and Lin went up to her and asked who was there. A familiar shinobi girl appeared. She greeted him and explained that she was the staff at the hotel. She came here to bring him snacks for the night. The protagonist was delighted when he heard about the night snacks and asked her to go inside. The protagonist wondered if he had ordered this food. The girl wished him a pleasant appetite and he started eating. Immediately, the system informed him that the truth serum poison had been detected in this game. She activated the poison defense. The poison was completely removed. The protagonist was confused when he heard this. He wondered if this was not a military substance. He realized that this girl was sent by that Kamita, and if so, he decided to play a game with her. When he finished, Lin said that he suddenly had a headache, and the girl was happy. The system detected a woman with high-level beauty and launched a counterattack. The girl immediately asked where the man Lin, who was supposed to come here to participate in the auction of Yaibintang and Yixuan together, and at the same time wanted to seduce him. Her name is Saito Kite. She is 20 years old. At the moment, her enthusiasm is minus 30%. The protagonist decided to tell her that he likes beautiful faces and big melons and girls and reached out a finger to her. Lin pondered. The system really started a counterattack mission. Saito was very embarrassed and covered her face with her hands. She thought that some people with particularly weak willpower lose self-control and express all their innermost thoughts after exposure to the truth serum. No matter how dirty your thoughts are. Saito asked again and replied that she liked him very much. And I asked him to tell me where this rich man from China is. The protagonist started clapping and saying that he was very hungry and therefore could not remember anything. She was surprised by his answer. He told her to come over, sit on his leg and feed him, then he would tell. The girl agreed and said that there were no problems and sat down on the protagonist. The girl started feeding him snacks and asked if it was delicious for him, and he agreed, while hugging her with his hand. The girl asked if he remembered. Lin told her that the rich man said he would not appear before the official opening of the auction because it would make him look more stylish. She understood everything. Chao Jun also told her the same thing about the character of this rich man. She sat right on top of him and realized what was the matter, while smiling sweetly. Saito got very close to him and offered to play a fantastic game, which made the protagonist very confused. She grabbed his arm and kicked his neck, but the protagonist managed to substitute the other hand. He asked her how to play this game, and the girl replied that she no longer needed him, so she wished him good night. After a moment he fell asleep, but in fact he only pretended. After that, she put on her mask and noted that the next day he would not remember anything. And she closed the door very loudly after herself. Immediately, the protagonist got up and considered that this was what he expected from a person who had undergone professional training. The strength of her legs is on another level, and if his third-level hand of strength had not blocked her, he would have lost consciousness. He noted that the auction has not even started yet, and he is so eager to deal with it. He is looking forward to this auction more and more. After the day of the auction came, they show us a huge building. Immediately, all the people in the building started greeting President Kamita. He was walking with Chao and Saito and just kept silent. Shinobi asked, since this person is going to appear at the auction, whether she can ambush him at the door and kill him directly. Kamita told her that there was no need. He noted that in China there is an old saying called, "A turtle with a shrunken head." He believed that it describes this opponent who does not dare to show his face. He is hiding, and this is a sign of his inner panic. In terms of momentum, he has already lost. Chow noted that if the rich man dares to show at today's auction, it will be his death. Saito agreed with him and added that all Chinese are the same. They are miserable and useless, and they are all timid as mice. Yesterday's assistant Ishwan is the best example. Then the girl noticed a huge crowd and wondered why so many people had gathered there. It was Ishwan, and there were a lot of people around her. Immediately, Chow shouted that it was Lin Xing. The protagonist turned to them and smiled. Chow was surprised that he had already arrived, and Saito was shocked that he was the rich Chinese. The protagonist with Ishwan approached these three, noted that all familiar faces were here, and also considered that the fat woman in the middle was a beggar Kamita. Saito realized that she had been fooled. She did not understand why the truth serum did not work. She thought that he had found out from the very beginning who she was. Kamita looked at Shinobi and considered her useless trash. Chow noted that Lin is very brave once he came here, but in front of President Kamita, he is nothing. The protagonist noted that he did not have the courage to behave so presumptuously in front of Mr. Beggar. He is the youngest here, so Mr. Beggar has to go ahead, and Lin was inferior to him. Kamita welcomed a young talent from China, and he hoped that Mr. Lin would not disappoint him. Lin asked him not to worry. He guaranteed him that he would be surprised. The licitator girl greeted everyone. Before starting the auction, she decided to give everyone a detailed presentation. The Ipentang auction is the largest charity auction in Japan, as well as a world-class auction. 90% of the funds raised at the auction will be donated to the United World Relief Organization. First of all, she would like to introduce and thank the rich families from all over the world who came to this auction. Mr. Takito Kamita, the president of Kamita Shoji in this country. Andy John from the country of England. Louisiana from the country of France. Abik is from the country of South Arabia. And finally Lin Xing from the country of China. Immediately everyone wondered who it was, because no one had ever heard of him before. Immediately, the guy noted that there is no such person in the Lin family in China. He thought he was a nouveau riche who came here to broaden his horizons, and the girl laughed at him. Ishwan heard everything and was embarrassed. Immediately, the protagonist got up and went straight to the stage, from which the audience was surprised. He reached for the microphone. Lin apologized for wasting their precious time. He decided to introduce himself to everyone again. Initially, their country, China, is a country of Oriental etiquette, and he should not attract attention here. But for the sake of friendly communication with everyone in the future, he will briefly say a few words to express his position. He is Lin Xing, came here to collect the relics of Chinese culture, whatever he wants. Especially the latest cultural relics in the auction booklet that were stolen from China and shipped abroad. He wanted these relics, no matter how high the price for them was. Ishwan was inspired by his words. He also added that since this is a charity auction, he is going to play another game with everyone. No matter what price someone offered today, he would double it and donate it to charity. Saito was a little embarrassed by his words. Thirdly, a friendly reminder to everyone to start offering higher bids, otherwise they will lose miserably, and asked Mr. Kamita about it. Immediately, the girls began to discuss him. One thought that he was an arrogant Chinese boy. Chow was very angry and called him names in every possible way. The girl also noted that after all, Lin wanted to donate a lot of money, and that's good. Kamita smiled and noted that this was a bluff and that there was nothing to be afraid of. Immediately, Kamita was informed that this time John's family brought 5 billion, and others from the Far Kingdom and the Middle East $4.8 billion and $4.5 billion, respectively. The 8 billion funds that Kamita had prepared were more than enough to hold this entire auction, and the fat man was happy about it. The guy continued and explained that this auction is part of his plan to implement the project. Heritage of Great East Asia. And now the front page of DJ Corporation is ready. After the auction, he will be written about in the newspapers and the world will be informed about his great heritage preservation project. By then, the Kamita Group's stock price will surely skyrocket, and Mr. Matsumoto, who is supported by Chable, is even more likely to become president for this term. Kamita was glad that everything was going well on his great path. He just wanted to crush Lin like an ant. The initiator announced that the auction officially begins. The first item is an incense burner of the Shoto period, the starting price, which is $8 million. Immediately, the guy next to the gum raised the number and offered a price of $30 million. The girl asked if anyone wanted more. Then Kamita turned and looked sideways. Lin was reading a brochure about the auction. The protagonist noted that this is the same Arhat statue that was exported to China in the Japanese era. This is completely out of line with Chinese culture, and therefore I was wondering if it could be sold. Yishuan explained that in ancient times, several countries produced some goods for export to foreign countries and the styles would be slightly different. Immediately the girl apologized to him, because his knowledge of cultural relics is deeper than him, and she tried to explain to him. Lin also noted that he liked how enthusiastic she was when she talked about cultural relics. He believed that serious people were the best. The girl noted that she also likes such people. Her enthusiasm increased by 5%. Immediately, Kamita and his wards were surprised by what they had heard. Kamita called them ignorant patriots. Next, an auction of Chinese cultural relics will take place. He was thinking how he would avoid his attack. The girl presented the second cultural relic. A blue and white plate with a peacock from China. The starting price of this relic is $10 million. Lin picked up his number. Immediately, all four rich men realized that this arrogant boy was finally starting to bargain, so they wanted to give him a taste of defeat. The protagonist rose and offered a price of $300 million. All three were shocked that he was offering a lot of money from the very beginning of the auction. They didn't understand what kind of bidding it was. Kamita replied that this is the mentality of a loser who is so eager to show himself. He considered it pathetic. The guy asked Kamita if he should start bidding. The man replied that it was not worth it, because this porcelain is only worth more than $180 million. He should not participate in the auction. If Lin wants to buy, then so be it. Immediately, the agitator hit with a hammer and said that the blue plate was bought for $300 million. Lin noted that he bought this plate for Yishuan to perfectly complement her beauty. Immediately, the girl asked, a cultural relic worth $300 million, given to his girlfriend. She didn't know if it was really that important, and the other guy laughed. Yishuan replied that it was bought for their museum. But Yishuan decided to thank Lin anyway, and said she loved it. Immediately, the guys began to resent that they were bragging about their love at the auction. The auctioneer presented the third cultural relic, an 8-foot magatami of the era of Sichuan and Germany in their countries. The starting price of the offer is $8 million. Kamita raised his hand and offered $200 million. The protagonist also raised his number and raised the price to $500 million. The man began to get angry, because Lin Xing said that he would only buy Chinese cultural relics. They believed that he did it on purpose and just wanted to anger the president. Kamita was angry and said that this is a low-level provoking method. Spending so much money just to piss him off. He thought it was too childish. The girl said that the protagonist won the tender, offering $500 million for an 8-foot magatama, and she hit with a hammer. The protagonist told everyone that he was giving this magatama to Miss Saito Kite as a thank you for her massage yesterday. The girl was very surprised and very confused. Kamita immediately turned to her and started yelling at her that she had told him her top secret real name. The girl started to panic and said she didn't do it. She assured me that she really didn't do it. She believed that he had used some secret method to find out her identity. She asked the teacher to believe her and added that she would give up the magatama. Kamita did not understand why to refuse, because it was a gift from him to her. He was ordering her to do it. The girl agreed with him. Sato's enthusiasm dropped by 10%. The protagonist understood that spending money would lead to the fact that he would lose passion points. He believed that it was really difficult to find the right tool, and it was really funny for him to see the distorted expression on Gum's face, and he laughed. The girl did not understand what the protagonist wanted from her. He gave her such an expensive thing just like that, and Kamita misunderstood her. But this is her first time when she receives a gift from someone, and therefore she was embarrassed, and her enthusiasm increased by 5%. The protagonist looked at her, and wondered why her infatuation had grown again. But she was sorry that he was such a nasty person, and her enthusiasm dropped by 3% again. The protagonist did not understand why the enthusiasm was literally jumping back and forth, and Ishwan looked at Lin Xing. The passion was constantly falling and rising by 1%, and he didn't understand what was going on in her head, and he was angry. After that, the protagonist loudly told the whole hall that he thought that the bidding would be fierce, but no one participates in the bidding at all. He thanked everyone for their humility, and again said thank you to everyone. The next few items are not Chinese cultural relics, and he is not interested in them, so Kamita can do whatever he wants. Immediately everyone turned to him, and Kamita was angry. The protagonist understood that this would make him proud of her for a while. After the girl presented a bottle of paint from the Lianxing era, the initial bidding price is 5 million. The man at number 7 offered a price of 8 million. The girl at number 15 raised the price to 10 million. The sheik raised the price even more to 30 million. And finally, one of the gum guys raised the price to 80 million. The auctioneer said that number 1 won the tender by offering $80 million for a bottle of Lianxing era paint. Immediately, everyone started clapping and congratulating Kamita, and he was smiling contentedly. Immediately, the man next to him told Kamita not to succumb to the flattery of these rich people. They flatter him only in words, but in fact they all keep their eyes on Lin Xian. They are watching Lin Xian's movements. The reason he can only pick up the cultural relics now is because Lin Xing moved his little finger slightly. They thought Lin Xing was going to raise the price. Kamita got very angry and hit the man with words to silence him. He apologized to him and noted that he was too talkative today. The protagonist was glad that they were all staring at him and asked them not to worry, because the next item is a Chinese cultural relic. If they're really interested in seeing how he does it, then he'll do it now. Kamita frowned. The girl presented the 5th cultural relic. A map of mountains and rivers thousands of miles long during the late Tang dynasty in China. The starting bid price is $80 million. Immediately, everyone raised their numbers and offered prices of 100 million, 200 and even 300. Kamita raised his number and price to $800 million. The protagonist replied that he almost fell asleep from such a low bid and offered a price of $2 billion. Immediately, everyone was outraged and shocked by such a price. Someone shouted that he was offering $2,500,000, which made everyone even more surprised. It was Kamita who was shouting at the top of his voice that he was raising the price. The man asked Kamita if he had forgotten their strategy. This time they came here to buy as many cultural relics as possible if they would spend money like that. But before he could finish, a very angry Kamita ordered him to shut up, because if they give up every time, then where will the face of their Kamita family be? The protagonist realized that Kamita wanted to play with him and offered a price of 3 billion. Kamita was just furious and raised the price to $3.5 billion. The protagonist offered 4 billion. All nearby people were shocked, because this cultural relic cost only 200 million, but now the price has increased 20 times. They thought it was just a waste of their money. Like water, they wanted to forget about this Chinese guy and even about Mr. Gum. Immediately, all the assistants started trying to stop Kamita. Even Saito turned to him. Then a smile appeared on his face. He dropped his number. And with a very angry and satisfied face, he said that he would not participate in the auction and added that the $4 billion cultural relic belongs to Mr. Lin Xian. A certain guy realized that Mr. Kamita had just been pretending to be angry and followed him after the relic, just to get Lin Xian to spend more money. Lin Xian's funds can't be unlimited. As long as he keeps raising prices like this, he won't be able to bid for long. Although it is easy to come up with ways to restrain Lin Xian, the person who raises the price must also have strong psychological qualities and financial resources capable of bearing the risk. As expected from Chairman Kamita, he is truly extraordinary. The protagonist said that since Kamita wanted to play with him, they would play, and Fat Kamita agreed. The girl reported that the protagonist won a cultural relic worth $4 billion, consisting of thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. Everyone started clapping for him, even Ishwan, and the protagonist was happy. Immediately, Kamita told the assistant that he needed to borrow money from San Shoji and Futosezdi. He can use his real estate as collateral. He is obliged to borrow 10 billion. The man was in shock and did not understand why. Kamita said that the remaining funds after taking other relics would not be enough to support his subsequent plans. For a man like Lin Xing, who is so famous and arrogant, he will definitely do it at any cost, because he announced from the very beginning that he would collect all the Chinese relics from the auction. Therefore, the last glazed guanine is a key moment. Until he collected a piece of guanine, he did not understand how a perfectionist like him could put up with such mistakes. Then the reputation he earned by spending so much money to create in the first place. Wouldn't it just collapse? Therefore, he should not be able to endure the ultimate failure, and he will do it at any cost. As long as he can get the last piece of glazed guanine, he will have a lever to control Lin Xian. The man near the gum tree said that the more expenses Lin Xian invested in advance, the more he would have no choice but to give up the last Chinese cultural relic. It's about his reputation and position. Kamita considered that a patriotic rich group of China was behind Lin Xian. This explains why he is so rich, and this is a provocation for them. Kamita said that this battle can only be won, not lost. The man next to him understood the gum. The girl thought that he represented China and was embarrassed and even blushed. Outwardly, he looks so carefree, but in fact he is a representative of China. Her enthusiasm has increased by 5% again. Immediately she turned away and said that she didn't care who he was, as long as he was her master's enemy. He was her enemy too, and her enthusiasm dropped by 5%. Again, the enthusiasm began to fall and increase, and the protagonist was in shock. He didn't understand what the girl was thinking. After that, we are shown the sixth cultural relic, the Buddha's head from the Chinese Song dynasty. Its starting price is 100 million. The protagonist offered 500 million, but Kamita raised it to 1 billion. The man noted that it had started again. Mr. Kamita and Lin Xing are fighting over a thing again. The protagonist offered a price of $1.5 billion and Kamita allowed her to buy this thing. The guy noted that Mr. Kamita is so cunning that he perfectly understands the reserve price and the withdrawal time of the lot. Another noted that if Lin Xing continued to follow him, he would definitely collapse. Soon, Lin Xian once again took away a lot of Chinese cultural relics from everyone due to malicious price increases. The funds spent reached a terrifying amount of $6,800,000. At the same time, Kamita took a lot of non-Chinese cultural relics, and taking into account borrowed funds, the remaining amount on hand was $12 billion. After the girl announced the latest cultural relic of this event, glazed guanine from the Chinese Yuan dynasty, we were shown a statue with the starting price of $400 million. Kamita rejoiced at this latest Chinese cultural relic in the hall. He thought that Lin Xing would be very sorry here. He asked him if the protagonist was ready, because he was already starting. Officially, the glazed guanine from the Chinese Yuan dynasty has started bidding. The starting price is 400 million and someone should already raise their sign. The protagonist raised the price to 1 billion and added that after buying this last one, he would close everything for today and go home. He wanted to hurry up as soon as possible. Kamita raised the price to 1.5 billion and said that the real game had just begun, and the protagonist was surprised. The man was glad that Chairman Kamita had finally taken action. The girl added that the momentum that has been building for so long is really extraordinary. They compared this battle as the battle of an eagle and a dragon. They thought the guy from China was in trouble. The protagonist hoped that Mr. Kamita would always be able to keep this calm. He has always been invisible in the audience, so his name really suits him. The protagonist believed that Kamita would still lose at the last moment. He smiled maliciously and asked him if Fat Kamita was afraid that after losing he would not be able to hold his head high in the country. The protagonist raised the number and price to $3 billion. Kamita told him to talk the same way as now. Lin Xing had already spent 8 billion, and he thought it was impossible for the protagonist to have more money left than him. Kamita raised the stakes to 4 billion. The protagonist understood what Kamita was thinking about. And I wanted to keep playing, but the fat man was already getting angry. The protagonist raised to 5 billion, Kamita to 6 billion. After Lin raised to 7 billion and Kamita answered 9 billion and strained a lot. Lin Xing raised up to 12 billion and Kamita started to get very nervous and raised up to 16 billion. Ishwan immediately turned to him and said that it was too much money, and the protagonist was smiling. The guy told Kamita that their funds amount to only $12 billion and this is already beyond the limits of what is allowed. The fat man replied that it was all about his face. It's only a few billion, and he still has a lot of estates and shares. Everyone was closely watching this battle of money and believed that it was a battle of the gods. The girl noted that the price is 16 billion and asked if there is anyone else who wants to participate in the auction. Kamita panicked a lot and wanted Lin Xing to continue the battle and asked if he was afraid. The girl started the report at 16 billion. The guy shouted to Kamita that these estates and shares are the last property. He asked if he really wanted to exchange them for some of the goods. This item has surpassed its own value. Even if he buys cultural relics, he will go bankrupt. Kamita, hiding behind his number, said that as long as Lin Xing could be defeated, the Huagua Fu group behind him would definitely find a way to buy cultural relics. At this time, not only will he not have to pay a penny, but he will also be able to get more benefits in China. More than a dozen other museums in China that are already included in the plan can repay the debt and transfer it to him. This is his real plan. The men calmed down and understood what was what. Saito asked if Lin Xian didn't need this cultural relic, because then everything would be over with them. Kamita turned around and shouted that she was starting to doubt him, and she should just watch. Lin Xing would definitely want it, just like a dog. He would get down on his knees and beg him to give him a cultural relic and laughed a lot. He immediately said that he refused and decided to give this relic to his older brother Kamita. The girls shouted that number 1 had won the auction for 16 billion. Glazed cultural relic of Guanyin. A historical record in the auction world. This record will not be broken until the next 50 years. Immediately, the guy noted that Kamita had won, and he was angry. Everyone around was happy and supported him, and he was shocked that he won. Then they got up and went. They approached the protagonist in a group. Kamita started laughing and asked Lin Xian if he hadn't said at the beginning of the auction that he would buy back all Chinese cultural relics. He asked him why he took so little money with him. If he hadn't bought the most important thing, Guanyin and glaze, how would he explain it to rich people in China? He believed that his patriotism was worthless. Immediately Kamita snapped his finger, and the girl gave him a katana. He took it and began to unsheath it. In keeping with the samurai spirit of their small Japanese country, losers like him, you can apologize only by committing seppuku. This is samurai practice. Seppuku was used by samurai voluntarily to die with honor, and not to fall into the hands of their enemies, and Kamita threw him a katana. The protagonist decided to raise it. Kamita added that it is his nature to lead an unworthy existence, and he certainly would not dare to accept such a noble act. He gave him a chance, and everyone started giggling with the protagonist. He can borrow, attract or borrow right now. For 20 billion, he will sell him glazed Guanyin. He had fulfilled his mission, and he would not have to die of shame. He was wondering what the protagonist would tell him. Lin Xing replied that it was nothing special. He just looked at him. How cowardly he was. The man shouted and pointed his finger at the protagonist that he was still arrogant after losing. Kamita thought that he was pretending on purpose so that he would lower the price and warned him not to even think that he would lower the price by even 1 penny. The protagonist carefully stood up. Then he straightened his tie right next to the gum. And he told him right to his face that he was a bad fat dog, which made Kamita very surprised. Kamita didn't understand what he was talking about. The protagonist asked this Li Chao Jun told him that he would come here to buy all the Chinese relics back. Chao was indignant and asked if he wanted to change his mind out of anger. The protagonist stood near the sculpture and asked Kamita to think carefully about the words he said to him at that time. He decided to give him a hint. The ancient Chinese export cultural relics. Chao shouted that then the protagonist said that he wanted to return the cultural relics left by China and did not understand what he wanted to say, and Kamita seemed to understand something. He immediately slapped Chao across the face with all his might. The man fell to the floor. He didn't understand why Kamita had hit him. The fat man began to worry a lot and realized that Lin Xing had only come here to pick up those relics that were stolen by Japan from China. Glazed Guanyin is a commodity exported to Japan from ancient China, and it costs nothing for him. The protagonist replied that it cannot be said that it is worthless, it still has the main cultural value of the relic. The protagonist put his hand on the sculpture and noted that these eyebrows and beard. This Guanyin style has gone out of fashion in China since the Tang dynasty. That's why he's doing it for him for export. If he has the right information, he will not be completely defeated. Now he has bought this relic, spending $16 billion, which is worth 400 million at best. And if he suffered huge losses, he is famous all over the world, but he was sorry that he was famous as a clone. He asked him if they had gone bankrupt in order to buy such a big treasure. He didn't think Kamita could handle it. He called him a little fat brother, and Kamita was very angry and even drooled and snot flowed. Kamita ordered the guards to grab this Chao Jun and drag him down. The man asked Mr. Kamita to spare him. Ishwan ran up to the protagonist and said that she had just been scared to death because she thought that he was really going to compete with gum for guanine and glaze. She also didn't think about the fact that this treasure was a cultural relic intended for export. The guy apologized to her and noted that if he wants to fool his enemies, he must first fool his own people. After that, everyone began to approach the protagonist. The two of them were surrounded by a huge crowd of people. Everyone said they were from the USA, or from the Ingo Museum, and so on. Everyone wanted to meet him. Some even invited him to dinner tonight. After that, people started mocking gum. The guy noted that after so many Apando auctions, someone finally won the gum. The big news is this auction is going to explode. The most popular of them is still gum. He bought the statue for 16 billion when it was worth 100 million. Kamita was very angry because of their words. Immediately, someone hit Kamita on the head and he flew down. He was in shock. Her hands tightened and he reached for his heart. Kamita fell to his knees and began to choke. Then someone stood next to him, and he saw the leg. It was Lin Xing who asked what happened to him, and said that he should pay attention to his health. After that, he went ahead with Ishwan and K. Ameda was very angry. He reached for his phone. He called and ordered all samurai and ninjas to act immediately. He wants them to bring all the cultural relics that Lin Xing bought, and make sure that he can't see the next morning sun. After we are shown the Chinese embassy in Little Japan, it was a huge building. The protagonist and Ishwan were sitting inside. The man told him that he understood everything perfectly. He spent so much money to buy precious cultural relics that China has lost. On behalf of the embassy abroad, he sincerely thanks him. He had also heard about the insidious methods of the gum chaebol, so they would do everything possible to ensure their safety. They shook hands and the protagonist thanked him, but added that there was one thing he wanted to do. He asked if he could lend him his car. The man asked if Lin Xing wanted to leave the embassy. Ishwan asked the protagonist not to leave, because it's too dangerous and she's afraid. He promised her that everything would be fine, he assured her. The girl thought about it, and tears appeared in her eyes. After that, the protagonist was already in the underground parking lot. He was thinking that he shouldn't hide, because Kamita is bothering him all the time. He opened the car and as he approached it, he realized that if he didn't kill him this time, then he had come all this way in vain. I immediately show us two shurikens. The protagonist deftly dodged and they flew past his head. It was a beautiful Saito kite with two katanas. The protagonist noted that she came earlier than he expected. He was wondering why she didn't wear the magatama he gave her at the auction. The girl was confused and asked why she should wear it at all. The protagonist replied that magatama goes well with her eye color. The girl replied that she didn't know why he gave her the magatama, but if he wanted to use it to bribe her, then Lin should forget about it. Saito Ninei will strictly perform the tasks of their employer. The protagonist realized that it turns out to be an employment relationship, so it's easy to understand. He said that to hire them all, he would also give them double the price of everything Kamita could offer. She thought he was insulting their Saito family. She asked him if he really thought that they would break the contract and rebel against their employer. The protagonist also noted that as long as the employer does not complete the task, the contract will be automatically terminated. He shouted at him to shut up and rushed at him. She tried to hit him with her katanas, but the protagonist dodged. The girl noted that he did not look at all like a person who understands martial arts. But she didn't understand why he always dodged her attacks. She understood that she needed to act. Saito grabbed a certain thing and the protagonist was surprised. Immediately she threw it on the floor and there was an explosion and a pile of smoke appeared. It was a kind of smoke bomb and the protagonist decided to look around, but Saito was no longer there. Immediately, he realized where the attack would come from. The girl jumped on his shoulders and wrapped her legs around him and wanted to kill him with katanas. She gained strength and struck with her swords with great speed. The protagonist was scared, but he managed to grab her hands and thereby stop the katana from hitting. She was shocked that he was so strong. Generally speaking, in such a situation, it is most difficult for a person who has been attacked to use force. She started squeezing him with her legs and he was surprised. She knew that this attack wasn't that simple. When her legs wrapped around his neck, it would only take one punch and his head would fill with blood, The protagonist came up with the idea to bite the girl so that she would let go. Saito immediately jumped away from him, and the protagonist began to clear his throat. The girl was hurt. She called him a bastard who uses vile means of defense. The guy recovered and replied that she was a professional killer, and he was just an ordinary person. As long as she can run, Wang Bakwan also has good boxing technique. He sat down and said that now it was his turn to act. He immediately ran at her with a confident face. The girl was very surprised and even scared. Saito raised her katanas to defend herself, but the protagonist grabbed her hands again and lifted them. He pinned her to the car and said he caught her. Immediately she tried to knee him in the groin, but he defended himself with his foot and was surprised that she wanted to attack his friend. The protagonist hit her forehead in the head, which shocked Saito. She immediately dropped her katanas. He was glad that she had finally subdued her. Right now, he can barely defeat a ninja with the attributes of the 3rd level. The girl fell to the floor and lost consciousness. But he knew that he would not have a chance to defeat so many samurai and ninjas. He knew that he needed to find a way to become stronger. Then he put her on the hood of the car and pulled all the weapons out of her pockets. He took out the truth serum she was hiding and thought she was very secretive. Lin Xing gave her a pill to be affected by the truth serum, and she told him everything she knows. He shouted for her to wake up soon, because he was in a hurry. The girl began to wake up. She was very surprised when she realized that he had tied her up, and the protagonist was near her. He told her that he had fed her the truth serum, and now it was time for entertainment. The girl admitted that she failed to attack him. But she assured me that the truth serum wouldn't work on her. She's a professionally trained killer. He can torture her any way he wants, but she won't tell him anything about Mr. Gum. The protagonist was surprised at her words. Lin took the dagger and with a quick movement of his hand cut off her rope. In this case, he felt that there was no point in tying her up. He has already taken her weapon and he still needs to deal with Gum. The girl was surprised that he would just let her go and would not ask about anything. The protagonist said he only had one question: how could he get her to stop hunting him without hurting her? He understood that if she died, he would not be able to earn money. The girl was very embarrassed and even blushed. She turned away, embarrassed. She did not understand why he was so kind to her, and also he gave her a magatama. She began to think that he loved her, and her enthusiasm increased by 10%. The protagonist quickly got into the car. She went to the car and asked if he was going to find Gum alone. The protagonist said that if she didn't want to reveal anything, so he had no choice but to ask the next killer. Saito said that Kamida's villa is located at 2-1, Chom, Hijiziatamicho. Even if a large number of assassins were sent to search for him, there are 8 armed samurai and 6 ninjas in the villa. The protagonist thanked her very much, but the girl told him this so that he would know that Lin Xing would die alone. Kamita is very cruel, whether it's the target or his own subordinates. She really wants to escape, but the rules of the Saito family are very strict. The protagonist put his hand on her shoulder and asked her not to worry. Now he is going to have a good talk with Gum. He believes that he will agree to any of his requests. First, she has to find a place where she can hide. After the car drove forward and the girl stayed there. The girl was very confused. She did not understand why he was doing everything contrary to her expectations. She had never met anyone like him. Her enthusiasm has grown by 20% again. Immediately, she felt a strong threat. It was 3 ninjas and one reported that the target had escaped. He's heading for the eastern doors of the embassy. He told them to send a team to follow him. He also reported that Saito Kite had failed in her mission and was suspected of mutiny, and Kamita ordered her to be returned. The girl was just in shock and very scared. After that, we are shown the villa of Kamita in the middle of the ocean, and security yachts sailed around it. Kamita was standing by the window. He was surprised that they had lost him. The ninja reported that they thought he was heading here. Therefore, they built an ambush along the way, but he left in a different direction. By the time they found his car, he was no longer in it. The fat man shouted that it was a waste of time. He ordered the ninja to be transferred from the embassy over there and find them all for him. After that, Saito was tied to a chair and sensors were connected to her, and Kamita looked at her. He grabbed her by the hair and told her to tell him where Lin Xing was now. The girl replied that she really didn't know. He took all her weapons and didn't tell her about any plans. Kamita asked if she expected him to believe that he would let her go without a scratch. He pressed the button and the current went through the girl's body. It was very painful and hard for her. Kamita grabbed her by the face and said that he had several more effective interrogation methods, but he did not plan to use them on her, because he wants to make sure that there are no scars on her perfect body so that she can sell it at a good price. The girl didn't want that. Immediately he was informed that an attack had begun. Only one person, he did not know where he had penetrated. Kamita was reported on the radio that he had killed several of them with ninja tools. The fat man thought it must be Lin Xing. He ordered everyone to turn on the floodlights and let the ninja team go. After that, someone shot at the protagonist, but he dodged. He flew with great speed and cut a guard with a gun. Immediately a beam of light hit him and someone shouted that the target had been found and he could not leave. Immediately 6 ninjas jumped to him and were in the air, and the protagonist got ready. They threw kunai and shurikens at him at once. The protagonist ran forward and dodged everything. Lin was already near the cliff and jumped there. The ninja followed him and flew down. The radio reported that the target jumped into the sea, and the ninja followed him. Kamita began to laugh and think that he decided to save himself by jumping into the sea. All these 6 ninjas are the elite of the Saito family, and their underwater killing abilities are also at the highest level. He believed that Lin Xing was already dead. The protagonist was at the bottom, and the ninjas were swimming towards him.
It continues from the same moment. One shinobi swam up to the protagonist and tried to attack him with a kunai. Immediately, Lin Xing seemed to disappear, from which the shinobi was just in shock. He appeared behind him and put a dagger to his throat in the style of Minato from Naruto. He immediately cut him so that the shinobi couldn't kill him. The protagonist took another dagger and swam on. Shinobi communicated using gestures. Shinobi explained that Lin swims very fast. There is no need to disperse, and you need to form a formation. The protagonist floated around them and they huddled together. They noted that Lin swims too fast and did not understand if it was even possible for people to swim so fast. The protagonist was thinking that he really can't do anything like them on land. But once they enter the water, they won't be able to use their hidden weapons. Their speed is not enough for him. He can hold his breath for 10 minutes without killing him. Immediately, he thought that the sea in Japan is not very clean and he simply does not know if he will change if he soaks in seawater for a long time. He decided to end it quickly. The protagonist attacked them, but the shinobi repelled his attack. The main shinobi understood that they could not stay underwater for long. One of the shinobi began to swim out to get some air, but the protagonist immediately swam after him. In an instant, he just cut it and started coming back. Immediately, the shinobi began to panic and swim up. They believed that they were already on the redevelopment and they needed to get up to rest. They thought he was definitely not human. He swam at high speed for 3 minutes. They didn't understand why he wouldn't run out of oxygen at all. After that, we are shown Kamita and his hostage, Sato Kite. The fat man noted that the noise of the shots had stopped. He started laughing a lot and asked if this kid really wanted to deal with him alone. Unfortunately, he couldn't see the look of despair on his face before he died. Sato felt very sorry for Lin Xing. Kamita took out something and noted that their problem was solved and now it was her turn. He stood right next to the girl and touched his beard. The girl began to panic. He took out a pipette and began to drip liquid into her mouth. Kamita started clapping his hands and noted that when he finished playing with her, he would sell her to Tego. As for Sato's family, if he told them that she had failed her mission and was killed by Lin Xing, the Sato family would definitely not give a damn about a pawn like her. Kite began to cry, because when Lin Xing uttered these words, she sincerely believed that he was the one who would change her fate. She asked God for a miracle to happen. She prayed for a miracle. Kamita took her by the face and noted that there is no God in this world, but he can send her to heaven. Immediately, someone started climbing in the window and added that he could tell him to go to hell, which made Kamita very scared. It was Lin Xing, who, although wet, had almost climbed into the house. The girl saw the protagonist and cried with happiness, and her enthusiasm increased by 50%. Lin apologized for being late. It's just that those shinobi were very annoying for him. Kamita took the walkie-talkie and asked how it was possible that he hadn't died. Immediately, a shuriken flew into his hand, causing Kamita to scream. Then he ran up to him and hit him right in the stomach. The protagonist said that his dorky samurai are still guarding the ninja in the water from the shore. Kamita fell to the floor and saliva dripped from his mouth. The guy told him to just be quiet and not disturb others. The protagonist cut the rope and freed the girl. Kamita turned around and noted that this was impossible. It was obvious to him that he should have been dead. Lin Xing replied that it was probably because his swimming skills were better developed. He hugged the girl and offered a katana, asking if she wanted to deal with him herself. Kamita bowed to them and started shouting that he was wrong. He was asking for forgiveness. He asked Sato Kite to let him go and forgive him. The girl grabbed a bottle with a certain liquid, opened the lid and poured this liquid to him. After she threw away the empty bottle and noted that it would be too easy to kill him with one knife, the whole bottle would be enough for him to die a painful death. Kamda started coughing and crying. Then they show us a boat with the floodlights on. Kamda stayed at home and screamed violently. The protagonist, sitting behind the wheel, noted that the medicine is really scary. The protagonist asked what was wrong with her. Sato explained that Kamda had just forcibly fed it to her. She reached out to him and asked for forgiveness because she can't take it anymore, and he was surprised. The girl sat on it and the protagonist asked why they should not do it when they first get to the shore and find a safe place. The girl replied that he would drive the boat, and she would do it herself. Then she put her feet on his shoulders and blushed deeply. Immediately they started an adult lesson. The boat hit the waves and the girl screamed. The protagonist apologized and said that he would go slower. The girl replied in denial and added that he just drove the boat as before, and her enthusiasm increased by 10%. The protagonist pressed the gas and they continued to do it. After that, the sunrise came and the sun appeared over the sea. The protagonist moved away from the steering wheel, and Sato Kite was lying right on top of him. Lin Xing didn't expect that he would actually experience something different. The girl said that since Kamda is now dead, the employment contract has also been terminated. She wants to return to Sato's house to take her punishment. The protagonist told her to stop being a ninja and go through life and death. He asked why she, a young girl like her, should not live a good life. Kite replied that she didn't know what else she could do. Other than that, all the ninjas of the Sato family were orphans. They had hired them since childhood. Nurturing tolerance from childhood tells them that becoming a ninja is just their destiny. After the protagonist took out a card and the girl was very surprised. He said that if she doesn't know what she wants to do, she should go and find a case. There is 1 billion Chinese dollars on the card. She can gradually find what she wants to do and who she wants to be. From now on, she lives only for herself. The girl began to cry with happiness and thanked the protagonist, and her enthusiasm increased by 45%. The system reported that the enthusiasm for Sato Kite reached 90%. The protagonist spent 15 billion on Sato Kite and the refund amount of 10%, which is 150 million Chinese dollars, was transferred to his personal account. All his attributes increased by 1. The current level increased, attributes, level 4. The girl hugged him and the system added that he chose one of the 3 bonus skills within the allotted time. The level skill, piano proficiency. Level D skill, flower hand skill. The skill of D level is the skill of a dancing cube. After the news reported that President Kamda died yesterday at his villa. According to sources, the scene was so terrifying that the description was encoded. There have been several deaths among his bodyguards and the initial theory is that it was a ninja killing. It is suspected that this is the work of a rival keyball. After that, they show us the plane and that Chinese artifacts are already being loaded. There stood the protagonist, Yixuan, and others. The man said that fortunately Kamda is dead. Finally, he can safely return. Once again he thanks him for his contribution to the development of China. The protagonist thanked the embassy for protecting them. Whatever happens, happens to Gum. Lin Xing and Yixuan were walking to the plane and the protagonist noted that the issue was resolved without any problems. But he was sorry that he could not enjoy the hot springs and other things during his rare visit to Japan. The girl replied that they would come again next time in the form of an exchange of cultural relics. After the plane took off and the protagonist flew out of Japan, Sato Kite was watching this. She noted that when she is done with her personal affairs, she will come to China for him because it seems to her that she has found her life purpose. After the protagonist and Yixuan arrived in China and the workers took out boxes with artifacts, the girl asked them to be careful when loading them. They are all very valuable cultural relics. At this time, the protagonist was thinking. The system told him that he had to choose a skill for himself within 1 hour. He almost forgot such an important thing. At that time he was focused on comforting Sato Kite. The protagonist looked at the skills and thought about what to choose, but decided to stop at the piano. The system gave him a level of skill and now he can play the piano perfectly. Immediately, the protagonist noted that it was amazing. A lot of knowledge about the piano poured into his mind. Someone called the protagonist and he turned around in surprise. It was Luo Yasin who came to meet him at the airport and asked if he was surprised. She ran up to him and noted that she missed him, and the protagonist noted that it was not surprising that she had asked him earlier when his flight would be back to China. He found her very attentive. Yixuan turned away and talked to the workers and Luo Yasin kissed the protagonist. The girl said that first she would take him to dinner. After they finished eating, they would go to see the house. She chose an apartment of 90 square meters worth about 1.5 million yuan. The protagonist replied that it was right. They would go to buy a house after dinner. He asked how only 1.5 million could be enough. He wanted to go and buy the most expensive one. The girl was surprised with his pressure. The protagonist thought about spending a lot of money to buy a house again. Luo Yasin's favorability has already reached 95, and he doesn't know what will happen when it reaches 100%. He was very curious and laughed. He decided to go with her, and Luo noted that the car she had ordered had arrived. Immediately, Yixuan asked Lin Xing where he was going. Luo went ahead, and the protagonist wanted to introduce Yixuan to his friend, but she was stopped by a car. Yixuan approached him and asked if his friend would come for him and noted that his friend was very good. The protagonist wanted to say something, but immediately the girl kissed him, from which he was surprised. Yixuan thanked Lin Xing for his hard work during this trip to Japan, risking so much. She was very confused and began to run away with the words that he had provided the placement of these cultural relics to her. The protagonist was also embarrassed and blushed and did not know if this was considered indirect kissing. Luo was already sitting in the car and told the protagonist to eat as well. The protagonist wondered if he had escaped the field of Shura. After Luo and the protagonist arrived at the Villa Dai Ipin area, Lin Xing said that he called a friend about it and she recommended him to visit this place. Luo was shocked. We are shown a guy who asked the protagonist if he wanted to buy the most expensive villa. Then he needs to go to Dai Yiping, Dragon Yard No. 1. There is the most suitable for the personality of Mr. Lin Xing. The girl noted that she had heard that the lowest price of a villa in this place starts from 100 million. Immediately, the consultant greeted them and asked how she could be useful. Lin Xing said that he came here to look at Dragon Yard Villa No. 1. The girl thought that these were YouTubers who come here to shoot videos. She was very annoyed. She wanted to leave them to another colleague. The girl replied that she would arrange another colleague for him at the Dragon Yard Villa and asked him to wait. While she selects another colleague for this, they can get acquainted with the idea of the layout of this villa. The consultant turned away and even frowned. Luo noted that this house is worth $300 million and asked if it's not too expensive. The protagonist replied that this was her first home. He doesn't want to be careless. He just wants to give her the best gift. The girl was very happy and her enthusiasm increased by 3%. Her enthusiasm already reached 98%. The protagonist laughed and considered himself incredible. Luo hugged him. He earned money again and the level of his attractiveness increased. After that, a rich man came into the house with his young girlfriend. Jin said that today he would show her how luxurious Dragon Court Villa is. The girl noted that Jin was very cool and asked if he wanted to buy it. The man replied that first he would look at it and make sure, but if it satisfied him, it was a matter of seconds to buy it. Jin approached the protagonist and asked if he had also come here to buy a villa. Lin Xing agreed. Luo showed him the brochure and asked him to look at this balcony and pool. She thought that although it was expensive, it was really beautiful. Jin pointed out that it was a big coincidence that his younger brother also likes Dragon Yard Villa, and his girlfriend laughed. The protagonist also called him his brother and thought it was really a coincidence. Luo apologized to the two of them, but they have already decided to buy this villa and they can just go see Dragon Yard 2 or 3. Jin was surprised and noted that Lin was so young that he didn't even suspect that he was already a billionaire. If so, then of course they should make it work, and asked his girlfriend, Nini, about it. She replied that she agreed. They would also like to buy it, but wanted to make friends. Luo stayed to inspect everything, and the protagonist asked the man where the toilet was and he showed him the way. After the protagonist was in the men's bathroom. Then he washed his hands. What to do? Immediately, Jin entered there and the protagonist was surprised. The man sat down next to him and asked if he was in a difficult position. Then he decided to light a cigarette. The man noted that the girl he picked up is too beautiful, and he sees that Lin can't control it. The protagonist asked what it meant, because he didn't quite understand it. The man replied that his performance as this rich second generation was so fake. He was worried about how it would end for him, and he has to look at him playing a rich guy and ask if it's not perfect. Lin Xing was very surprised by his words. Jin put his hand on his shoulder and added that he had a connection with him and would teach him some skills for free. He asked him to come over and look at his Porsche keys, Lamborghini keys. The protagonist asked, is this the key to luxury cars? The man started laughing and explained that these were not keys to luxury cars, but lighters, which he uses to show off, pick up girls and for other purposes. This Nini is there. He will easily get her thanks to his keys from the Lamborghini. He can't act like a rich man by wearing just this suit. The rich second generation should have the appropriate clothes of the rich second generation. He can tell at a glance that he is a beginner. He also lied to Nini about buying the villa. When he saw that he was saying that he wanted to buy it, he immediately used the stairs to go down. The image of a nouveau rich was created, who has no shortage of money and who is ready to make connections. This is an adaptation to circumstances. He added that he still has a lot to learn. And it just so happens that he has this 30-day crash course, which he will sell to him at a low price of $998. Regardless of whether they are a famous lady or a rich woman, he can easily get it. He will fight the bottom later, cooperate and give him a reason not to buy this villa. Then I show Luo and Nini to us. The girl looked at Luo's handbag and noted that her Hermes bag imitates the original very well. Luo replied that she had bought it at the Hermes store. Then he said that there was no need to be afraid of her. She was not her enemy. Their goals were the same. She's just too young and doesn't know how to look at people. Luo was surprised and asked about the goal. Then he replied that their goal was to pretend to be a socialite and catch a rich guy. She asked Luo how she felt. She's in a good position to catch that rich guy, Mr. Jin. He bought her this real Chanel bag for $120,000. It may hurt her, but her little boyfriend is not real. The clothes he wears are not good enough, and his character is not good. She really doesn't know how she could have made the mistake of following him. She asked her not to worry. She would later help her reveal his true face and she would be able to leave him. Luo was just dumbfounded and thanked for the care, but she thinks Lin Xing is very good. Then he took her by the hand and said she was too stubborn. She will drag her into the company of celebrities, where she can buy branded bags, drink afternoon tea and take pictures. She guarantees that she will join the upper class within a week. Luo told Lin Xing that the more she looks, the more she likes Dragon Courtyard Villa number 1. Lin told the guy that he wanted to buy this villa and he had to go and get the paperwork for him right now. The guy was surprised, but doesn't he want to take a look first? But he agreed and added that he would immediately draw up all the documents for him. Immediately, Jin felt that now he would help him solve this dilemma and help him escape. Then he thought she would help Luo expose this fake rich second generation. The protagonist took out his card and sold the house at a cost of 300 million. He also said that this house was registered in the name of this lady. Jin, Nini and the consultant girl were just in shock and even petrified from shock. The guy asked the protagonist and Luo to come here so that he would take them to the Dragon Yard Villa. Nini and Jin thought they were clowns themselves and were very wrong. After the protagonist, Luo and the guy were already near the house and we were shown a huge villa that Lin Xing had just purchased. The guy gave the protagonist the keys and said that from now on he is the owner of Dragon Yard number 1. The protagonist agreed and thanked him. Immediately we are shown a guard who was sleeping standing up, but heard the sound of footsteps. He immediately woke up and was in shock. He shouted to the protagonist who he was and added that this was Dragon Yard number 1, and not some free park where he could just run. Immediately, the guy hit the guard and told him to shut up. He added that fortunately, he was going with him and knew that this would happen. The protagonist and Luo went on, and the guy said that he would not interfere with Lin and the beauty. He wanted them to enjoy their new home. He wishes them both a happy life. Then they opened the door and saw a lot of different cooks and beautiful maids. Then there was a huge wine cellar where there were hundreds of bottles of high-quality wine, an incredibly large swimming pool in the backyard, even a gym right in the house. Luo noted that it was very luxurious. The protagonist said that this bathroom is so large that 10 people can take a bath exactly at the appointed time. And there is also a sauna next to the bathroom. Immediately, water started coming from the shower. The protagonist turned back surprised. Luo said she accidentally turned on the shower switch and got soaked through. The protagonist was embarrassed by the soaked Luo and said that she should take a hot bath so as not to catch a cold. He turned back and said he was going to buy her a new set of clothes. Immediately Luo grabbed his jacket. The protagonist turned around and confused Luo told him not to leave, because the villa is so big that she is a little scared to be alone. After that, we are shown that the protagonist and Luo undressed and went into the shower. Inside, they were hugging and doing business. After that, the two of them lay down in the hot bathroom and enjoyed the hot water. Then they kissed again in passion. Luo said that she loves Lin Xing incredibly much and her infatuation has increased by 2%. Immediately, the system congratulated the protagonist on the fact that he received the first strategic achievement of 100%. The relationship between Luo Yanni's and her master has changed from now on. She will be loyal to her master like a dog and will never betray her master. The protagonist spent 300 million on a counterattack and the system reported that it was returning 30 million to his bank account. Also, all his skills have increased by 1 level. He can choose any skill that is not below his level and the system asked if he wants to choose it now. The protagonist was just shocked that he got 100%. The protagonist noted that she is devoted to him like a dog and will never betray him. He thought, even if she finds out that he has conquered other girls, she will not become jealous and will not lose her affection for him. Lin Xing understood that he was busy right now, so he decided to choose a skill when he had free time. He was thinking that the field of Shura simply does not exist. Hugging right and left is not a dream. Immediately, Luo just jumped on the protagonist and shouted his name. After that, the next day came. We are shown a beautiful blonde Liu Chen, who has just woken up. She saw Luo in the room and asked her where she had been all this time. The girl climbed onto her bed and said that she was tired and that Liu Chen should look into the chat application. Liu Chen cautiously picked up the phone and began to look. Luo released a post 1 minute ago and with 4 pictures and the inscription with words of love on my lips. Sunlight on my face, love in my head and you next to me. Liu Chen was just shocked and asked her if she had been with Lin Xing. When she was lying on the bed, she laughed and asked that in this world, besides Lin Xing, who else could she like, and yawned. He also added that he bought this villa for her, and now it is their home. Liu Chen was surprised that he bought her a house and asked her not to get angry if she talks too much. The guys don't have a very good relationship. She said Lin Xing was just fooling around with her and Luo shouldn't dive too deep. Luo was already sleepy and thanked her for the warning, but her love for Lin Xing goes beyond the limits that she cannot understand. She won't be jealous even if he has other girls, because Lin Xing knows that she will always be by his side. Liu Chen was indignant and asked if she was crazy. Luo turned around and told them to stop talking now. Lin Xing had been doing too much with her last night. Luo is for Liu Chen to go ahead and redeem herself to Lin Xing if she can. The blonde began to panic and noted that she was too arrogant. Last time, her plan wasn't perfect, but next time, she wants Lin Xing to definitely feel it. She is completely unlike them, flirtatious fools. Then 5 days passed and the protagonist was lying in his bed and sleeping, and she received a lot of messages. Lin Xing received a message and he woke up with indignation that it was too early. Luo Yasin wrote that it was his birthday today and she wanted to go to dinner and watch a movie. Liu Chen wished him a happy birthday. She really wants to say these words face to face. She asked if he could meet. It's on the Yinghu Bridge at school. After that, a group of rich people also congratulated the protagonist. Zhang Ziyan congratulated him on his birthday and noted that if it wasn't for Feng Billion, who had just congratulated him on his birthday in the group, otherwise she wouldn't even have known. As her main shareholder, she can't justify not inviting him to dinner. The protagonist looked at the phone and was surprised, because he even forgot that today was his birthday. This is his first time when a girl congratulated him on his birthday. He thanked me and noted that he was very touched. He can't go on a date with them because he's already made an appointment with his dorm mates, so he'll definitely do it next time. After that, he threw away his phone and wondered who would want to deal with so many girls in one day. Too much trouble. He's not some time management guru. Immediately, the protagonist got up and his friends were already in the room. The bespectacled man said that today was his birthday and tonight they would treat him to a delicious dinner. Lin Xing also greeted them. After that, the friends exchanged glances and were delighted. After that, we are shown an incredibly huge building and the protagonist was standing near it. Lin Xing was surprised that these 3 guys invited him to have dinner at such an expensive restaurant. The protagonist went inside and noted that last time he had lunch here with Yanbao. Zhu Tong and the others will be waiting for him in a booth on the 3rd floor. After that, the protagonist came to the 3rd floor and wanted to send them a photo in advance so that they would know that he had already arrived here. The protagonist wrote that he was already at the entrance to the restaurant on the 3rd floor and asked if they had already arrived. The girl came up to him and started screaming because she thought he was secretly photographing her. She ordered him to delete it and apologize to her. The protagonist turned surprised and replied that he had not photographed her. The girl smiled and added, "That's what every guy who takes candid photos says." She started yelling at the whole building and asked if he thought she was stupid and counting to 3, and if he didn't delete the photos, she would call the police. Immediately people came up to them, and the girl said that it really confused her. It's absolutely amazing. She's just a little too pretty and wherever she goes, she's secretly photographed by bastard men. The protagonist showed the phone where his photo was and replied that he had not photographed it at all. He leaned against her and told her to open her eyes and look clearly, and people around started laughing. Luo Yasin immediately appeared, who noticed the protagonist, and Lin Xing was surprised when he saw Luo. The girl took his hand and wanted to go inside and he agreed, and that girl was shocked. People started discussing her and the girl said that Luo was incredibly beautiful. Her boyfriend asked how he could secretly photograph this girl's face after plastic surgery when his girlfriend is so beautiful. Another guy added that ugliness brings trouble. This girl was very angry and thought that these people were blind because she is more beautiful than this girl. She thought she was very beautiful, and he didn't even take a picture of her. The protagonist asked Luo why she came here and where Zhu Tong and the others were. The girl replied that it was his birthday and she wanted to spend it with him, so she asked them to help her. He asked them how these 3 guys got into such an upscale restaurant, and that's how it turned out. Luo said that when she told them about it, they readily agreed, as expected from being his good friend. The guys told him not to come back tonight for special reasons and they understand everything. The girl gave him a watch and congratulated him on his birthday, and he thanked her. He was thinking that he could handle anything as long as it wasn't a sure field. Liu Yichen immediately appeared, who congratulated him on his birthday and gave him a gift. The protagonist was surprised when he saw her, and Luo was indignant and asked what she was doing here. Liu Yichen said it was Fan Zizhen's belt. She thinks that only this belt matches his temperament. Luo was indignant and asked if this belt didn't cost only 50,000 yuan. She asked if it was too cheap a gift. She also gave him a new Omega watch for 200,000 yuan. Liu added that Lin Xing gave her so many gifts, and she bought him a watch for 200,000, even though her belt costs only 50,000, but that's all the money she has. The protagonist got a little angry and asked her to return it. He didn't ask her to give him a gift, and Liu started laughing. Liu Yichen thought that he really told her to return the belt. As soon as Lin Xing heard that she had spent all her money to buy this belt, he immediately made such an informed decision. She reckoned that Lin Xing still loved her. Her favorability increased by 3% and her infatuation was already 94%. The protagonist was very surprised and did not understand what was going on with this girl at all. He did not accept her gift, but her favor is increasing. Immediately, Liu Yichen hugged Lin Xing and noted that she liked him more and more. Liu Yasin was indignant and told her to let him go. Immediately, all the visitors of the restaurant noticed the noise coming from this company. The blonde told Lin that he didn't need to say anything. She understood everything, just as she understands him, and took out a gift for adult pleasures. She remembers all the times he mentioned the bunny girl outfit before. The protagonist was very surprised and blushed and screamed. Yasin indignantly asked Liu Yichen why she was so thick-skinned. The blonde was surprised and asked in response, shouldn't it be like this when she truly loves someone? The girl who accused the protagonist of taking her picture immediately appeared. An important event has occurred that has left me speechless. She noticed that two beautiful women were competing and jealous of him. The guy was attracting attention from both sides and she couldn't believe it. Yasin got up and wanted to go to the bathroom with Liu Yichen, and she agreed. The girl was eavesdropping on everything and considered it a good opportunity. After that, the girls went to the women's bathroom. Liu Yaxing told her that Lin Xing was making her feelings clear. If she stays here and doesn't go anywhere, then it will be pointless. The blonde asked her friend if she didn't see that Lin Xing was starting to get interested. She thought Yasin should think about backing off. That lady immediately appeared and asked the two of them to stop arguing. She asked the girls to wake up, because she believed that the protagonist was a fraud, a poor man from the lower class. Yasin asked her who she was. The girl added that he did not deserve their attention at all, and she was really speechless because of this. They're all first-class girls, and there's a long line of boys who want to look after them. She didn't understand why she had to fight for this clean, low-quality product. She appreciates girls and believed that girls should help girls. The two of them looked at her in silence and were surprised. They started arguing again, and the blonde said she remembers what Yasin said, that even if Lin Xing was with other girls, she wouldn't be jealous. And she asked how it had suddenly changed. Yasin replied that if a person likes Lin Xing in return, then of course there is no problem. But what if it's someone he strongly dislikes? The girl was shocked that they just listened to her and did not respond. The protagonist was standing at the elevator at that time and thought about what if they constantly argue when they are together and can't even have a quiet dinner. Maybe it's time to step back. Immediately, someone called the protagonist. He turned around and saw Xie Yuxuan behind him. She asked him what he was doing here. The protagonist replied that he had originally made plans with his roommate and did not expect these three bastards to leave him. The girl smiled and said that her family also eats here, and she thought it might be fate. Yuxuan grabbed his hand and told him that she had already prepared all the cultural relics, and they would have an exhibition in a couple of days. The advertising campaign and everything else has already been prepared. The protagonist noted that it was wonderful. The protagonist entered the elevator with Yuxuan, and this girl saw Lin Xing again. She clutched her head and shouted that another serious situation with speechlessness. Yuxuan is more beautiful than the two that were just there. She didn't understand why all the beauties surrounded him. She shouted that he was a scumbag and had to expose him. After that, they were already walking past tables where people were sitting. The protagonist asked her that she was having dinner with her family, so why did she suddenly come downstairs? The girl replied that she was coming down to pick up a friend. The protagonist was surprised and asked if her friend was a boy or a girl. Yuxuan laughed and replied that she was a girl and had known her for many years. She immediately noticed that they were already here. We are shown Yang with his family, who called Yuxuan and waved her hand. Yuxuan noted that she had not seen Jiang's uncle and aunt for a long time. The aunt noted that Yuxuan came here to pick them up and said she was a good girl. Immediately, she turned around and told Lin that this was the friend she was talking about. Turning around, she did not find the protagonist and asked where he had gone. Lin Xing began to run away rapidly, and the girl decided to take a picture of him, saying that this bastard was here and he really knew how to run. She's already photographed them all, and this time he's dead. The protagonist noted to himself that this world is too small. Xie Yuxuan and Zhang Ziyan are actually good friends. Although they have not confirmed any relationship with him, they have nothing to feel guilty about. But if they end up arguing like Luo Yaxi and Liu Yichen did when they met, then it would be bad. Immediately, he realized that it was better to find a place to hide. And I saw a piano in front of me and asked myself if this was not a coincidence. The protagonist approached the musician and said that it was shift change time and the manager asked him to come. The guy was surprised by his words. He also said that he forgot to take his clothes and asked him to lend him a suit to wear a little, and he would return it to him a little later. When the protagonist sat down, he added that the manager mentioned that even if he worked less, it was still considered a full-time salary for him. The guy was surprised and thanked him and said he would go first. The protagonist thought that this way no one would notice him. Just casually reproduce it by ear and everything will be fine. He thought he was so smart. He immediately started playing the piano. His skill was activated and the protagonist felt a strange feeling. He started playing an incredible tune. Immediately, everyone, including the beautiful girls, paid attention to him. The protagonist continued to do incredible things with a smile on his face. Even that girl was surprised and began to shoot the protagonist. Yuxuan turned around and asked if this was the Golden Hour song, and he was surprised. The protagonist continued to play incredible music. The girl gathered in the center and the blonde noted that she suddenly remembered the best memories associated with her boyfriend. Another girl asked what kind of music it was, because it sounded incredible. Yichin and Yasin immediately appeared in the crowd of girls. Yasin recognized the protagonist. The girl started crying and shouted that she was crying. But it's not a sad melody, it's amazing. The guy added that it was like being in a garden. The sun was bright, but with a hint of sadness. Yichin noted that this song is so beautiful. Lin Xing actually knows how to play the piano. The girls both got excited and blushed from the song. The protagonist reached a new level and seemed to play even better. Yuxin and he felt an incredible aura. Yichin and Yasin were also shocked. Yuxin imagined that she hugged the protagonist and they were happy. He imagined Lin Xing marrying him. Yasin imagined them vacationing on the islands, and the girl said that she could not imagine life without the protagonist. Yichin also imagined only something indecent. They were doing it right on the go, and the blonde said that she couldn't forget that he was standing behind her. The girls looked at the protagonist's back and thought. Yasin noted that she was lucky to belong to him. The blonde noted that she misses him so much. She wants him so much. She only wants him. Yuxian noted that he is as charming as a treasure chest. He gives her unexpected surprises every time. He said that Lin is rich, handsome, reserved and responsible, a wonderful person. She feels that she is completely unworthy of him. His favorability score increased by 20% and was already 74% in total. Yuxang's favorability score increased by another 10% and was 87% in total. Liu Yichen's score also increased by 5% and her favorability totaled 99%. The protagonist did not understand what was going on, because he had just entered the flow state. Immediately, other girls began to approach the protagonist, and another crowd of people listened attentively to his music. A crowd of people gathered around Lin and one girl asked what the protagonist's name was, calling him a handsome guy. Another guy commented that he was so amazing because he made him cry. Another girl noted that she was level 9 in piano and looked like shit compared to him and asked how he trained. Another girl said that she wanted to marry him because she had never heard such a beautiful piano performance. The protagonist was upset because he wanted to keep everything a secret and not attract attention. And he didn't know what to do with this situation now. It looks like they found out. In addition, the performance of his piano piece increased their sympathy for him. Even Liu Yicheng is only 1% away from a counterattack. He didn't know if it was good or bad. A man immediately appeared and told everyone to get out of the way. A blonde man came forward, and there were guards next to him. People recognized him. He is the most famous piano master in Yanzhong, Lai Didi. He took off his glasses and noted that the man who had just played the Golden Hour was a talented man. If he follows his team, he guarantees that within 1 year he will become a legend. Immediately, everyone was surprised that the protagonist disappeared so quickly. Lin Xing ran out of the building and noted that fortunately, a piano master suddenly appeared and distracted everyone's attention. He thanked the unknown master. That girl started crying and called the protagonist the piano prince. She is now in love with him and hoped that they would meet again. The protagonist, running away, wondered if they would chase him and laughed. Immediately, someone told the protagonist to be careful and turning around. He saw a bright light in front of him. A girl on a motorcycle drove by him and slightly hit him. The protagonist fell to the ground, as did the motorcyclist, and noted that he had bumped into someone. The protagonist got up and ran to her, saying if she was okay. The girl was lying on a motorcycle and was surprised. They both recognized each other and were surprised. The protagonist asked her if she could get up. The girl replied that her leg was stuck and asked if he could help her lift her motorcycle. I also warned him that, however, this bike is quite heavy. When he picks it up, he must turn the steering wheel to one side, closer to the body, then take hold of the tail of the motorcycle. He easily picked it up with one hand, from which the girl was surprised and asked if it was possible to lift it up. The girl was shocked by his strength. The girl stood up and asked how he managed it, because it's 170 kilograms. The protagonist laughed and noted that he was probably strong. He also noted that she was injured and bleeding. The girl got on the motorcycle and replied that everything was fine. She often gets such minor injuries. Last time she even had a fracture. After all, this is her profession. The protagonist noted that it is not easy for a prostitute to work part-time and asked how she torments herself so much. The girl thanked him for what happened during the cruise, but since then she has not been able to contact him. She also wanted to give him back the cruise ship he gave her and wanted to tell him that she was from the police, but she didn't have time. The protagonist ran away and shouted for her to donate this money to children in mountainous areas or those who need it. No need to thank him, because he's like a living Leifang. Run away. The protagonist thought that working until the bones were broken. For a girl in such a difficult situation, you should not strain yourself too much, but you need to hurry up and apply ointment. He remembered the words of that girl about the fact that he had lifted 170 kilograms and noted that he was now at the current 5 strength level and did not know what it meant to him, and he was curious, so he wanted to check it out tomorrow at the gym. The very next day, the protagonist came to the gym. People were doing their best on the simulators. One couple was running on treadmills. Others trained hard. They were running until they were sweating on their faces. The protagonist thought it was quite amazing to see so many people working out in the gym so early in the morning. He thought they were very motivated. He also drew attention to the 5th point of the athletic girl and was surprised. The guy immediately approached him and asked the protagonist if it was beautiful. Lin turned around and was surprised. He added that he could help him win her over. The protagonist replied that it was not worth doing this because he was just watching. That guy laughed and pointed out that they were all guys, so don't pretend. He also asked him not to worry, because he doesn't ask him to go to her chat right away. He flexed his biceps and added that because in the way he is now, Lin will not be able to win her heart. Fit girls don't like weak guys. He needs to be strong, as he and the protagonist agreed. He said that the good news is that he is Wai Long, the coach who won the gold medal at Will Gym. He can make up an individual diet for him, and in 3 months he will significantly increase muscle mass. It costs only 8,000 yuan. The protagonist replied in denial and thanked him. Wai said that he should not be in a hurry to refuse. He could offer him 2 trial classes. After trying them, he will be able to make a decision. The protagonist asked him not to worry, because he was only here to work on the equipment. Wai was a little upset and said there was no problem. If he ever changes his mind or has any questions, he should not hesitate to contact him, and wished him good luck in his studies. He also thought that Lin was another poor bastard who couldn't afford personal training, but still went to the gym. The protagonist, looking at the equipment, did not understand how to use it. The protagonist turned to a beautiful girl and asked if she knew how to use this device. The girl said that it's called a leg press simulator. They need to sit here, press your feet against the footrest, and use the side levers to control the pins. The protagonist was surprised and thanked her. Immediately, the system appeared and said that an attractive girl had been discovered and she was launching a counterattack. Her name is Shi Lubing. When her favorability exceeds 90%, then 10% of the money spent will be returned to the protagonist as personal money. When the target's favorability towards the host reaches 100%, the target's personality changes and the relationship between the host and the target changes. At the moment, her favorability towards Lin is 0%. The protagonist noted that the system impresses him. She can even recognize things like wearing a hat and mask. He asked if she had X-ray vision or something. The system reported that as long as a person is at close range, it can even determine if another person has undergone plastic surgery. The protagonist decided to try to gain maximum weight, and Shi Luing was surprised. Lin Xing immediately began to do this, and the pumped-up guys were surprised. And she thought that this was to be expected from a beginner. He has no idea about the weight of 600 kilograms. Lubing came into the room and greeted the coach. Wai greeted her and told her to start with a warm-up. The girl took off her cap and mask. The coach stood behind her and noted that she was very beautiful, but she wore a cap and mask and thought she was some kind of celebrity. After Lubing began to squat, and the coach noted that she was doing it well, but should drop a little lower. He joined her and told her to pull her buttocks back a little and asked if she felt the muscles tighten at the 5th point, and Loving was surprised. After that, he helped her stretch and told her to relax a little more, because he would help her stretch her muscles. Immediately, the girl was indignant and asked the coach if these actions of his were a little excessive. Wai asked what she meant. He concentrated on warming her up. He asked if she wanted to say that he was taking advantage of her. The girl replied that if the upcoming workout was like this, then he should change the set for her. She is not used to physical contact with other people. The coach lowered his head down and agreed with her and said that he would move on to another set of exercises for her. He thought he couldn't do that without letting her get hurt a little. After that, the girl started doing cardio training. The coach shouted that she should squat for 1 minute, jump for 1 minute, then alternate lunges for 1 minute. She should do more than one approach. After that, the girl asked the coach if this intensity was too high. She understood that the load should gradually increase, and not immediately from the peak. Wai shouted that she had invested money in his studies, so he should be responsible. Otherwise, her money will be wasted if there are no results. Even his reputation as a gold medal winning coach would be tarnished. He explained that fitness classes should be difficult. If neither is suitable, then how can he help her? The girl understood him and decided to continue. The girl realized that he was right. Although it was a little difficult, she decided to stand up, despite the fact that the company had suspended her from work for 2 years. After working hard to get a role in this web series, she has to present it with a graceful posture. Wai didn't know if she felt weak and ready to give up, because even a female coach would find this set of exercises tedious. She must quickly admit her mistake and accept his initial set of exercises. After that, the girl was very tired. He noted that it is rare to meet such a first-class student with such a physique in a year. He thought she was a little lamb, and that she should go to his house for dinner. Immediately, the girl fell to the floor and the surprised coach asked if this little girl was running out of energy. Wai came up to her and tried to wake her up. At this time, the protagonist was passing by and noted that this was the girl with whom he had just had a counterattacking relationship. The protagonist asked what happened to her. The coach shouted back that this was a private training room and he had to leave. Lin went up to her and checked her pulse. He said she fainted, and Wai is still talking about a private training room. The coach got angry and pushed him away, telling him to step aside, because he was going to give her artificial respiration. The protagonist shouted that if she had a rapid heartbeat and was breathing, artificial respiration might not be required. We need to make sure that she receives proper medical care and support. He asked Wai if he had any common sense. The coach indignantly stood up and did not know what to answer, and people gathered near the glass who were watching this situation. Immediately, the girl twitched and had seizures. The girl behind the glass shouted for people to quickly call an ambulance. The coach didn't understand how it happened, because it was just an exercise. The protagonist took hold of the girl and noted that the ambulance would arrive in at least 15 minutes, and he was afraid that it might already be too late. He shouted to the system that he wanted to choose a skill. She informed him that due to the completion of the 100% blessing, he could choose any skill from this level. She asked Chen at what level he would like to start browsing the skill library. The protagonist replied that the system should give him a skill that would save this girl right now. Immediately, the system reported that the skill proficiency in traditional Chinese medicine was selected and the protagonist received it. The protagonist's head began to ache, because he had gained so much knowledge at once. Immediately, he opened his eyelids, and his eyes shone with a yellow light, which surprised him. He saw the girl's X-ray and noted that pure yang does not rise, Kai falls lower, blood does not circulate, spirit and consciousness are deprived of nutrition. The protagonist immediately hit the girl on 3 points on her body. The people watching didn't understand what he was doing. The guy thought that Lin was pressing on the acupuncture points, trying to save the girl. Another girl asked if it was effective, because he looks quite young and does not look like an experienced specialist in traditional Chinese medicine. You don't have to put too much pressure on people. Immediately, the girl woke up and was surprised by all this. The coach and people were very surprised. And the protagonist hugged the girl, smiled, and said that in her current situation she should not continue to lie down. He will help her to sit against the wall. After that, the protagonist took the girl and the guy noted that it was impressive. Given his young age, he did not expect that he would turn out to be an expert. When he saw this girl twitching, he felt hopeless. The other guy said that by acting boldly and fairly, he could get into the news. The protagonist thanked them for their words, but asked them not to crowd around. Now she needs to rest in a well-ventilated room. He helped the girl to sit against the wall and she asked if he had saved her and thanked him. Her favorability increased by 15%. The protagonist said that her rapid heartbeat is the main cause of fainting. He asked if she had done any intense exercise. Shi Lubing replied that the coach had just said during training that this type of exercise was necessary to achieve results. The protagonist stood up and noted that as a coach, he should have a clear idea of what level of exercises is suitable for the physical training of a student. He asked if he was intentionally forcing her to perform intense exercises beyond her physical capabilities or if it was unintentional. From his words, Wai began to get angry and the guy at the glass noted that Wai Lung, the coach who won the gold medal, did not need to make such mistakes. The girl replied that just a minute ago he was going to do artificial respiration, and she asked how a person who does not have basic medical knowledge can become a coach. Wai approached Chen and asked if he dared to doubt his professionalism. He has a qualification certificate of a senior fitness instructor and asked what kind of certificate he has. The coach shouted that if he didn't have it, then he thought he was only a half-competent specialist in traditional Chinese medicine. She fainted, probably due to some hidden illness. After a while, she woke up on her own. Even a blind cat can catch a dead mouse. He asked why he was making such a fuss here. Shi Luing asked him not to argue with such people. She will apply to the front desk to cancel the course and immediately refund the money. They both turned around and left, and Y shouted after them that he would show them after they tarnished his reputation. He asked if he thought he could let him leave so easily. He went after them and said he was challenging them. The only way he could restore his reputation. If he refuses, he will never come to Will's gym again. The protagonist turned around and replied that he accepted the challenge. The protagonist thought that it did not matter to him whether he went to this hall or not. The main thing is that he can't find a reason not to beat him. After that, they went to the ring and the protagonist went out there. Y was also standing in front of him, and there was an audience everywhere. The guy behind Y was surprised that the skinny guy dared to challenge Y Long. He really gets tired of life. Y Long is more than just a muscular trainer, it's not that simple. Another guy asked if the coach had any other specialty. He said that Y Long once won 3 championships in a row in underground boxing matches in the city of Yanzhou. Despite the fact that he has given up underground boxing matches and has been working as a coach here for 2 years, his training has not weakened for a single day. He specializes in deadly techniques in his training. Y asked the protagonist if he should wear boxing gloves or not. The protagonist replied that he personally was not used to wearing this stuff. The blonde man thought that the thin dog was already dead. Immediately, Y started first and ran straight to the protagonist. He made the first strike with his left hand. The protagonist managed to evade, and he noted that it is very fast and Y moves a long distance, which makes it easier to evade. This style of boxing involves blows from close range, with short-range movements. It is difficult to dodge without at least the 5th level of dexterity. He immediately hit him, but the protagonist blocked the blow with his hand. Lin realized that this man was definitely not an ordinary fitness trainer. Y immediately said goodbye to the protagonist and smiled maliciously, which surprised Lin. Immediately, Y began to inflict a series of furious blows on the protagonist, and he could only defend himself. The guys were surprised by his pressure and were happy for each other. Ordinary viewers were shocked and the girl was a little scared. Shi Luing shouted that this fight should be stopped. Y finished beating the protagonist. His hands were red and he was steaming. Y did not understand how this was possible, because all his enemies all fell after these blows. The protagonist thanked him for his boxing lessons. He got a lot of benefits and repeated his series of attacks. All his attacks hit Y so clearly that he even lost a tooth. A moment later, the coach lost consciousness and fell into the ring. His friends were just in shock and did not believe what they saw. And the ordinary audience rejoiced that Lin Xing had won. The protagonist himself was delighted to win. And Shi Luing, who was watching this, only managed to be surprised. After the doctor, the coach was taken away on a stretcher and the guy noted that it suddenly turned out that an ambulance would be involved at that time, which had just been called to rescue this girl. Immediately, Shi Luing took the protagonist by the hand and said that she wanted to talk to him about something. After they came to the gym and the girl said that she had a request that might not be entirely fair to him, he asked her to consider it. She offers him 60,000 yuan. This is her token of appreciation, along with the current national award for bravery. Since her profession is delicate, she prefers that this issue not be covered in news interviews and not widely disseminated. She knows that this amount is small, but it's all her savings. She just hopes that he can keep this matter a secret. The girl was thinking that the incident with her fainting in the gym could potentially turn into negative news that affected the web movie, which she is going to start shooting in a week. Her current situation cannot afford any setbacks. She just hopes that this person will continue to behave like a good person, take the money and behave as if nothing had happened. She is afraid that he might refuse and then turn to reporters. The protagonist smiled and replied so that she would not worry. After receiving her money, he would definitely keep his mouth shut and she sent him 60,000 yuan. The girl thanked him very much and her favorability increased by 5%. After we were shown the streamer TT, she told her viewers that she was going offline and thanked them for their advice and said goodbye. Lin Xing didn't come today either. Even if he doesn't send gifts, it would be nice if he could at least come and say hello. She understood that business people invest with the expectation of return. Lin Xing spent so much money on her, but he never asked her for anything. Does he want her to take the initiative to deliver it to his door? She pouted and thought that men were like ATMs for her. She would not actively look for him. Immediately, the girl called Lin Xing and said that she would visit him again next week. He shoots a short video at the Yanzhong City Film and Television Base. She asked if he would come to see her. A whole week has passed and the protagonist has arrived to meet Chai Chai. Immediately, the girl ran up to him and asked if he missed her. The protagonist agreed. He is just as glad to see her as the money. The girl gave him a badge and said that he had brought it. He would be able to move freely around the territory of the cinema and television base. Immediately, TT was told that everything was starting and she shouted that she was already on her way. And the protagonist was surprised. The girl went to an erotic photo shoot. After several photos, the girl was told to go change into the next set of clothes, and the protagonist was watching all this. Chai Chai noted that the series My Boyfriend's Perspective is very popular. Each episode gets more than 1 million likes. She thought that Lin was smitten on the spot. Looking at him, she saw that he had no reaction. The girl was very surprised at what kind of expression it was. The protagonist turned and walked away. And the girl asked him to wait a minute. She did not understand why. With all her charm, her attractiveness did not appeal to him. The girl thought that he didn't like that she was behaving like this in public. That's why he's angry. He seems to have a strong sense of possessiveness and it annoys him. Her favorability increased by 3%. At the moment, she already had 88% of the favor in total. The protagonist thought that he was very bored because he couldn't spend money here at all. However, this city of cinema and television is quite sick. It's nice, it's like time travel. Immediately, the protagonist was called and he was surprised and turned around. He was informed that a male understudy was required, 100 yuan per day. The protagonist refused. He offered him another option. He needed someone urgently today, and he was lucky. The price has been increased to 250, and a gift box with food is attached. A truly exceptional and rare opportunity. The protagonist thought about it and agreed. The protagonist thought that by ordering a packed lunch, he could also participate in the filming. The protagonist went inside and was surprised. He noted that there is a real battle in the hotel. It reminds him of his favorite TV series, The Bodyguard. Immediately, someone shouted that he was in pain and the protagonist looked back in surprise. The guy shouted that someone quickly called an ambulance and asked what was going on with the props team. Do they realize how risky it is if the props fail? The guy shouted that the wooden sword actually has wooden spikes 2 millimeters long. He drove a splinter into his finger and screamed violently. He added that this is a serious violation of official duties. He can complain about their prop room until there's nothing left. All the guys, including the protagonist, were surprised that this guy was so gentle. The girl started yelling at the director and asked where the ambulance was and why she hadn't arrived yet. The man replied that he understood everything. If they go to the hospital now, it will disrupt today's scenes, and they will need to change the schedule for both today and subsequent events. The girl asked the director what he meant. Yifan is a top-level idol. If something happens to him, will he be able to afford to take responsibility? The man understood everything. After that, the man told Yifan that he had found a double for him. From that moment on, he could take over all the fighting scenes while this Yifan was getting a splinter out of his finger. Yifan agreed with him and told them to solve this problem quickly, because he was in so much pain. After that, two guys were whispering and one said that the iron sword was too heavy to handle. They wanted to make a wooden sword right now. He's been pricked by a splinter and he's squealing like a slaughtered pig. The man dragged the protagonist after him and told him to change clothes here. He knows the rules of this job. Don't talk nonsense, and later they will ask him to sign a confidentiality agreement. Passing by the dressing room, the protagonist noticed Shi Luing and was surprised. He looked at her and didn't know if it was her. The protagonist realized that she was an actress. No wonder she didn't want to make headlines because of things like that. He'll pretend he doesn't recognize her. The girl looked at him and realized that she was not mistaken about the man. Now she can focus on making this movie. She remembered that the man had told her that he did not expect her to be so brave. He begins to have high hopes for her. She must sign this agreement, and he will arrange everything for her immediately. The girl hoped that this movie would change everything for her. Unfortunately, Wu Yifan plays the male lead, a famous and troublesome idol who doesn't know how to behave. She just hopes it doesn't affect the quality of the film. After the protagonist changed his clothes and the girls behind him were shocked. They considered him handsome and added that with such an appearance he could definitely play the main male role. He is not inferior to those popular young idols on the front line. Yifan noticed the protagonist and got a little angry. Immediately, the protagonist began to perform battle scenes. He easily parried and attacked his opponents. The director shouted that this scene had been filmed, and that he had done it on the first try. Immediately, the guys asked the protagonist how he wields his sword like that and reproduces the sound of the sword. He doesn't even need post-production dubbing. And they asked if he had trained before. The protagonist did not know what to answer. The director noted that he was showing some insight. His movements are confident. He has another action movie that needs an understudy. He can offer him a chance to be the center of attention, but the competition is tough. If he wants to act, he needs to put in more effort. The guy shouted at Lin to make sure he expressed his gratitude to the director for the guidance. Getting 500 yuan a day as an understudy in this movie is not a bad deal. After that, he turned to the director and said that the main thing was that he was satisfied. That was all that mattered. It took careful thought to find this understudy. The girl, looking at him, was surprised and noted that he not only revived her with the help of medical skills, but also became a professional stuntman, and even managed to make up for lost time due to the slow-motion filming schedule caused by Yifan. Her favorability increased by 8%. Yifan went ahead and said it was time to greet the fans. He went outside, where there were a lot of girls. They all shouted at Yifan that he was handsome and that they loved him. They took pictures of him and also wanted to marry him. The girl told Yifan that he was so handsome in this antique costume. He waved at them and asked them to behave themselves. The girls noted that it was worth spending the $10,000 to see him. Some also shouted that Taro Yuan's sister was amazing. The girl said that as a devoted fan of Yifan, he still has some small privileges. They need to take more explicit photos, make sure they are carefully edited, in connection with the release of Yifan's new song. It is necessary to arrange for all fans to check this topic daily. Each person must buy 10 copies of the album. In addition, everyone should make efforts to consume approved products so that Yifan's journey is more stable. The other girl replied so that Yuan could be sure that she had bought them all. She spent her entire monthly salary buying albums and even borrowed tens of thousands. The third girl noted that Yifan's birthday was approaching and they should prepare a gift for him. Yuan agreed. We need to take the first one and the fans of the second tier contribute at least $1 million each. She will take care of the purchases. Another girl said that they believe in her. They need to make sure that Yifan has a perfect birthday. Yuan added that whatever others have, Yifan should have it too. They won't let him feel left out. After they continued filming, the cameraman said that in this scene the main character returns from outside the city to see his fiancée, and then hurriedly leaves. You need to quickly prepare the lighting and the path. In the 33rd act of Mirror Flower, Water Moon the first meeting, Yifan looked at Shi Lubing. Immediately, a smile appeared on the girl's face. She went up to him and said that she thought she would never see him again. There was no reaction on his face and his wife was surprised. The protagonist thought it was really amazing that she could behave like that in front of a wooden man. Yifan's fans immediately appeared and shouted that his face really touched him to the quick. He behaved so well that she cried. The protagonist thought about it and asked where his acting skills were, and whether it was visible only to fans. Yifan said that after not seeing her for a month, she actually seemed much more anxious to him. Immediately, the cameraman said that it was filmed and asked her why her expression had changed so dramatically. The girl replied that since he had said the wrong words, she thought he would say cut. The director asked her if she was the director or him. He screams cut when he says it's time to shoot. Immediately, the director told Yifan that he should be exhausted in this line, not alarmed. Yifan replied that this is why he does not want to make historical dramas that are so annoying, with a lot of unusual characters that are difficult to remember. He didn't understand what haggard meant. The director said that haggard means that a person looks haggard because they are emotionally upset about something, which leads to a less attractive appearance. Yifan said it's like being tired and looking unattractive and why use haggard. He asked if the script was okay. If he can't write, then don't. The director and all the others on the set were greatly embarrassed by his words. Immediately, all of Yifan's fans shouted that a lousy screenwriter did not have the right to write a script for Yifan. The director agreed with him and said that he could say something like just say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of his lines, and they can record the sound in post-production. Yifan said he remembers that the scene below is the one where he hugs Siope. Yifan turned back and even licked his lips after looking at the girl.